this. I'm going to add a video camera here. All right. Greetings, folks. Oops. Wrong one. And welcome to the ChessDojo coverage of the Grand Swiss. Yeah. I can also do it like this. Just make you a little bigger. Okay, and just fix this eval bar a tiny bit. All right. Perfect. Not quite perfect. A few pixels got changed. All right. Jesse's used to this stuff. He was up and ready.
Doesn't look good now, but I'm just saying about 15 minutes ago,
It was
look
worse.
ghost. He looked like a ghost.
Yeah, I was briefly. I was.
Oh, it says I'm muted. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, apparently you were. Now I've got sound for you.
Oh, okay, good.
I think we'll see.
Yeah.
Man with head of dog. Jesse was saying his breakfast was coffee before I turned him on. Now hopefully you got him. Yeah.
Yeah, you got me.
Um, yeah, it's 3 a.m. I plan to be here at this time throughout this tournament. It's the same time every single day. I appreciate that, Jesse, as a commentator. I don't like when the tournament hops around every day. It's a different time.
Yeah, so let's.
It's tough.
Okay, I'm a little confused still about how it works.
Mm-hmm.
So, in years past, it was like they played a two-game match at a time control, and then it went to a second time control. Um, how does this work?
Oh, that would be the knockout, the Grand Prix, and this is
Okay.
the Grand Swiss.
Oh, great, great, great. I get it.
Yeah.
Get it. So we're gonna do 11 rounds of this mayhem.
Yeah, the thing that's
Okay.
changed is that this used to be 10 rounds, in my opinion, and now is 11. I feel like at some point it was 10 rounds. Um, And I think there might be two spots versus one. I think first and second might get a spot in the candidates.
Yeah, we're gonna figure that out. Um, and also there's just one rest day, so that's gonna be on next Wednesday.
Yeah,
So
there's one rest day next Wednesday.
it's now saying 6:15 local time is the start time. The official site said 6, and maybe 6:15 means
Uh-huh.
that that's when the games are going to be relayed. I don't know.
Right. Oh yeah, the schedule now says 3:15. I feel like it used to say 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so here's like a cool thing. I think I know this by heart, Jesse. The time control for this tournament.
Yeah.
It's 40 moves in 100 minutes plus a 30-second increment. You know how sometimes they give you 90? No,
Yeah.
they give you the real 100 because then with the 30 seconds, it's actually 120, right?
Okay.
Then they've got a second time control, 20 moves in 50 minutes, which is another hour,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then they've got a third time control. They give dudes another 15 minutes at move 60. So we really are looking at kind of like a 7 hour time control instead of a 4 or 5 hour time control.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah, super. We got a lot of great players at this tournament. Um, the other thing I need to figure out, Jesse, is like what are people doing there once they can't get a candidate spot,
Well,
right?
they get a little bit of cash.
So I just have to figure out at some point because I don't know in advance like what keeps them going, versus it being an elimination, right? Where once
Hmm.
you're out of the running for those two spots, like you just make 10 move draws or what. So,
I mean, if you get 50th place, you get 2,200 bucks.
okay.
That's something. How many and how many yeah, let's see how many players do we have?
We've got just over 100 players, I think.
Yeah, so that'll be so that means that like anyone playing for the spots is still going to, even if they're playing somebody who's out of contention, they will be playing somebody who at least has a little bit of money at stake.
Hmm. Baby Krabby saying 116 players. I had seen maybe 58 boards or something, which lines up.
Uh-huh.
Another thing to note is how do you get into this tournament, right, Jesse? The main way to
Right.
get into the tournament is to be on the FIDE top 100 list. So
Right.
you would expect about 100 people here. Each continent gets like 4 spots as well, like continental spots. Um, and then there's room for, a very small number of invites, maybe, but it's basically the top 100 players in the world.
Oh, we got games, Bows. We
Yeah.
got games. Oh, dude, let's do the Gukesh game.
Okay.
The Gukesh game is gonna be spicy. Plays the Caro, and we have the aggressive repertoire against the Caro right away, though with 4 knight f3 instead of the fancy h4.
Mm-hmm. Knight f3 is even fancier. It's very highfalutin. It's like bishop e2 castles, knight e1 kind of stuff, or a4 a5. Really fancy.
Yeah, they're playing super fast here. Um, this is, I think this is a good choice for Gukesh in the sense that he can just get an interesting game. One of the reasons I thought, David, that this was a great matchup is this guy, Etienne Bacro. He's only rated 2637 now, but a lot of people, including myself, felt back in the day when he was a kid that he was the next thing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, he had just incredible positional understanding, and maybe lifestyle choices held him back more than
Okay.
anything else. But otherwise, man, the guy was just on top of it. So he can still play great chess.
Yeah.
And I'm if it comes down to like a positional battle, which this could definitely be here, then I can well imagine Etienne just completely outplaying Gukesh.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the reasons I want to focus on Gukesh, like for me, there's three people I want to focus on, but he is number one. And it's weird because he's not even playing for anything. Um, he's number one because his chess is in a crisis, and everyone's going to be looking at him, just in terms of like, well, well, what's going on with this guy?
Yeah. Yeah. I also want to announce one thing, Jesse, or
Hmm.
reach out to the audience on one thing before we get too deep into all these games, and we can
Yeah.
talk about Gukesh in a second here, which obviously I love to do. One of my main topics, folks. I think that it's a safe bet that this right here is going to be the best commentary on the Grand Swiss this year. And unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of poor slobs watching some mediocre engine bar reading on the official coverage and elsewhere. So I feel like what you all could do is before we get 10 rounds into this thing, let somebody else know that there's this no engine coverage here. Let somebody know that they could watch this whole tournament on Chess Dojo this year. Okay? Just do that service to your fellow chess players. Let one other person out there know about it. And yeah, that's my whole spiel.
All right, cool. David, could you send me the link to the eval bar?
Yes. We've got our own eval bar here, but it's a human eval bar. It's a sensei eval bar. And I'm sending it on the Discord. I think that
Yeah.
should be okay for you. Um, and so Jesse and I are going to be in charge of making it go up and down, and it might be wrong.
And I'm going to put right this position here. I'm going to put it at 0.5 for white. And that's motivated more than anything just on my having looked at positions like this in the past
Mhm.
where it's very dangerous for black. Um, but both sides will make mistakes here. David, let me give him my spiel, dude, because
Yeah.
I have a spiel for this position.
Hmm.
So obvious, let's say first we'll start with the obvious. The Black is playing a French setup and he gets the bishop out, which is great, but he has lost time in that the pawn eventually wants to go to c5. Okay. The second, so he's down in time. The second the pawn goes to c5, the game opens up violently. And then the value of time goes up when he plays c5, and he will lose a developing tempo when he plays c5 as well.
Hmm.
So, one of the amazing things, though, is black gets to decide when to play c5. There's a variety of positions white can get, though, where like black isn't even going to get it in. He might not even get that move c5 in. And so that's the drama. Gukesh playing super fast here, 92, 97. And my experience in these positions is white could do a variety of things and still hold the advantage, like c4 or maybe knight b3. Probably rook e1 is also a move. Uh, in some ways, I find it more challenging to play for white because it's like, well, what do I actually do to the guy, right? I
Hmm.
can't actually do anything to him right away. But like I said, I might be able to prevent him from moving effectively. I think even maybe at some point the move a4 might even come into play to try to squeeze the guy.
All right. So partly you're waiting for black to play c5 so you could play c4 and explode them. If c5 doesn't come, then what's white doing? Um,
Exactly.
I think one idea is you then stop c5. So you tell black, okay, you didn't want c5, I'll go knight b3, bishop e3.
Hmm.
But as you mentioned, another thing, which is very highfalutin, I don't know what it's about, is they put this pawn on a5.
Yeah,
while they're waiting. So,
for sure. Yeah.
I copied the PGN over to our classroom, but I don't see the names on white and black,
Oh, that's a
despite
bummer.
having done it. And I copied it with, names and clocks and everything, but it didn't take properly.
Yeah, so we have an analysis board ready. So if we start debating the position or variations, we can get in there. And David, you say 0.15 here for black, or you just haven't updated the
Yeah, I
sense?
I updated it from point 0.1 to 0.15. So I do think this is a somewhat difficult opening line for black. A little bit difficult, but not terrible. Zero point 0.5 from you is dramatic. I mean, it says basically black should pick a different opening already.
No, no, I wouldn't say that. Like, you look at the engine analysis of like the French and the Caro, and a lot of the main lines are just like point 0.4, point 0.5. Point 0.5 isn't the end of the world. It sounds terrible.
It
It sounds
does.
terrible, but it's not that bad.
By modern standards, it sounds pretty bad. I mean, and it depends what computer you're working with, but um, the computer I've been working with lately gives a lot of openings. It basically sees zeros. If you go
Uh,
e4, e5, it already sees all the way to the end and the draw agreement.
I want to, maybe I'll just start off by saying there's three players. There's loads of games. I'm sure there's going to be loads of games, but we don't want to focus on all of the games. We want to focus on one, maybe two.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so games that in the games I'm looking at today, I'm most interested in are first of all this Gukesh game because Gukesh has to prove himself, and Etienne, who is a positional master, has a chance to prove himself. Then we got Jeffrey Jean's chance in the limelight with Prague.
Yeah.
Uh, and then also Keimer versus Gurel. And this Gurel kid, I haven't really had the chance to look too much at his games. Just I've seen that his rating is enormous.
Mm-hmm.
So that is going to be something. So there are loads of games. And as Pruess said, like it's round one, nobody has to win. We're going to see though that I think like at least the old Gukesh is going to try to win as black, and his opening is definitely provocative in that way.
Yeah, I mean, I asked what people were here for the moment that they're no longer in the running for a candidate spot, right? Like, what's going to
Yeah.
keep them motivated and keep them fighting and playing? Well, for Gukesh, I mean, he's the one dude here who's already out of the running for a candidate spot, right? He's just here to play chess. That's very, very clear. And so he's just going to keep playing every game like, he was born to play chess.
Okay, so knight b3 played um, in the Gukesh game. I
Yeah.
guess we could call that expected.
I've got two other games open beyond what Jesse mentioned, but he mentioned Gurel Ad's clearly booked up here against Kamer today. He played an exchange Rui Lopez on move 4. Very rare. I haven't seen any GMs play that in a few years. Then he plays the Fischer variation with castling on move 5. And quickly, Black's bishop pair gets broken up. And then he looks to trade queens, put his knight on c5 or a5. So, yeah, I'd say it looks like a small challenge to Kamer to recall or figure out what to do about this position here.
I think Black's got to be happy with this business. You
Okay,
know, I mean, you're not better or anything, but you have a chance to outplay White here with the bishop, and
with the single bishop without the pair.
yeah, and you have also the knight on c3 is toast. The knight on b3. Once we play b6, it's going to be challenged.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, this guy knows what he's doing, but still, but still, I don't mean, just looking at him like Black's fight over there.
Okay. Cool.
Oh,
So
Gukesh Etienne is going mad, dude. Dude, Gukesh lost. Dude, Gukesh didn't care. On move 8, he played G5.
G5 and then
A4. Just like
A4.
by the way, we predicted that. We said knight B3, A4 was one of White's key plans.
Yeah, so White's
Now,
prevented this C5 move somewhat for now. I guess Black's idea is to maybe play C5 when they could get the E5 pawn, but they can't get back the C pawn.
no, I think Gukesh is saying something different, bro.
He could also just not play C5, right? I'm just
Right,
saying,
he's saying, okay, so think about it this way. The knight on B3 is only there to deal with C5. Not only stopping C5, but if C5 comes, he gets the D4 square for his knight. But Black is saying with this, he's like, dude, no, I don't care. I can play it French style with a later F6.
right?
My knight on E7, if I need to, could press like fight for E5, can go to G6.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is a very challenging question now
Right.
for
And
our
White can
guy.
play A4 and A5, whatever they want over there, but Gukesh is kind of saying that's going to be your side of the board, and I'm going to play on the king side.
Which is bizarre from a French perspective. Usually you don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but the knight on B3 is going to be a tourist if C5 never happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, also compared to the French, he's got at least one piece on the king side that a French player never has. So if you just sort of count the forces there, um, right, he's got quite a lot over here. He doesn't have a knight on c6 either, like you often commit to pretty early in the French. So he's once he plays knight g6 and f6, he's got all the dogs on the king side.
So it's a little bit surprising the way the times worked out. So knight B3, Etienne thought for 4 minutes. Knight BD2, he thought for three.
Mm-hmm.
Gukesh is immediately playing G5. And pretty quickly, Etienne was like, I'm ready. I want my A4 plan. So he's like, I got my plan. And to me, I don't know about this A4 move
Mm-hmm.
in the sense that Etienne really needs a plan right now, or else the position I think is going to trend poorly for him.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, it's hard. Maybe my main question now, if I was White, would be, is 91 special?
Right. I was just going to ask you about the exact same move. So, um, the idea 91, we get out of the way of potential g4, but also we prepare the move f4. So that even when black plays f6, we might answer f6 with f4 exactly when it happens.
My problem with 91 that I can't figure out, David, is why would you play A4? If you were going to play 91, why would you play A4?
Mm-hmm.
What would the benefit be? Because Bishop G7 is clearly like, if we're going to start some drama with F4, Bishop G7 castles is clearly very helpful for black.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas A4 in that battle with the F4 move doesn't really do anything.
I think it's possible that you don't want to necessarily proactively play f4 when black hasn't yet played f6.
Yeah, I guess maybe you could be a real lame about it too and play like A5, 91, 93, and then say, what do you want? I guess you could think about it. As a French player, though, with that bishop on F5, I'm like, dude, I got it out.
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah.
okay, I'm gonna just on my human basis here, I'm gonna decrease my advantage for white to, I mean, I'm just gonna give it a human evaluation. To me, it's just unclear, and I'm putting it at zeros.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so some other games. There's Sam Shanklin playing against Dennis Wagner. Um, Gyoko quite piano for the moment. Um, but obviously, knowing Sam as well as we do, that's interesting to us to see how he does. Then, holy moly, do they have a position, by the way, Jesse. I had open a game from the beginning, Divya Deshmukh against Abhimanyu Puranik. These are two players that I'm just personally interested in. I didn't know that they would have such a bonkers position. Um, but first of all, there is a women's Grand Swiss being played at the exact same time for a spot in the candidates for the Women's World Chess Championship. And there are two women, apparently, who did a Judith Polgar. I don't know if that's the right thing to call it or not, but there are two women who just said, like, forget about that. Our substantial chances in the women's cycle, we want to play this super tournament going on here, and they are Divya Deshmukh and Alexandra Goryachkina. Goryachkina, I was really like pumped about 5 years ago, and then she started just playing all women's tournaments, and her rating slowly declined actually. But she was just about 2,600 FIDE at age 20, Jesse. And so I'm glad to see her playing in the real tournament here, so to speak, the best tournament available. And I also like Divya's opponent a lot, Abhimanyu Puranik. So they've got a messed up position with Divya's king just floating out here on d2. It looks like she's got a pair of knights against a rook since the knight on h1 is gone. I think I should know how you get this position. So Queen's Gambit exchanged. f3 on move 7. Knight h5. Wow, I'd never seen this before, Jesse. Do you know this variation?
Go back a couple moves. Sorry, I didn't.
Yeah. It's exchange variation. Bishop f4, bishop f5, e3, c6. So black safely gets the bishop out from c8. d5 is defended, so there's no queen b3.
Yeah.
And now straight into f3. Knight h5. Takes on b8. g4.
Yeah, logical positionally. Obviously, deep computer analysis from both players here.
So stuff gets taken. Knight h3. And from this point on, folks, knight f2 doesn't even really ever escape because of queen e1. Let's say. So Puranik played bishop d6. She played bishop g2. He castled. And she's into probably a 10-minute think, given how fast she played the other moves.
Yeah, I mean, good compensation for black, right? At least. Beautiful bishop d6. King permanently on the run. The question will be, how does black open the position for the, against the white king? Right. It'll be a permanent kind of thing. It's like it's never going away.
Yeah, you could play on the e file, or you could play with c5, or you could run your b pawn if you think the white king might try to refuge on the queen side and just grab some space there.
Yeah, lots of different plans here.
I would say g6 is not amazing, Jesse, because someone might imagine fg and come up with the idea of g6. But if you play g6, white might also just not take. And playing g6 and g takes f5 doesn't look too hot. So
yeah,
I don't think that would be the way.
Someone is saying in our chat that she already qualified to the women's candidate, so that's why she's here.
That makes some sense of it.
I think that's a very dangerous position for her. She's going to probably get hosed.
I'm now on a bird's eye view of the tournament for a second. I know it's going to mess up our screen capture, folks, but I just want to quickly sort of scan through what folks are playing here. We've got h3 g4 from Fallujah against the King's Indian. So he's grabbed a bunch of space there.
You have two boards on top of each other, so that
Oh yeah, it's nasty. I'll only be here for a second.
Okay.
Abdusatorov is playing a positional bishop e2 Najdorf. Anish Giri is playing the black side of a Najdorf. Um,
I'm gonna actually do something controversial. I have no idea what the engine would say, but I'm just saying I like Gukesh's position here better. So I'm just gonna put a -0.2 here for the Gukesh, just because I would rather be black in the Gukesh position.
that's wild.
I don't know if it's wild. But like even the moves Rook E1 that he just did, I'm like, okay, so that just gives me full ability to mess with you.
Okay. Well, I've had a look around and I'm ready to go back. So we got rookie one, castles, a couple ticks off Gukesh's clock, but so far he's looking comfortable.
Oh yeah, dude, he's feeling he's putting the heat on here.
I'll drop my evaluation as well, all the way down to 0.1. No, all the way down to 0.
Zero might be more objective. I just was doing it mostly on my feeling and also the sense that it doesn't feel like back row has a sense of what to do here. Like
Mm-hmm.
a lot of these moves just feel like, well, it's I guess this is where the goes, like that.
Yeah, rookie one in particular, taking a square from the knight, it's like either you know a lot or you're confused. Like,
Ooh, and he plays H3 now. That also doesn't look good.
mm-hmm. But once you don't have 91, I mean, what are you planning to do about G4, right? You have to worry.
Okay. Um, one good thing about H3 is at least we're preventing, or might be preventing, uh, knight G6. Maybe.
Preventing
Maybe
it.
you are. Maybe you are. I don't even
Tell
know
me,
if
what would be the idea against knight G6?
well, could you then play G4? It- I don't even, yeah, you just have to actually just say it this way, is you would have to be if you play knight G6, you have to calculate G4. You might be able to do it. So like knight G6, G4, bishop E4, yada yada. Um, that's probably fine for black too.
Threatening F3?
It looks nasty though, right? Like, ooh, there's just so many things black could hit you with right here. At the very least, knight F4.
Uh-huh.
Anyways, you would have to calculate it like because knight F4, you could go knight E4, DE, bishop F1, and you'd have to at least calculate that out.
Mm-hmm.
So I think actually this is going to be Gukesh's first think. That's my thought here after H3.
Right, because the simple move is knight G6, but it's not simple from a playing it perspective. You have to calculate a thing, which Gukesh is apt to do.
So the other option, they got many other options. You could consider F6. You could play bishop H7. You Yeah, those are the moves. You might be able to come up with some other thing. Like even Queen C7. I don't like it, but it's probably a move.
Right, it feels like you'd rather have the queen on the king side, but no obvious reason you couldn't play queen c7.
I think the chump GM move is definitely bishop H7.
Mm-hmm. Now, bishop h7, I was thinking, white's played h3, black's bishop's out here looking nice. You spend another tempo on bishop h7, and white might play bishop d3.
Yeah, good. I agree with you. And then maybe knight f5 or something, or knight g6. Both of them look interesting.
Uh-huh. Right. So you might choose to keep your piece on the board as black. But now you're encouraging white to play g4 again, right?
Yeah, I don't know if you want to. That's a big move, but yeah, you can think about that.
Yeah. It's encouraging. I was thinking g4, knight e7, h4, right? Just get a little assertive here. So yeah, I mean, I've rarely seen h3 in these positions, but it means black has to think about g4 every move from white.
It also gives knight h2 at some point. It's not dumb.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to bring that knight to g4. Okay, maybe let's look at f6. That's very direct, right? Less fancy than bishop h7.
But one thing I want to say about f6 is that if you were going to do it, it would be cooler to have the knight on g6 first, because then you could recapture with the queen. And you want the knight on g6 to fight for the e5 square. So
But
David,
white,
how about this? Let's go to our analysis board, bud. Let's go to our analysis board and let's just try knight g6 first on move
okay.
11. Because that's like the, let's call it the concrete move.
Our analysis board thinks he's played knight g6. It's
Oh,
playing moves.
I just put knight d6 in, but
Oh, you
I
did?
just
Okay. I was like, it's playing moves before the actual board. Okay, analysis board. I have to add the analysis board to our view. But you can start trying out a variation.
I think actually on knight g6 maybe the simple bishop d3. I have an idea what to do there, but maybe bishop d3.
Okay. Looks like on the real board he's played a move.
Yeah, he played b6. Okay,
Wow.
b6.
That wasn't on our list.
I was thinking about it, but it just seemed like we had so much cool juice going on with an eventual f6.
Yeah.
He played it quickly too. Um, I see what you're doing, David.
Yeah. I'm just putting it into the same spot on my screen capture so I can bounce between it.
Well, let's talk about the obvious things of b6. So if I achieve c5 and am able to capture with the pawn, then the knight on b3 is a chump. And in fact,
Mm-hmm.
just with b6, we're saying the knight on b3 is a chump anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the questions maybe that I had kind of trusted Etienne with was that if I ever did play b6, white would get a little bit of zhuzh with a5. But it's not clear why a5 would be such a thing here.
Mm-hmm. Right. Now that would be white opening black side of the board unless white's achieving something immediately here.
Now, one thing about this c5 move, though, is do you ever really want to, if you do get c5 in, do you actually want to play, you don't want to do anything. You probably don't want to play cd because of knight d4.
Mm-hmm. Unless you win the e5 pawn right away, and maybe after c5 you could play bishop g6 or bishop h7 or something, right? So you're out of the range of knight d4, and ultimately you're threatening to take their e pawn from them.
I think maybe a cool thing about c5 is it'll make pieces being on d3 difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
White could maybe play bishop d3 and then take back with the c pawn if you've achieved c5.
Okay, so here's my thought on bishop d3. That was also my first instinct. What if I just play c5 after bishop d3?
Okay.
I agree with you, by the way, that bishop takes cd, it would be interesting for white.
Right. So c5. Well, one thing we could do is play c4 for white anyway, right? Even though it's really late.
Okay, yeah. I have some sympathy with that. Okay, let's say I play natural moves though. So DC, bishop c4, rook c8.
Okay. Bishop a6.
Rook c7.
And a5.
But okay.
Just developing my rook, you know?
My intuition was that c4 is going to be a nice position for black.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's see it. So knight d2. Oh, wait,
And
sorry.
now I
sorry.
got, yeah,
I'm going to throw in a takes b here.
that's fine, yeah.
Yeah. At the moment, I think you have to take with the pawn because knight b6 lets white play knight c5.
Okay, I still think black looks pretty good there too.
Uh-huh.
Let's take with the pawn.
Okay. We'll go with knight d2.
And here I got two moves that are interesting, c3 and bishop d3.
Mm-hmm.
If I go bishop d3, I have to calculate b3.
Mm-hmm. Sure do.
So, okay, we'll just play c3.
I'll take it. And maybe go bishop a3.
Good, I think that's fine. It's interesting.
Well, I'll say this. White's position looks fundamentally super playable here.
Okay, let's go back a couple moves. So we had b6.
Like, the bishop on g7 is less and less happy as the whole queen side's opening up there. The isolated b pawn wasn't amazing. Yeah, it looked. I was pretty happy.
All right, let's try it again. So bishop d3, c5, and c4 is kind of the principal. What we're saying is the principled approach for our boy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got evil on my side though. Do I? Maybe I don't. Let's pretend that I have evil on my side. Let's play bishop d3,
Mm-hmm.
queen d3, and now rook c8.
Okay.
Maybe knight bd2. Your choice. I even got a lot of things you could do. Very rich position. You could consider h4. You could consider knight bd2.
I'm going to play something super simple, Jesse.
Okay.
I'm going to take on c5. I'm going to let you out. Just ask some simple question.
All right, I'll take with the knight.
Yeah.
I could take with the pawn too, though. I don't know.
Trade knights.
Let's just see what you want. So rook takes.
And then I'll play c takes d5.
Rook takes.
Mm-hmm. Queen e4.
But isn't black doing pretty great here?
Well, that's what I'm asking. That's my simple question.
Because you want to play h4 next or something? Is that the deal?
Oh no, I'm just asking whose position is good here and why.
Well, I'm just saying you've committed some crimes. So like knight g6.
Mm-hmm. Taking the pawn. That.
Also, my rook on d5 is just so pretty.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that answers my question. Knight g6.
I think on move 15, you could probably find an improvement there.
Mm-hmm.
The one that scares me most is h4. I don't know how to evaluate it, but that's the one that I'm a little bit concerned with.
Bacro played the move I was expecting, which is not this.
This move also doesn't look great, dude. Okay, wait. So let me think if I understand. Okay, Rook C8 played 5 minutes though. So that was actually kind of like the first. Actually, no, Gukesh stopped for 5 minutes on both B6 and Rook C8. Uh, I think what we do have, Mr. Pruess, is we have a game of chicken now where white is waiting for C5 to play C4.
Mm-hmm. In that case, he should maybe just play c4 now. I mean, how much of his life is he going to spend waiting?
But if you play C4, at least I have the option of doing the simplistic like takes and knight D5 kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Right, but then, how's that playing out for knight d7, bishop g7? You've got one nice piece, but what's the game plan?
Mm-hmm. Well, we can ask similar questions of white. I mean, so let's just say the two bishops in front of the rook on E1, we're going to call those clunky.
Mm-hmm.
Call that clunky. Um, and so what's cool about this actually is that um, black has basically two breaks that could happen at any time, C5 or F6, and white is trying to make both of those look poor.
Mm-hmm.
And just because he played B6 and Rook C8 doesn't mean he can't do it. He can't also play F6 at some point.
Right.
Um, A5 would be my guess about what's going on here for white. I'm going to flip it back to look at it from that perspective.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that he played b6 and rook c8, Jesse, as opposed to just playing on the king side.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, both of us, we were like, it's not like we didn't think about B6, but we were like, he has all this juice on the king side. So we were thinking stuff like knight G6.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Now, bishop E3 arguably encourages us to play knight G6. He didn't do it though. He played rook C8
Yeah.
just because of that variation of G4, bishop E4 or something. But maybe that's just good for white. Um, and white's play, as is right at some point, he can play H4. If you were gonna do that though, wouldn't you want your rook on F1? Wouldn't you just want it on F1? Actually, h4 is never dumb. You could, because it's going like h4, and if g4, then we could go knight h2, h5. We get the g5 square. We can think about knight f1 to g3. So it's at least a thought. The problem there, Mr. Pruess, is that H pawn is going to have grief with like some kind of knight G6 stuff.
And then you have to look at bishop G5, huh?
And then I'm assuming F6 would then happen.
Takeovich, Takeovich. Now if white's worried about H4 and plays G3, black potentially has bishop takes C2 already.
Yeah, there you go.
But simpler perhaps is bishop E4.
Or just E5. Black is doing great.
Just saying, like, you literally have no piece to defend F2.
Yeah, you're toast.
That's a clunky bishop on E2 now.
Yeah, so H4 now probably not going to work, but it's the one besides C. Well, I guess white has three things he could think about, of course. He's got H4, C4, A5. My chump GM move would probably be to play A5. That would be my chump move. Just because I'm like, well, he put his rook on C8. At least I'm going to get the A file now.
Yeah, and if black plays B5, then perhaps, bishop D2 is pleasant.
Okay, yeah.
Or maybe we can't allow C5 and we just have to wait on E3.
And the fascinating thing about that kind of thing is like A5, B5 might look a little weird, but there's nothing really wrong with black's position there. And if the bishop goes to D2 to B4 like David wants, then the F4 square becomes a grief with knight G6, F4. Oh yeah, this is an exciting game.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, there's no hard and fast rule saying who can or can't play on either side of the board here, despite the normal influence of the E5 pawn, saying kingside for white.
Right.
The mix of black playing G5 and white playing A4, each person staking out some space on supposedly the other person's side of the board. It's just more controversial.
The other human thing about this is whatever the machine says, the machine always loves the space. Whereas for me here, I'm real nervous for white. And because I'm nervous, I'd be like, well, I got to have the rook on the A file to mess with him. Give me a little trump. Give me something to work with, Bows.
Yeah. What about G4 for white? And then H4.
Okay, let's consider that.
I may even play bishop E4 for black.
Okay, no, very fair.
Because white could play a knight to D2, but it might be more of a tangle as well. So let's try bishop E4, H4. Okay, so black.
I don't know, Mr. Bruce. You could play F6.
You could. I was thinking GH, knight H4, knight G6.
Also a thought, yeah. I think both of these moves are good. I think this is a sign that H4 isn't, you're not ready to do this G4, H4 stuff. Because that's a fine position for black. Just don't get your bishop trapped.
Well, that's part of the issue. I wanted to play FG to bring out the rook, but trapping my own bishop is controversial.
How about just f6 though, David, on move 14?
Perhaps. The variation I'd been wondering about, Jesse, was that F3 move, Queen H4.
Yeah, that's also, I mean, something like that. Something terrible's happening to now G4. I think this is too much. I
Okay.
think in, I think H4 someday maybe, but this G4 thing, it's cruising for a bruising.
So after F6, white might take on F6,
All right, knight F6.
and then take on G5 and knight
Well,
G4.
I thought you had to do something to not let me play knight G4.
Yeah. And now the black pieces seem to flow happily.
Oh, they're cruising. They're cruising, bro.
Yeah. Okay. So that line's pretty pleasant for black as well. And I even think the getting bishop trap line was maybe working for black.
Yeah, I don't think G4 is it.
Um, I had expected, in my queen h4 line, I expected bishop f2, hitting the queen, then queen h3, just attacking f3 a bunch, and then fe4, rook takes f2.
How about this, David? Let me play the chump GM move. You play
Okay,
black, so A5. I don't
a5.
know what black should do, by the way.
Yeah.
That's
I
one of the
don't,
reasons.
and I don't know what black's intending either. I don't have a bead on what Gukesh is thinking here. Um,
I think the obvious first question should be, does how powerful is C5? Because the question with C5 is like, well, is C4 a thing or not? If C4 is not a thing, then I'm just going to play like black at the minimum can play C4 next move.
mm-hmm.
So let's look C4. I mean, this is scary.
What? Pawn takes c4?
I'm just saying we got to look at it.
Okay.
Uh,
Looks like white
pawn
stuff
takes-
has gone from clunky to dangly.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. See, if the problem with A5 might be kind of simple.
Mm-hmm.
It might be that C5's coming and that we
Looks
don't have an answer.
well, this looks very simple. c4, black just takes and takes, and your stuff's hanging.
That's probably fair. Okay, so what this means then is the problem with A5 is C5.
Well, white didn't have to play c4 there.
But if you don't play C4, what are you doing? Because if I play C4 myself, I'm definitely better. If you let me play C4. Okay, you like that one. Rook C7. Okay.
I don't know. I want to preface that DC move with I don't know.
C4. Okay. So David is obsessed, I think, with the bishop D2 A5 idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, can't get enough of it.
So D4 looks very good for black to me, but I'm also looking at maybe queen B8.
Okay, D4 looks like exactly what I want you to play here.
Well, okay, just look, D4, bishop D2, let's say I go queen B8. Your pieces look like they're victims. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you could go bishop A5, rook A7, bishop B5. Maybe that's the only variation I'm a little confused about.
Yeah, that looks pleasant for white. Looks pleasant for white.
Not even close. Rook B7.
Bishop takes d7.
Rook takes b3.
Bishop back.
So I have rook takes b2 now, or rook d3.
Mm-hmm.
Even rook takes b5 is a nice position for black. But what are you doing? Rook takes b2. No, that didn't go well.
Huh. I guess I bring the bishop back to d2 here.
But boss, you're down a pawn.
Temporarily, yeah.
What's your next move even?
I don't know. Maybe bishop c1, maybe h4.
Um,
Queen c1 if you play bishop c2.
Rook takes b5 even now, I'm better, right? What are we talking about?
I don't know. That's your claim. I don't know. You might be, but I don't know.
All right, Mama said put the pawns behind the rooks behind the passed pawns. So I'll play rook d8.
Okay. Bishop c1.
Rook takes b5, c takes, queen takes. Yeah, bro. No, David, what are you doing? This is a lost position.
What do you mean? It's just a position.
No, you're down. Look at the zillion. You're down those two. Look at those pawns. Knight d5.
Rook c4.
8. Probably knight b6.
Mm-hmm.
c4.
Yeah. And by the way, Jesse, in that position, rook c5 is just dead equal, right? So, I mean, the idea that white's losing is extreme here.
I mean, maybe I missed rook c5. I'm not sure. I'm just saying this was not what you wanted.
Well, it's just
Here
a
I can
position.
go. No, you're down at 2. You're down. Look at these pawns, buddy. No, come on. Okay, so in any case, I think the big question for dude, right, is move 13 and the chump GM move a5. I don't know what we're going to do against c5.
Mm-hmm.
That's the grief that we're seeing. Um, right, and so let's just put it in basic terms. The idea of rook c8 is that when I play c5, I want to create a situation where c4 doesn't work well just because I'm hitting the c4 square with my rook.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Right. So rook c8 is partly to control c5, but partly to control c4.
right. Well, I guess the obvious question then, David, what about c4 directly?
Okay.
Now, my first instinct here was that on DC, knight D5, black would be okay. And maybe that's true, but what I don't like about that position is my bishop on what are my bishop on G7 and my knight on D7 doing now?
Mm-hmm.
It looks funky. So
Right.
so maybe like that would be like what you see a chump GM playing a blitz game would be DC and knight D5. But maybe there's something more elegant for black after C4.
Yeah,
Like,
we're being told that that A5 got played.
okay, let's go look.
19 minutes
19 minutes, bro.
on the clock. So he's been studying Gukesh's games himself, clearly. He's been keeping up.
Yeah. Well, this will be fun too because we have the Sensei eval, David, and I think maybe we should do like a cool thing where we have a guess the move situation.
Mm-hmm.
We could do that in the Twitch chat or on the side of the board. The problem with the Twitch chat is like we would have to list all of the possible moves because people would be shouting stuff at us.
Yeah.
Um, but we could also, you obviously, if you're running the stream, you can just write down maybe like below the sensei bar, you could have like your guess, and I could put my guess in.
Just on the side of the board, we could have our guesses
Yeah.
of what they're going to play.
Yeah, I really, by the way, I think, this is going to be fun to watch, but for me, it's definitely uh, a thing where I'm hoping to improve my chess just by being very serious about thinking, what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Jack yelled at me last time with the World Championship coverage. He was like, "That wasn't training," and I was like, "Yeah, it was. That was at least my intention."
Uh-huh. Nice. I'm glad that Jack is taking you to task, putting some pressure on. Um, there are two spots for the candidates here, and this is the Grand Swiss, not the World Cup or Grand Knockout or whatever the knockout event is called this year.
Ooh, I called it. I'm a GM today, my friend. C5.
All right.
So this what was kind of cool that me and David went down. We at least went down the road that happened here. Now, just to recap, my first intuition as a chump GM was to play A5 to just get some kind of trump on the A file. However, the problem was that after C5, the positional grief for white is if he cannot play C4, black will have a very pleasant game by just playing C4 himself.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe there's some idea for white of a way to play this position, but I haven't found it yet. So now I'm going to try to play guess the move for white. That crow is a positional genius, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
The man is amazing.
Yeah. But Jesse has this whole theory that when somebody thinks a long time, then they're going to play a bad move after thinking a long time. So he thinks not only should you not burn 19 minutes on a move, but he once heard this thing wrong think, long think, or long think, wrong think, and he was like, that rhymes, so it must be true. So he figures like this move must be a mistake. Now, I have another theory about long thinks that sometimes people tend to have long thinks in positions where they don't know what to do. And
Exactly,
so
yeah.
if they'd played a quick move, it might also have been wrong, right? Like basically it reflects their perplexity and their difficulty in the moment, the amount of time they spend.
Yeah.
So to me, there's also a possibility that despite being a positional genius, Bakro might just be in a position where he's not feeling super comfortable. Like
Right, yeah.
like it might be slightly outside of his wheelhouse or whatever. And so that might be why he's bleeding time. What kind of a score might you need to finish in the top two? That's true, Jesse. We didn't do any awesome predictions to kick off this event. We just
Hmm.
Got right into the nitty gritty of this really, really modern, highfalutin, advanced Caro here. This short variation is so fancy, so hard to play. But you know, you need to be in the top two to get a candidate spot. Who do you think is going to be in the top two, and how many points are they going to score in 11 rounds?
Okay, I think it's almost impossible to guess who is going to do it because there's so much, like there's going to be some good drama happening here. The favorites are clearly the favorites. I know that's a dumb thing to say, but Gukesh, Arjun, Prague, Ali Reza, those are clearly the favorites. And then
Okay,
everybody
top four.
else, has chances.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But how many points? My first provisional answer is you're going to need 7 or 7.5.
Out of 11 or out of 10? Because it's 11 rounds now.
Oh, excuse me. I was thinking 9. Yeah. Let me do that. Let me do that again.
Yeah. 11 rounds.
I'm going to actually ask AI. To be- How many points out of 11 would a chess player need to score to be in the top two of a Swiss tournament? How many players we got, bud?
116.
With 116 players.
Because if you had 20 players, it'd be a very different score, right? So, yeah, 116. I'm going to guess 8.5 for first place.
So, first of all, 11 points guarantees first place
Oh,
finish.
wow. Thank goodness for AI, Jesse.
And there's also, all kinds of tie-break stuff. I assume that we haven't even gone deep into the
I haven't
rules.
gotten deep down the tie breaks yet, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you, AI is saying you probably need 9.5.
9.5 says AI, huh?
Yeah. And maybe that's true.
Mm-hmm.
I think one thing about it too is how bloodthirsty are people going to be? Like, for example, Gukesh is taking a risk now as black. I think that risk is paid off. Not to say he's going to win this game, but like this is definitely the position he wants. He's ahead in the clock, yada yada, right? Um, Whereas you got other players who kind of like to take it easy, the old guard.
Yeah.
So,
So, for what it's worth, FIDE scored 8.5 out of 11 to win the previous one.
okay.
Okay. So, that on its own might be more useful than the AI's number. Um, so 8.5 is plausible. Should give you a good shot. Um, I think Jesse, you listed some favorites. I was thinking about it a bit last night, which is only like 3 hours ago. But
Mhm.
I was thinking that Prague individually might be a little bit of a favorite. My first impression, I looked at the long list of people who were in the tournament, right? And you see there's something like 18 players rated 2,700. And you think, well, I mean, nobody's got an overwhelming chance, right? There's 15, 20 super GMs here. Everybody's got a 2% chance. Nobody's really a favorite. But then I was thinking about it and I thought, Prague has really had an impressive year. If they showed you performance ratings for the last 9 months, the list might not be so crowded. He might stand out.
Mm. The other thing interesting about Prague is my understanding is that in terms of the FIDE circuit, he is well positioned. So he could,
Yes,
I don't know if I'm going to say he's assured a spot there, but it's looking very good.
he's not assured, but he's in great shape. He's got
Yeah.
like double the points of the person in second place. So
Right.
he's throttling that competition. So in a sense, he doesn't need this as bad as other people, perhaps,
Like Arjun, right?
like Arjun,
Yeah.
um, who I think was second in the race last year to Fabi in a much closer race.
Mm.
Um, but when I think about it, Prague is tied for first in every tournament he's played this year, Jesse. Now, again, that means he'd be at the whims of tie breaks or things like that here, but I think he's finished in first place tie at 4 consecutive super tournaments this year. So I think if you looked at performance rating for this year, he'd be the highest.
To put it in perspective, how strong this tournament is, Vidit, who won this tournament, is on board 16.
Mm-hmm.
He's on board 16, bro.
Last time around, he was on board 15.
Yeah. Um, okay, boss, we have a variation.
Mm-hmm.
I think we had this in our guess. So it was A5 and then bishop A6 happened.
Mm-hmm.
And we're assuming rook C7, but
Right.
but Gukesh is thinking a little bit about like what is White's intention here.
Mm-hmm.
Rook C7 is by all means the most natural move.
Right.
I guess. Yeah, he's seeing if rook B8 makes any sense.
Right.
Um,
Also, one could calculate pawn takes d4.
I don't.
Um,
Yeah. Ugh.
and bishop c8 d e3 is a mess for white. Somewhat risky, but if white just takes on d4 by knight,
Yeah.
knight
That's White's
b,
dream. That's White's dream right there.
yeah, it's a little bit of a dream. A little hard to justify leaving that rook
Okay,
hanging.
so the expected rook C7 has come, and now we're going to see what Etienne's idea was. So
Right.
to recap, our one of the roads that Pruess went down that I didn't like, but I don't have a great idea for White yet,
Mm-hmm.
was AB AB DC BC C4 D4 Bishop D2. And one of the things I was saying too is I wasn't even sure that Black needed to play D4, but that position looked great for Black to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Um,
I've also been thinking, Jesse, that compared to what we
mhm.
said before, there's maybe some chance um, that white could do it and leave the pawn on a5, weirdly. I know part of the point of the pawn on a5 was to open our rook on the a file.
Uh-huh.
But you could also go dc, bc, c4, perhaps, saying the a pawn is there for space. Um,
Okay.
and of course, it
Because
takes
in
away a square from my
those
knight if
other
I push it.
variations, I had drama on the B file.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe I just take away knight b6 from black, but I'm also taking away bishop a5 and knight a5 from white, so I don't know how great it is.
Right. This, by the way, a lot of times you look at the computer and the computer is going to find something concrete.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very hard for me to see anything concrete here for White.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, Jesse, what do you think of Gukesh's time management this game?
So far, great. And I think what you can see is he really trained this Caro up. Like he had a good sense of what was going on. Like, for example, I feel pretty sure he had never looked at 11H3.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at a variation like this, kind of play it out, study it, you kind of often have a sense of like, okay, if they play a soft move like H3, then I'm ready for B6.
Uh-huh.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, I would say this is a very easy position to sink into a long think on, right? So, like if Gukesh wanted to think for 20 minutes, he could find things to think about here.
Luckily, Rook C7 you don't have to think about.
Yes. But I mean, but the other moves, right? First of all, the b6 choice.
Yeah, of
And then
course.
after white plays a5, you could play c5 or b5 or f6 or something. I
Okay.
mean,
So the expected AB has come. And now Etienne is going to show us his intention.
mm-hmm.
In terms of guess the move, I don't have a great move here for White. All I know is that if he allows us to play C4, we are at least doing fine.
I mean, I
At
think
least.
he's going to play my variation, Jesse, because what else is his bishop doing on a6, right? If he played something like c3, like a simple move, and lets Gukesh play c4, like you've been mentioning, the
Uh-huh.
knight on b3 is not particularly happy. It goes to c1 or d2. Either way, it kind of sucks, and black plays rook a7, maybe. And the bishop on a6 is not good. It's just no bueno.
Well, it does get to go to b5. It's not
Mm-hmm.
going to get lost.
Right.
If White does play a move like c3, to me it shows that he's like, okay, I'm going to get ready to buckle down to try to just hold this thing.
Mm-hmm.
I do feel that DC-BC, that's a big strategic capitulation because you're giving black the center completely.
Mm-hmm.
And the e5 pawn is permanently toast.
Okay. But I don't understand what else he's dangling around on a6 for. Because as you said, black looks pretty well poised to play c5, c4, just grabbing a bunch of space. And I don't know, the white pieces are just. They don't seem to be prepared.
No, I think he's drifting here. But Crow, actually, let's just say it the obvious thing. He's been drifting for several moves.
Okay, well, I'm going to drift my evaluation a little bit as well. I'm going to come down to what you said. I'm going to say that black might be a tiny smidge better. I don't want to get too excited because I still fundamentally believe that um, the position with DC and C4 for white, it still feels kind of sound.
Okay, I changed mine to negative zero point 0.4, just because I don't see C4 working easily for white here.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Do you mind me clicking around and just seeing what kind of positions Kamer, Adiz, Xiang, etc. have?
Okay.
So Jeffrey had some unusual prep in the exchange French.
Hmm.
He played the game very quickly. Look at him, a full hour ahead on the clock, Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
Dang. Yeah, and
Dang,
basically
he's,
he only thought about his last move, Jesse. That was his like first move of the game for him, Rook
he's
C1.
putting good pressure. He's got, I would say white's better. There's no doubt about it, right?
Well, White's got that space from the IQP, letting them play on the C and E files. The
Mm-hmm.
only obvious move for Black here is Bishop F5,
But
which
I mean,
Black hasn't.
reverse after knight c4 for sure. Like, where does the queen even go?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, that's bad news. No, I think bishop f5 is almost losing.
Knight C4, Queen D7. And if Knight E5, I'll just go back to D6. I think he would want to play the move D6 there, maybe.
He's got a lot of juicy
Looking
things.
for Knight B6 and Bishop
Another
D7.
basic one is bishop f5, knight c4, queen d7, queen b3.
Okay, yeah, just some pressure. Just some pressure. Okay, lovely. So he can just like play actively with the pieces. In many cases, leave d5 undefended. Sometimes push it further. Okay, there's a lot of juice. A lot of juice, actually.
This is Jeffrey's big chance. By the way, dude, you can see his ratings down to 2640, and
Yeah,
he had made it up to 2700.
yeah,
So that's pretty cool for Jeffrey to be in this spot, dude.
yeah,
Yeah, heroes are made in this first round. Heroes are made in this first round.
yeah. As opposed to a round robin, we're not expecting 115 draws and one win. Like, there's going to be some blood spilled in this round, and a lot of the lower rated players, they don't get to play the 2700 crowd very often, right? The
Oh,
2700s kind of keep to themselves. So this is their chance to sock them one.
okay. Bishop D7 was played. Um, the big question is, of course, does knight C4, how bad does knight C4 hurt? It looks like it hurts to me.
Yeah,
Okay, it looks like it hurts. But clearly, Prague has some kind of idea.
yeah. Oh no, I mean Jeffrey's position looks pretty pleasant.
I called it, boss. I called it. Back row played C3, sitting. He's decided to
Sitting.
sit. Yeah.
Well, to his credit, he didn't spend 20 minutes on his little sitting move because he's going to need his time.
So I think the sitting move, it's correct. And you know what he's saying is I'm not maybe I didn't get the position I wanted out of the opening, but fundamentally I feel like there's nothing wrong with my business.
Mm-hmm.
So I think uh I still like black.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's a huge question, Jesse, and to some extent impressive that he could play this in 4 minutes because there's a huge question where black could push c4 and then play
Mhm.
b5, right?
No, I can just take on b5.
Okay. And then rook b7,
No, but I have the out of bishop takes d7 if I need it.
right? Queen takes d7.
Okay, but he's not getting wasted there.
Well, but now the queen side's like a hot zone, so that c4 pawn is pretty good, right? We're playing to take on b2, and isn't the bishop on
Yeah.
f5 amazing? Pawn on c4 amazing?
I'm not thrilled with the sacking the pawn. Um, but yeah, but let's just stress that position's totally fine for black. Um, and the bummer for white after c3 is c4 looks like a nice position for black, but black might have a variety of other moves, which it could also be incredibly challenging to face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's other stuff too. But I think already just that b5 move, Jesse. I know you don't lose a piece, but if black takes on b2, then the game's being played around that weak c3 pawn, strong c4 pawn.
Mhm.
White's given up the good light squared bishop. It feels very perilous to me strategically.
Mhm.
So yeah, I mean he played c3 pretty quickly for how scary that line is to me. Let's see Garel ADs, who also was prepped. Holy moly! Also an hour ahead of Vincent Kamer.
Mhm. Mhm.
So his prep went pretty far after knight b3, the first moment where Vincent was really thinking. He castled, ADs blitzed out queen h5, and Vincent thought for 38 and a half minutes. Wow.
Oh,
That's
show us the line, bud. What happened after Queen H5?
that's the record for now. 38 and a half minutes. White plays rook d1. Queen came in. Rook d4. He hunts down that queen trade and trades everything.
Yeah, personally, dog, I think black is fine.
Yeah, what's the big deal, Vincent? I mean, why did you spend half your time on this? That's just normal stuff.
Well, he wants to check it. But he knows he's playing a computer at that point, right? Like your opponent plays Queen H5, and it's not like you're playing just some chump GM. You're playing Stockfish 7, the
Yeah.
latest Stockfish, dude,
Yeah.
But this position just looks normal, and the knight on C3 to me means that, it's poor,
Mm-hmm.
and black should be fine. I wouldn't mind playing this as white though. I understand why you could get into this.
Yeah. I would probably play b4.
Oh, I wouldn't play b4.
Otherwise, black's going to play c5.
No, in general, you don't want to move those pawns, but it's just going to help me make juice over there.
Make juice. All right.
I would
Pretty
say
sick.
King F2 is the natural move. Yeah.
Hmm.
Play King F2, and if you can, start advancing your coconuts on your side of the board.
Okay. Fair enough. Shanklin's position is still pretty piano, but I would say kind of obviously preferable for white.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I mean, he's just got a bunch of space. Black looks like he's still kind of starting the game, still kind of waking up sleepily. Yeah, nothing. Black hasn't built anything too impressive for 13 moves of chess. Knight on d7, bishop on f8. Then we got Divya with the controversial position. So
I
we
think
have,
Ali Race has got an amazing position. Well, it's at least it's full spice.
okay, quick c5 from Puranic. And they're both bleeding time, but yeah, this is intense for white because black's coming straight for the d4 square. Okay, and those are our early games that we're looking at.
Oh shit. Mr. Bruce, I gotta go, buddy. I've really blown it.
Oh,
Bye,
oops.
but I'll be back. I'll be back.
Yeah, yeah. Oops. He'll be back. We'll switch views. And I'm just gonna shave a few pixels off the top here. And then just let it be. I'm not gonna go crazy about the pixels. All right, we got another sensei, another contender. Coming in hot on Jesse's heels. I'm gonna make all of you fools read my name here. Stick it into the scene. Whew. All right, what happened to Jesse? He forgot to take his kids to school. That's what happened to Jesse. Pay attention, folks. You're gonna leave a kettle on the stove and then start looking at some chess, and that's the end. Yeah. I should have warned him, but I was also looking at chess, so I forgot. In a couple hours, I'm gonna forget my kids. Maybe somebody here can warn me. In like 2.5 hours, I should go pop in on them for like 5 minutes. Give them some breakfast and say good luck with your day. So, oh hey Rachel, how are the early returns in Samarkand? Hour and a half, and there's nobody to interview yet, right? Just everybody's fighting. This is miserable for Prague here today. Whew. Too much prep, too much scary. I think Jesse's move queen b3 would make some sense here. Not the only move, of course. Knight a5 attacks 2 pawns, so you have to have something in mind. Probably queen b4. Going after the knight. Looks plausible. There's no live coverage on the site, Rachel. So, like, if you're waiting around outside, you don't even know which players are finishing up their games or anything, huh? We're just going to gloss over the fact that it's unfortunate to you that you're watching our stream. I think, Drew, the reason he didn't play queen b4 last move is because that square is so important for dealing with knight a5. So if he'd played queen b4 initially, white would play a3, kick the old lady. She heads back in, knight a5, boom. It all falls apart. So, yeah, queen f8, keeping that square available for later. And I think, big candidate move for white is queen b3, taking over that square, attacking that pawn, and getting off the rook. Huge empty warehouse. All right. Where the sounds echo when you walk from your feet. All right. Well, I'll try and tell you who's about to resign or draw or lose, although I'm not watching all 58 games. Yeah, we don't have a real bird's eye view on this. Jesse likes to drill down into one game, so we've gone deep into this crazy caro that I have never properly understood. Shanklin prepped me for this once. I understood it for one day. For one day, I had the info in my head. I played this line. Now it's buried in there. Buried. Right, we're on delay. We don't know what happened. So tell us what happened. All right, Wagner gets a piece past the third rank with knight h5 against Sam, the one who taught me this Bakro Gukesh position once long ago. This move, asks questions about knight takes e5. I've got questions about knight takes e5. Let's have a quick look. If black takes by pawn, this is a disaster. That's the tactical point, right? So we're threatening f7, so black doesn't have a lot of fancy latitude with this knight to do whatever, right? We could take knight f7 or bishop f7. Something's winning. So I think the main move black might have in mind is knight e5. He thought 17 minutes before he played knight h5. Sometimes if your opponent thinks 17 minutes, you save yourself the 17 minutes and you don't calculation check them. I wonder if Sam would be practical and just say, hey, he checked it. I don't need to spend my time double checking it. But on the other hand, calculating some things sometimes gets you into the game. So let's have a quick look. I assume black's plan is to trap the queen in this position here. And again, it's d-e5. I guess rook e5 to defend the knight. It's also more conceivable that you could maybe play something like knight f4 here and just leave this pawn hanging because f7's not hanging now. You've got some juice here. And if white doesn't take your extra pawn, then you take on e5 with your pawn and you're pretty good. If white takes, can we just keep going? Maybe so. Maybe that's the plan. Because this line here is kind of intense. So thinking white could maybe go here. But black has knight d3 again. Oh, cool. Kostya pops in. And a raid. Thanks for the raid, Timel. Pop in here. Change the co-host name.
What's up, everyone? How we doing? Grand Swiss, FIDE Grand Swiss. Here we go. It's live. I'm so excited.
Oh, you look super ready, Kostya.
I'm so pumped, dude.
Nice, nice.
This tournament is like, I was just looking at the people playing, and it's just such a good tournament.
Yeah. I love that the whole top 100 is there as well.
Yeah, I mean, oh, dude.
I think people are often focused on like who are the top 5 seeds or whatever, but basically nobody didn't show up. Like if you look at the boards, it's like 26, 69, 26, 68, 26, and like everybody came.
Yeah, I mean, okay, there's three people I would say notably not playing.
Yep,
Magnus Carlsen,
yep,
understandably.
yep,
Bobby Caruana, also
yeah.
understandably.
Qualified
He's
from the
already
grand from the Grand Tour or whatever the Grand Prix
he's
standing thing
already
is from last year.
qualified.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's got US championships in a month. He doesn't need this.
no.
And number three, Hikaru Nakamura.
Hikaru
Also,
Nakamura, yeah,
now that one is more difficult to explain.
yeah. Well, it's not hard to explain. It's just the explanation is a little open to people having different opinions about the choices.
But we're happy about who is here,
Yeah.
which includes not just like all the strongest players, but also like all the juniors you'd be excited to see.
Hmm.
Andy Woodward is playing.
Yeah. Ivan Zemlyansky
I
from
was just gonna
my
say,
junior team.
Ivan,
Good
big
old
ol'
Ivan.
little Ivan, he's playing.
Yeah.
I mean, some of our friends are playing, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, what a tournament.
Yeah.
What a tournament.
Yeah. I love how everybody's there. I mean, how often do you have a tournament that everybody's at? That's one of the cool things about the Olympiad is
Yeah.
how many people are there. But even at the Olympiad, you got some people missing because there are these strong countries that have more than 4 or 5 top dogs, right? So like, Russia, the US, India, if they're not the host country and they don't have 3 teams, you're missing some folks.
Yeah. Now, I know you were on with Jesse. Did you guys do
Yeah.
any predictions or favorites?
We were starting in it. Jesse gave his predictions. He said the favorites are the favorites. And he says from Prague down
Interesting.
to Ali Reza, those 4 are the top candidates for the top 2 spots. Um and I made a distinction that I think Prague actually stands out from all the rest of them. Not that he's
Hmm,
going to finish like 2 points ahead of everybody, but he's tied for first place in every single tournament this year.
right.
So, um, I think that if we looked at performance ratings for the last 9 months, Prague might be the top player in the world in 2025. The FIDE, we really need a second or a third list, Kostya. Like the FIDE
Mm.
rating list, I'm not saying we should abolish it or change it. I'm just saying we need another list. We
Where's
need,
Jakob Aagaard right now? He, I think, would really be agreeing with you.
yeah,
Big
I
time.
mean, he might just want to trash their list and replace it, but like, I think we should be able to see a couple different things, right? Like, I do think that the rating that you've achieved over your career is something interesting, but we got to be able to glance at it and see who's having a good year or a bad year. And right now they need experts, right? Like the people looking at 2700chess.com, they need you or me to tell them like who gained 10 points this year, who went down 10 points, whose performance rating is what, who hasn't played a tournament yet.
Yeah, well, there is a FIDE circuit,
Hmm.
which, like, if you look at the FIDE circuit, it's clear that Praggnanandhaa has dominated this year. Uh,
Right, but there was one weird thing on the FIDE circuit, like the guy who's in fourth or fifth place. Um,
mm, hmm
Let me see if I can find this for you real quick. There's like a surprising name,
right.
who's in like fourth or fifth place, and I'm pretty certain that they are not like fourth or fifth base place in the
So
in the ratings this year. Okay, Bluebaum Matias, number 4, Kostya.
number four,
I doubt he's anywhere in the top 10 performance ratings in the world this year. So
and why did he? Oh, because he won the European Individual Championship. I mean, that's a big tournament.
right, but Prague won like 4 super tournaments, right? So
Yeah, no, I mean, Prague is way ahead of him.
I think Bluebaum probably lost points at some of his other tournaments because his rating is sort of like normal for him, right? 2650 FIDE.
I think the one that doesn't make sense to me is the guy right under Blue Bomb, Carlsen Magnus, who only has two events with the same number of points.
Right. Exactly. Carlson 43.96. And if you look a little further down the list, there's Dingley Ren with 40.64 points. Now, I
40
think
points.
he got
Yeah.
40 points for losing the world championship match and
Yes.
0.64 maybe somewhere else.
You have 40 points for Rook F2, basically.
Oh, that's harsh.
I'm sorry.
Bringing up
I'm
Rook
sorry.
F2.
I'm sorry.
um, but yeah, when I look at the FIDE circuit, which is a cool thing, it doesn't tell me the performance ratings totally.
No, no, no.
Yeah,
Of course not.
yeah,
But the FIDE circuit is one of the reasons why I think it'd be quite funny if Prague won this event because then he'd be getting in through this event and then the FIDE circuit would completely explode
yeah,
and then we'd have like, the yearly race to the top that we always get.
yeah,
Because then all of a sudden, like Geary's leading the circuit, Noterbeck is there, or Blue Mom can get into the candidates with a good event.
yeah,
With
yeah,
all due respect, that'd be fun.
yeah. Maybe Blue Bomb's gonna qualify from the Grand Swiss here and not even need the circuit.
He might shut us all up and win the whole thing. I mean,
Yeah,
who's won this thing before? Was it Caruana or Ferrugia who won? Ferrugia, right? I think one of them won, one of them got second,
got second.
basically,
Yeah,
that year.
yeah.
And then Vidit won the following year, which I think was a big surprise to
Hmm.
everyone. So, yeah, this tournament can absolutely have a surprise winner. Just someone gets hot at the last moment, wins the last game, everyone else draws, and that's it.
Yeah,
They sneak in.
yeah. But but anyway, yeah. Back to the predictions. I think Prague is a favorite. Just period. Like ahead of everybody else. I think like his 2025 is just the best of anyone right now. I was just watching the Sinkfield Cup. Um, maybe 1 week ago or so. It's very recent, and he tied for first there as well. Um, and he was in good form. He's almost never losing. He's not running away with it and scoring hundreds of points, but he's always at the top. Um, so I think Prague like solo is a favorite, and then the question is who else would be a favorite for a second spot? Then it's a little bit more of a toss up. And I feel like it's a little more like a bunch of equals.
Hmm. By the way, I'm just noticing that the game with Fallujah and Basim Amin has exploded.
Okay. King's Indian,
Uh,
of course, first thing that Kostya notices.
which, by the way, totally makes sense because both of these guys are King's Indian experts.
Yeah.
Fallujah for sure, but Amin also is like one of the top. So this is wild to see them. And Fallujah just played King D2 willingly, paying tribute, as you would say.
Uh huh.
And generally, King isn't great on D2 in these positions. So like,
Yeah.
first glance, I would think Black is doing like really, really well.
Yeah, Black's also temporarily up a pawn, and all their pieces are out in the game, right? Which is you can't take for granted in the King's Indian. Sometimes there's one or two pieces that are stuck somewhere.
Yeah.
Uh, no, it looks amazing for Black, and
So,
very bold to play the King's Indian against Fallujah.
I mean, yes, I would do it myself.
Mm.
Uh, but at the same time, it's uh, yeah, I don't know. It's a very interesting choice. But why not? Go big or go home. Uh,
Mhm.
so
As
love it.
Black, I just want to tear the whole board open, Coasting. I want to play C6, B5, like
Yeah.
just tear everything up. I don't even think not even think about the consequences. Just if the move looks explosive, do it.
Hey, what's up? Not Joel. Does Amin ever play something else though? I don't know. I assume all these guys do. I
Yeah,
just assume I haven't seen his Nimzo games.
probably at this level.
But maybe he is a fanatic that just plays it every game. Um, I know he plays it a lot. Okay, David, so you said you don't know if there's like a favorite, but yeah, I was more wondering if you have someone you're rooting to win?
Oh man, Amin also plays the Bogo Indian and the Dutch. That's a sketchy repertoire against D4.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Whew.
That's the guy you play D4 against.
Yeah, that is definitely someone you play D4 against. Sorry, your question about the favorites?
Well, I'm wondering if you're rooting for anyone.
Rooting for anyone? Oh yeah, I'm rooting for tons of people. That's part of the problem. Like I'm rooting for so many people, they're like playing against each other, like all over the place. I'm rooting for Divya Deshmukh and Abhimanyu Puranik.
Okay.
They may not top other people's lists of who's going to qualify for the candidates, but I hope that they have a great tournament. Each of them, and they're just playing an insane battle here in the Queen's Gambit Exchange from the very beginning.
Why are you rooting for Puranik? I understand Divya.
Mm. So remember we played in Sitges and he was there.
Hmm.
I have a real, I don't know if soft spot's even the right word. I have a real love for the warriors of the circuit. The people who get no invites and just go like tournament to tournament to tournament, just playing all the time for like $1,000. The dude has to play a tournament every week, basically, to make $1,000. Um,
Yeah, but he's one of the Indian players, so he probably gets some nice sponsorship, no?
he might have some sponsorship, but I mean, on the Indian list, he's probably like number 10 or so. So I mean, I don't think he's got like a machine behind him helping him become world champion. Maybe he's got a livelihood, and then it's on him to just fight. From
Yeah.
hotel to hotel to hotel. And I remember when I was looking at tournaments to play in that year, when we were looking at Sitges, and I was like looking at the calendar ahead for like other tournaments to play in, he was on the pre-reg list of every single tournament I looked at, Kostya.
Hmm.
Like I was looking ahead, like March, April, May, what's the next tournament I could play after Sitges? And the organizers had like lists up, oh, it's going to be a strong tournament. Here's like pre-registered players. He was on every single tournament. And I was like, that guy. What a
Nice.
guy,
And then didn't he win the year that we played Sitges?
Yeah.
Nice.
He's great, and he's like slowly gone from 2600 to 2640. And I say slowly not because it was like a ton of years, but partly because it was a ton of games. you
Mhm.
know, a ton of games. I'm just very impressed. I hope that he enjoys his playing, 160 games a year or whatever it is.
Right.
I don't know him at all. I've never even said hi. I just hope that he's got a happy life because he's
Nice.
working really hard.
That's sweet. I also heard that he was the second of Divya recently.
Jeez, that's brutal.
Yeah. I forget which tournament it was, but someone was saying he was her second.
Wow.
So yeah, rough first pairing.
Yeah.
Um,
Um. So
fine.
Jesse likes to look at one game. So we were looking at Gukesh versus Bakro.
Mm-hmm.
Gukesh just thought for 30 minutes while we were talking about predictions.
Nice.
And then played C takes D4, the move that looks like absolutely the move Black least wanted to play there. So very
Right.
interesting. Very interesting that. Also, Kostya, Jeffrey Xiong has an amazing position against Prague today.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
It
Um,
looks nice. Yeah, when I first saw it, I thought it was like one of those like E4, E5 positions they were playing in the candidates with like knight G7 or like weird bishop C5 stuff. But
mhm.
no, it's just exchange French.
Yeah.
Just regular old exchange. Now, just looking through these games, it's clear that there's going to be a lot of draws today, which to me it's like such a weird first round of a tournament because it's like you're not a lot of these guys aren't really playing down. They're just playing like other very strong grandmasters
Oh,
with
yeah.
like maybe a lower rating, but like, you know, uh yeah, I don't think a lot
Yeah.
of these guys playing black are like, yeah, I'm gonna definitely win today. Like it's
Yeah, I
not
mean,
happening, but
the
will be some upsets.
2700s are pared down 100 points. But the 2600s are still just paired against other 2600s, like Shanklin Wagner. I mean, 60-point difference, and a lot of other boards are similar to that, right? So,
Yeah. No, and especially when you play black against someone, then it's like really hard. So it's like the guys with white, those are the ones that like really need to win. Like Arjun, Firouzja, Noterbek,
hmm
the favorites with white, they've got a bit of pressure.
hmm
But it's also a long tournament, so you can
right.
start off with a couple draws and like completely go on a run
Yeah. Or you could lose like Vidit did in the first round
and lose. Yeah.
2 years ago and still make it happen. So I don't know there's like huge pressure to start winning every game, but we were saying, you want something like 8.5 points. So you're gonna have to win some games somewhere. Like you're gonna have to spend half your time winning games. So yeah, you start
Mhm.
start looking.
If you got a chance to play this tournament, would you go?
Kostya's already answered yes in real life, like by going.
Um, that's true. I did play this tournament twice when it was an open section. And it was a great event before FIDE co-opted it for their cycle and then took credit for it.
And then
Uh,
Gate capped
and
it.
and moved it out of, the Isle of Man. So just completely just stole their event, basically.
Yeah.
Um, it's very actually it is very sad because the Isle of Man Swiss was the same tournament they used to the same was run by the same people that would also run the Gibraltar Swiss, which was also just a great event.
Ooh.
And then they stopped running that one because the hotel burned down. And then FIDE stole the Grand Swiss, and now there used to be two amazing events. Now there's none
Yeah.
from Stewart Conquest and Co.
Yeah.
Um,
How do you feel about them limiting this tournament to the top 100? Should it still just be an open tournament, Kostya? It could be
no,
a
I mean
qualifier and an open, right?
as far as like candidates go, I mean, I think what they're doing is fine. Like it's
Okay.
super strong.
Yeah.
Would it be great for me and other like IMs and FMs if we could also play? Sure.
hmm
Absolutely. But I kind of get it. I am very curious about the story of the last board and the opponent of Saleh Salem
Okay.
because he's playing a 2287
hmm
from
Maybe
Nigeria,
Nigeria.
who I don't know if like I guess it might be some kind of like FIDE wild card
Um,
or maybe
there are
qualifier.
4 continental spots. I know that.
Got it.
So, like each continental tournament could qualify 4 players. So there's the top 100, then 4 players, I think, from each continent, and then, 1 or 2 organizer wild cards.
I see. Yeah, yeah. So that's okay. There's at least another IM in the there's a 2480 IM also there. That's tough for that one dude. It's
That
like
one dude. Yeah.
not a strong grand. We're not even talking about like he's the only one not a GM. He's like not the only one not a strong GM
Yeah.
there.
There's no normal GMs for him to try out.
There, there really isn't. Maybe one guy like yeah, there's a 2488 Grandmaster from Uzbekistan,
hmm
sure it's very strong.
Oh, you mean this Muhammad? No, he's the IM.
Yeah, there's an IM, and
Or
then
take Nigmatov. Yeah, that guy's scary despite the rating.
I mean he's scary, but he's 2490,
Right.
and he doesn't look like he's 13 years old, so
hmm
maybe that's a playable game.
Yeah, it looks like they gave Uzbekistan like 3 or 4 extra players, right? Because
Yeah,
we see the lowest rated players there. We've got Nigmatov, Muhammad, Abdumalik, and Vakidov.
yeah. But okay, I mean that makes total sense. They're the organizers, and their players are quite strong.
Yeah. Every time I look at a board, I have to open it up. Now I've got board creep. Jesse wouldn't be happy, but so much of my junior team is here. I have to check on them. So I know that Cartier, who we haven't seen in a while, good to see you, Cartier. Hope you've been well. I know that you'll be happy to see that we've got the Turkish prodigies here.
Yeah.
Erdogmus is playing white against Goryachkina. And it looks like he was like, forget about castling. Let's just run the G pawn.
Uh, nice two Turkish kids together. You think they stay together, or you think they're separate room situation?
I don't know if they're buddies or if they hate each other, you know?
Feel like they should be bunking together, just playing blindfold chess through all hours of the night.
Right? Yeah. Have bunk beds and just play all night.
Hey. I want to know who Chad is rooting for, and I'll just say I'm rooting for a couple players
Okay.
specifically.
Yeah, my list is
Um,
too long, so tell us, who do you want to see?
so I am definitely rooting for Levon Aronian
Okay.
because I think that, it's one of his last years where he has any chance.
Yeah.
And he's had a good run.
Hmm.
And when he was like number two, number three, I was just such a huge fan of his play. So I just always, yeah, love seeing him fight. And I feel like he can still do it. Like I feel like he's actually underrated now. He's like a little bit under the radar. Like a couple of years ago, he would have been just one of the absolute favorites.
Hmm.
And I think that doesn't really go away. So I think he still has it in him. And he did really well with like the freestyle thing. So I feel like he's got this like new confidence.
Hmm.
And I'm also very much rooting for Vasil Ivanchuk because I saw he's playing.
Nice.
And oh yeah, he was playing Merzen round one. Just a great matchup.
Wow.
Just fantastic. And he's keeping the kid under bay. So I think he's gonna safely. I think he'll be fine this first round. I don't think he's gonna win the whole thing, but
Yeah.
I'm just rooting for.
Yeah. Yeah, well, looks like Vincent is alive against a D's. I believe in this f5 pawn break he played, making some space for his bishop. It looks playable. Um, even though this was Adiz's whole scheme to get this position. Um, we've got folks rooting for a niche in chat, which is interesting. You don't often run into that, right, Kostya? People rooting for a niche.
No, why would you say I'm rooting for Anish too? Actually,
Okay.
he would literally be my third name
Your
if
third
I.
name. Okay, now you say
Yeah, no, I'm really into like the legacy guys that are, I
that.
grew up watching.
Cool. Cool. Yeah, I mean,
And
Anish is amazing. I've just never before heard somebody say like, "I'm rooting for Anish to win this tournament." I've never seen that before.
really,
Yeah.
I rooted for him every year to win Kanze
Oh,
because
okay.
that's like his
Yeah.
home turf, and
Yeah.
you would just think it'd be special for him.
I feel like people like him, but I never hear people going like, "Oh yeah, like Anish, like we got to win this thing, man."
People root for Anish. Guys, come on, someone must root for Anish, right? Who was the Skebix? Okay, Skebix named him. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. So did Callum, but it's a first for me. See, sometimes people root for him to draw all his games. Other people root for him to not draw all his games.
Yeah, but the draw thing it really gets me because it's such a there's so many worse players. It's
Yeah.
like such a bummer.
Yeah. No, it's tough because they always pick like one name, right? Every generation they pick one name,
Yeah,
and then like you're the draw guy, and like
right.
every joke is on you.
Yeah,
Before him, it was Lecco,
it was
right? And then
100%.
and then Anish inherited the mantle, and
And Leiko, I feel like was a bit more deserved, not in a bad sense, but in the sense that he had this reputation, as far as I know, like that with Black, he wanted to kill the game, like with prep.
yeah,
And he was like, I remember him like that was interesting to him, like not in like a cynical way, like,
right,
he just doesn't want to play chess, but in just like he preps a ton and he kind of believes like it's Black's job to neutralize White, right?
right,
So if he finds like a clean neutralization where there's
yeah,
no fight, it's kind of it's like a beautiful draw, like in a study.
sure, It's
And
the truth.
obviously
It's the
this
truth.
goes against, many people's sensibilities, but that's just kind of how I always saw it. So I never felt like it was, just how he approaches the game. And then of course,
Yeah.
with White, he would, I mean, always be well prepared and fighting. I mean, not like, I feel like he would always take, um, like he wouldn't try the most dangerous lines, right? But you're not going to get to like the 27, 50 plus level without being an absolute killer, right?
He
So
was always fighting to, not play the most risky line. Yeah.
I'm not saying his reputation wasn't undeserved.
Right.
No, no. In fact, I said the opposite. I said
Yeah.
it's
You
deserved.
said it was deserved. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But not in a bad way. Not in like he's ruining the game kind of thing. But just
Right.
like that was his thing. He was trying to really kill the, like I feel like those are his words, like to kill the game with black.
Hmm.
Um
Yeah. Somebody's got to kill the game, right? Somebody's got to grow it. Somebody's got to spread it. Somebody's got to kill it. Kill the game.
exactly. Exactly. Without Joker, there is no Batman, right? Batman's unemployed without a Joker, guys.
Right.
Okay? That's how it works.
Yeah. Okay, so Kostya's rooting for Aronian, who I think is somebody who could legitimately win the tournament. Then Kostya's rooting for Ivanchuk, who's not going to win the tournament, but I think everybody roots for Ivanchuk. And then Kostya's going to say Giri. Giri's had a good year.
Ooh, I have a prediction. Okay, I think Ivanchuk is gonna play one of like our favorites in one of the rounds, like maybe Gukesh or
Oh
Prague or
God, it
someone
just
like
spoiled
that,
their whole tournament.
and spoil their whole tournament.
Take out somebody in the top 10.
Yeah, maybe like Fallujah next round. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But really, what offends me more about the Geary stuff is that it's just such a tiresome joke. I think I'm more
Yeah.
offended that it's just such a
Mm-hmm.
old joke.
Yeah, you're one of those get some new material people.
Exactly. Exactly. You know? Make fun of him for like the endgame AI thing or others.
Heard it before. Ho ho ho.
Yeah, I think Decan is right. At least this is what Jakob Ager likes to say, is that Anish is actually very, very strong, but often fails in like the concrete uh, part of the technical phase or the conversion phase, and then that's where so he basically screws up winning positions and then or good positions, and then those end up in draws.
Yeah. Because yeah, I wanted to like use some of your expertise on the King's Indian, so I put the Alireza game up,
Yes.
and I guessed his move first of all.
Hmm.
But I even had a question for you. Why is he thinking? Like, what is he going to play other than Queen G4? Um, Apparently, this was a 10-minute think,
Hmm.
and his previous move was Bishop takes F5. He thought 10 minutes about it. I would say when he played Bishop F5, he could have predicted Bassem Amin's move pretty much 100%.
Yeah.
So essentially, he's spending 21 minutes on offering a queen trade with his king in the center and trying to win control over the e4 square, which is kind of key for white. What gives? What else was going on?
I don't know. I'm really curious about this opening too because like I've played this line for white a couple of times, this Petrosian system with H3. And yeah, I think black played like kind of one of the critical setups against it. But I remember my notes saying that white is still supposed to get like small advantage. So I'm just curious, like where exactly did Fallujah go wrong? I'm not really sure, but his position optically just definitely doesn't look like it went right. Now, in terms of like what he was thinking about, still haven't come up with a move exactly. I mean, maybe, you consider like A3 for white or something like that. Um, but I guess black is in the position black would be threatening like H6, right? So,
Hmm. Also, if you play a3, you weaken the b3 square here.
oh
Um,
yeah, yeah, A3 actually is not good. Yeah,
I'd even thought
A3,
of like a4, a3 for black here because it's like a moment where white can't really play a3 because b3 is too weak.
hmm
Um, But I mean, to me, like the good scenario for white is obvious. It's you trade queens, you put a knight on e4, and then you're slightly better in the endgame because the bishop on g7 is still unhappy.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Queen g4 plays straight towards that. It looks
Yeah.
really obvious.
No,
So
makes sense. Mm-hmm. No, no, I agree. I mean, yeah, first of all, to bail out, and then second of all, hey, maybe the end game is good. Yeah.
yeah.
And now I'm wondering what black should do here, because I think you're also worse if you play Queen f6.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even more worse than in the end game, because white will take on e4.
Mm-hmm. Right, and then if you're not offering a queen trade, you're just backing up further and further with your queen, and then the g file's kind of risky. If white triples on it, then there are certain tactics that come up.
So I feel like black has to do something quick here. Like knight d3, try to take on b2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like you want to make a threat, right? You feel like you've got about one move to make a threat.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh la la, we're gonna have to switch scenes. Jesse, are you back for a bit?
Yeah, I'm back, bro. I made it.
All right.
Oh, nice. Let's go.
So we're gonna take this. Try fancy technique. We go here. I'm gonna mess around with my templates for a moment, friends. All right, so we're gonna do this.
Oh, dude. Uh, Guke stopped for 29 minutes, bruv.
I know.
He returned to his old form.
I knew you wouldn't be pumped about it. And then he played what looked like the worst possible move, or the move that white would have picked for him if white could pick.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Call it the move your opponent would have chosen for you.
At the end, was surprised he thought for 10 minutes on CD4, man. Yeah, amazing. All right, I'm just making myself a coffee. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm working on getting your picture in here.
Yeah, this Caro's an interesting one. All the top guys, they play the Caro when they're like trying to win. But always leads to these like really tough positions. But very complicated now. Knight d2. So Bakro is maybe sacrificing a pawn here. Do we think the kid is coming back a bit at the top level? I haven't really seen it come back in any way. Mostly I just see it less and less. Um, like in the past, you would have top players like elite players that would play it, like Naka and stuff. But now it's like really rare. But you just have a couple like really strong like 2600s playing, like Basi Mamin, Gawain Jones. Um, Maybe Rapport is like one of the stronger players that plays it from time to time. So you really don't see it that often. I think it's just very hard to play it every game because you'll just get hit with prep after prep. Also, even if you could prepare everything, it's just kind of a risky opening. Just by playing it, you're almost guaranteeing you're going to lose more games with black than if you played something solid. Maybe you'll win more too, but it's of course it's just a big risk every time you play it. So
I think it's also a competition, and like the Queen's Gambit has done so well for black.
yeah.
For those who are happy to drop, which is a lot of people, that it's kind of taken up a lot of space. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Um, so yeah, I mean, some of us, we still think about like the kind of positions we want, but yeah, the top feel like they're very comfortable to just be solid with black. Maybe I need some Lyco in me, you know?
Mm-hmm.
If I had some Lyco in me, my last tournament would have been very different.
Could have just tried to draw all those black games, every one of them.
Yeah. It's not even a good win with black against low rated player weapon. No, I think it is one of the best for that, for sure. Um, but uh, yeah, I mean, if you're talking about the context of this tournament, just because you're playing 100 points down as black, doesn't mean you'll be able to overpower your opponent. So, if you're someone like, okay, well, someone mentioned like Prague in the chat. Like for Prague, it seems like King's Indian maybe didn't work, right? So, okay, Prague is probably a stronger player than Jeffrey Zhang, but if they get into a sharp opening that doesn't work for Prague, like that's super dangerous. So, um, you never know.
Yes, Skivix, I play everything against d4 pretty much. Um, I rarely play the Dutch nowadays, but play a lot of stuff. Um, at my last tournament, which was already a while ago, but at my last tournament, I played the King's Indian because I've been learning it from Kostya's course available on ChessDojo.club. Um, so yeah, it was terrifying, but I played it. I also play, Queen's Gambit Decline, Semi-Slav. Spent a long time playing the Benoni. Not sure I would do that now. Nimzo, Queen's Indian, Queen's Gambit accepted. Gruenfeld. Anything.
So, David, I used the Dojo database to look at this game here. And as we kind of felt, back row's Rook E1 was the first move not played by other players. And what was the natural move? A5, which he ended up doing later anyway.
Yeah.
Um, so that was kind of interesting. He was also, I think, on his own though, because even before Rook E1, he was just kind of, taking a little bit of time.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah,
the whole thing
so
with H6 G5 has been played numerous times.
that says he didn't really expect the Caro for today.
Yeah, I mean,
He had
black has
not brushed
so
up on
many
this.
lines too in the advance. Like the H6 G5 setup is like just one of them. And then there's also like all the sharp C5 lines and stuff.
Hmm.
And there's like, you can play like A5 at any moment. Black, so yeah, I can't imagine he's like super booked up.
All right, Xiang's got a big threat. Cartier just asked us how the exchange French was going. So Xiang's got a big threat here, D6. Um,
Ooh, and he's up on the clock. Oh boy.
Not obvious how to stop that threat, other than to send the queen back to F8, whence she just came.
Oh, there's Ricky 8, right?
Oh yeah, so there is. Rook E8 is interesting. D6 anyway. Rook E5, Queen E5, Queen E5, Knight E5. C takes D6, Knight D7, Knight D7, Rook C7.
Mm-hmm.
And then put the light scored bishop on D5. There's a certain torment to that simple position.
Yeah, that looks better for white.
Considerably unpleasant, right?
Yeah. Unpleasant. Yeah.
Maybe the best black can do is knight c5, bishop d5, knight e6.
Right.
Hoping to trade rooks on b7. But even that's like rook b7, bishop b7, a5. That looks like a pretty terrible endgame for black.
So, Kostya, what are your...
Jesse, wait, what does Jesse think about that one? That bishop versus knight.
Wait, which one?
It's almost on the David screen.
Oh, yeah. Black should probably hold that.
Yeah, okay.
I would think, yeah, draw, but white's better.
Probably just no hassle draw, though.
Wow, okay.
Okay, I think we should look at this Gukesh game of the day.
Yeah.
Basically, Gukesh is saying, boss, I'm about to steal a pawn. You're going to need to play something like f4. I still like black's position. I think me and David both were a little suspicious of the CD move, but in principle, I still like his position.
Does knight b5 trap his rook?
Well, we got to look, yeah.
Maybe to the tune of a draw by repetition, but...
Why would it be a draw, though, by repetition? How does the rook get out?
I don't know. If it went somewhere like c6 or something.
But then bishop b7 does trap the rook.
Okay.
Oh.
Now, it's got to be said, he could have done that last move, too.
Well, before knight d2, if there was knight b5, then black would go bishop f3 and knight e5 probably.
Knight b5 played.
This is getting hectic.
Yeah.
Probably he's just going to take on e5 and
then play down in exchange.
Yeah, but not right now because bishop takes b6. Maybe rook c6 first and then knight
e5. Rook c6, because then if you go bishop b7, my knight's going to land on d3.
Oh, right. And you're going to get a bishop instead of a knight.
Yeah. So I'm guessing that's what his intention is.
But rook c6, can white just play like knight f3? Is that a thing? Yeah.
Knight f3.
Mm-hmm.
If I take on e5, you want to go bishop g5 or so?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, how about knight c5?
So knight f3, knight c5?
Yeah.
Rook c6 played.
So knight f3, knight c5, but then...
Now, I just want to stress, if I was white here and concerned about my position, sure, maybe I'd look at knight f3, but my first question would be, does knight d4 force a draw immediately?
Yeah, just so we know, like obviously none of us would ever do it against Gukesh, but like just to know, right?
Just to know. I was like, does this draw knight d4? Now, black could sack the exchange, but it's not nearly as powerful because the knight doesn't get the d3 square.
Well, what if he went to c5? Is there a refutation to that?
Let's try. I was thinking knight 2, b3.
Knight 2 to b3. Okay.
And now you could play knight e5. That might be a better version of the sack.
Knight e5.
It's still pretty unclear because takes, knight f3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and c pawn hangs.
Risky.
This is where they're going to need the time back too, because now it's truly like where you need to calculate / evaluate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have. I like this rook c5 idea, by the way, David. It's very interesting. If we realize too that are we going to see the old Gukesh where he would play on even if he thought he was worse? That's one of my questions.
I think that is the old and current Gukesh.
Well, he's got nothing to lose in this tournament, right? So
I'm gonna say no. I think it's a huge. He's already fallen to number 6 in the world. It's got to be depressing for him. And if he falls, if he like, let's say loses this game, he's instantly like number 7 or 8 in the world. I think. Let me double check that. But it would be, yeah, I think it's really bad news. So he really has is, so, he's not playing for a spot, but yeah, he could lose his. He would have to lose 2 games, I guess. And Wesley, dude, Wesley came all the way up to number 7 now.
actually, Wesley's a name that is missing as well. It's like, where's Wesley?
He's home. I think I saw at the end of the Sinkfield Cup there was some quote. He was like very happy that everyone else was going to go play this tournament and he wasn't.
Okay, well,
he was going to go rest up. He'll be playing the U.S. Championships next month.
Alrighty, well, okay. Shout out to us. I'm thinking about Crow is gonna play Bishop D4 here, guys. The more I look at this move, I feel like this is kind of the move I would want to make.
Not like the rook on c6 is getting out anytime soon.
Yeah, it's like after Bishop D4 just feels like White's in control. But of course I could be wrong. But I'm putting it out there into the universe that I would play Bishop D4.
Okay, but let's just say like knight F5, the natural move.
And then probably knight F3.
Oh, I don't know. Isn't Black doing pretty good? Like knight D4 is interesting, but knight C5 is like questions for the bastions.
No, maybe I really, yeah, I don't have like much experience in this structure at all, so it's
Yeah,
hard to
this
judge.
is a weird position. Knight c5 seems pretty good in several positions.
One player that was always really good in these positions was Sergei Karyakin. I remember seeing him just win like game after game in this structure.
Oh, Kostya, you got to get on the Sensei eval, bud. I'm still at negative 0.4, and I'm kind of sticking there. David has plus 0.17. That's probably old.
Nope. I just
No?
updated it. I liked Black's position, but I don't believe in this exchange stack. He's playing speculatively. He's trying to bully.
All right, David. So what do you think is the key variation then? Okay, knight D4 played.
I just think all these positions are a little bit better for White.
So far, I haven't seen equality for White.
He's gonna always repeat here. Knight D4, Rook C7. Just see how far Gukesh is willing to go.
Well, okay, but then it's not. If you think it's equal, it's not plus 0.17. It's just equal.
Well, I don't necessarily think he should take the draw, but he might. Gukesh's rook is trapped. Show me the speed. White can win an exchange in this position, as far as we can tell, in various ways. Often at the cost of the e5 pawn, which immediately puts it within reason. Right? Within reason as far as an exchange sack. You can sack an exchange for a center pawn. But it's not always great. It's possible. Why White played knight d4? Well, because the rook still can't get out. Show me the speed. He could play knight d4, rook c7, knight b5, rook c6, bishop b7.
David, can you invite Kostya to our analysis board? Because this would be a good one to really try to analyze here for us.
Yeah, I put in my eval. I said white's slightly better.
Mm-hmm.
But like a real slightly better, 0.3, not this 0.17 cop out.
Okay. I
Well, at the
apologize.
moment, looks like white has played knight d4 and is offering a draw, and black says, "No, I'm not playing for a draw. Rook c5."
Rook
Black played
c5.
rook c5 already?
Yeah,
Quickly, too. Nice.
not interested in no sneaking draw, bro. Okay, so let's get into it, David. What's the variation that you fear for black here after rook c5?
Okay.
Knight 2b3, I guess, is the thing you fear, right?
I would go
Yeah.
knight to f3.
Knight 2f3.
Kostya is not even interested in this exchange. But I don't know why white would be better if they don't take the exchange, Kostya.
Um, the space.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Knight to f3, maybe rook to a5.
Uh, okay, I'll take that. And
Mm-hmm.
I also don't understand. We could just take the wait, Kostya. Wait, why can't we just take the pawn on e5 if you play knight 2f3?
you can. But then I was thinking there's both knight f3 and bishop g5.
Okay, I think maybe knight e6 could hurt me too.
Knight
Okay.
e6, yeah.
All right, so knight 2f3. Okay, wait, David. Rook a5 maybe, but the good news is Kostya's giving us a lot of time to play around. So he doesn't have any threat, right? I don't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, no threat. I think my next move is like, I don't know, queen b3 or I just think white's like strategically better, so I'm not trying to,
You're not even trying to take the exchange. You just like the position.
yeah.
CD4, shocking from Kukesh.
I don't know if he's better now. I don't know why it's shocking.
Well, because it doesn't look like he's better now to us. So looks like CD4 let the white knights get into D4.
So let me just say, if I'm black, the exchange sacrifice thing is the only line I'm really worried about. And the claim I'm going to make is if you play a move like play a slow move like Kostya's knight 2f3,
Mm-hmm.
my bishop on g6 is massive. Your pawn on e5 is permanently weak. And like I got a lot of different moves. David's rook a5 looks plausible. Queen b8 looks
Queen B8 is
plausible.
fine too. Yeah.
They got other moves too. Yeah.
Hmm.
I might be able to play knight c6. I don't know. I just got a bunch of different things. Bunch of different looks on the basket, as they say.
Well, let's look at this knight b3 thing.
Yeah, let's look at
Okay,
knight b3 for a moment. I mean, it's critical to take the guy's
yeah,
piece.
yeah.
So, trip the rook up.
So knight e5.
Now let's just think for a second. It's not necessarily. There might be other ideas. For example, now I just want to stress. Yeah, maybe I could do this. I might be able to play rook c4 on knight 2b3.
Okay, and after takes.
Right, recapture.
Okay, and then knight d2.
And then we claim after 95 that I've got massive compensation.
Mm-hmm.
That looks good for black, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't look bad, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of cool. So rook c4, hunting around.
And let me just stress for just the strategic conception, we want the light square bishop so that whether it takes it on c4 or some other way, because we want when we play 95, we want the d3 square.
Yeah.
And then also interesting though is what happens on knight d2. Am I repeating or am I playing knight e5? I wasn't sure yet. On knight e5, he can take with the knight, but I'll still play DC and get the d3 square. But maybe there's some bishop g5 there. No, there's no bishop g5. No, excuse me. So that also looks scary for white, I would say. But that one's a little harder. It's hard to evaluate. I mean, it just like optically looks good, but you know.
Yeah, annoying.
Knight 4 f3, we all got it wrong, was played. We're going to get faster moves, of course. Rook a5 came, David's move.
Yeah.
Now we're not going to lose the exchange. And then Etienne played Kostya's, let's try to just hold it all together move, bishop d4.
Let's go.
But David, you can
Yeah.
come around now to say black is better, right? Come on, what are we talking about? It's like an ideal French position.
I would now say, let me think. Let me see. Now that white didn't take the exchange, how do I feel about this position? Takes, queen a4.
Queen c7 was played pretty quickly. Simple chess.
Oh, right, it's black's move. Queen c7.
Oh, yeah, black is glorious, dude. White doesn't have any juice.
I mean, white's playing for just holding that e5 pawn.
Oh, yeah, this is terrifying because white has no ideas. And black has knight c6, knight
Black's
c5.
big ideas, knight c6, knight c5.
Maybe rook a8 even someday. Why not?
Yeah, I'll go down to equal.
To equal?
To equal.
You guys have lost your minds. Okay, hold on. We got a good debate today. I'm going down to negative 0.5. Maybe I'm going to 0.6. I'm going to 0.6. Especially from a strategic perspective, like white is just swimming now.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing how to deal with knight c6, but I'm hoping Etienne does.
But like even if forgetting about like maybe losing the e-pawn for a second, what would be white's plan?
I mean, I think losing the e-pawn is a really big question because white's plan to me is to just keep e5 defended to lock out some of the black pieces and then like gradually maybe advance on the queen side or just as the game develops have the black king be weak.
But think about it. Even if I don't have winning the pawn, I have ideas like rook a8 and knight c5. It's evil.
I mean, maybe. Okay, I don't feel that I have time for this, Jesse. But if we just dream for white, knight f1, knight 1 to h2, knight to g4, overprotecting my e pawn and sort of looking at the king side a little bit. Maybe just drop the knight on f6 at some point without without anything too fancy.
Yeah, but that's not really in time.
Well, right. I mean, part of the bummer is now I guess I would say your pieces are stuck. Like the knight on f3 just will never move because the e-pawn's hanging completely then.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the big question is, can't I defend the e5 pawn? To me, it's really like a question of can white get the old overprotection locked in, or are they just going to lose their pawn in the middle of the board, and then then the bishop on g7 is glorious, and black's just, winning.
Only thing white can really do is like rook a5 and bishop b5, but it's like, yeah, then It's really hard
Yeah,
to
if I
say.
have to just give that bishop, I definitely don't like white.
Yeah.
Is there any way I could just hold with queen e2? Just just defend my stuff enough?
Take
Mhm.
queen e2, knight c6.
I definitely think queen e2 is like the natural chump GM move. Like if I was here, that's probably what I'd do. Um, One thing about queen e2 is also like if I just play rook a8, you got to then take my rook,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna get to play rook b8 after. So that's also unpleasant. And of course, Kostya is asking about knight c6. I'm just saying black has a lot of options.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm starting to come around. Yeah, I don't really see it for white. Hmm.
Have you guys ever played backgammon?
Yes.
Mm-mm.
Okay, so I think backgammon's, an inferior game and all.
No
But
kidding.
but the thing that happens in backgammon we see with beginning players is they'll try to be safe and they'll stack all of their bits on one spot, trying to be safe. And then when they do that, they lose all their flexibility for future play. And that's what this position feels like a little bit to me. Like white has lost all of their flexibility by playing this static kind of hold thing.
All right,
That started with the move on c3. He was just like, I'm going to hold it together. And I think honestly, David, CD4 on move 16, that was not our intuition, but it's starting to look at least from a practical perspective, that thing has worked out.
all right. Let me play a variation, Jesse. I go queen e2.
Okay.
You play rook to a8.
Again, black has many
I
moves,
know you
but sure,
got many
let's do
moves.
it.
I just
Yeah,
picking one
sure.
for now. I trade
Yeah,
on
yeah.
a5,
Okay.
and then I go knight f1.
Okay. So, okay. Okay, looks to me like then well, let me just, yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Ooh, Han's game is crazy when we get a chance.
Okay.
How about bishop e4?
Okay, bishop e4. Knight h2.
Knight g6.
Ay, ay, ay. Mi pobre pancito.
I think knight f4 is threatening to win something.
I was just worried about my e-pawn.
I know. I'm just saying there's multiple problems.
There's multiple problems.
Oh, and guys, we already have our
Yeah.
first decisive result. Eden Sulamanli defeated Murali Karthikeyan
Okay.
from India.
This position here just went terrible for me. Bishop e4. Dude didn't even see it coming. Dude being me. Wow. Okay. So, back we go.
Yeah,
To
I
live
updated
position.
my eval. I think black is now slightly better.
Yeah. I think you guys
Cash.
are right. So I'm also...
I promoted
Nice.
that whole thing, so
Yeah. That bishop e4 move. It was so powerful. And if that means that my knight d2 can't move either, right? Like, I'm not moving any pieces as white, am I? So, if anyone in chat sees a way for white to move, hit us up. Because right now, Jesse's kind of carrying the discussion. We're going to try and find the first decisive game of the tournament here for fun. And Han's
let me
game,
just
triple isolated e-pawns, king out there.
before we get there, I just want to say briefly with this position, like it's the kind of thing where maybe the computer would find some weird thing for white, but like from a human perspective, there's no dynamic juice. Yeah, it looks really, really bad.
Right. So here's another board where you can see how there's not really favorites here by rating. Suleimanli 2602, Karthikeyan having a good year, had a career high, I think, at 2669, but 60 rating points, black pieces, not a big deal. Also, I noticed, Cozy, there were like 6 draws already. Dang, that's a lot of draws.
Yeah, there's a few draws, some faster than others. I think some just kind of petered out.
All right, so a C3 Sicilian here. B3. Trades in the pieces for the queen.
Oh, yeah, and the kid had how much did they start with? They started with 100 minutes?
Yep, 1 hour and 40 they start with.
The kid still had 100 minutes when he gave his queen.
Yeah. I mean, even 5
Jeez.
moves later, Kostya, he's got 1 hour and 40.
Jeez Louise.
Right, yeah. Karthikeyan had to figure this stuff out for himself.
Did, is Aiden on one of our junior teams?
I don't know, not mine.
I don't remember.
So here, White's preparing bishop f3, right? And the black king being really weak. So f6, it would be bishop f3. So Karthikeyan traded into the endgame here. Up a pawn at the moment. But immediately...
But no development, right? That just looks horrible.
Gonna get the king in the crisscross, and we're already talking about rook a5 mate.
Yeah.
22-minute think here. Bishop creeps in. That king is... So here he's going to drop a piece. Wow. And then he's completely lost already.
Yeah, chat saying 0.0 eval for like the Suleimanli prep. But yeah, I mean that's expected, right? If it was +2, no one would enter that position as black. So
Yeah.
that's how these things go.
All right. Clean game for
Dude, could
Aiden.
we
Bring in the
why
prep.
why don't we look at the to me it's the board 3 of importance, and that is the Keimer Gurel game. I think this kid, he's 16 years old. He's one of the stars that we're watching.
Mm-hmm.
And I was discounting, I won't speak for David. I was discounting White having any kind of juice. But now I'm looking at the White position, and not only do I think White's a little bit better, but he's got a nice, simple plan where he's just saying, I got an engine on the king side, and I can massage this all day long.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think White's a little bit better here. And he's got 20 minutes on the clock.
Wait, could we go to Hans for a moment just because it looks like he's losing?
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't see a move for him right now.
Sure.
I agree on the end game there. Just like I feel like Hans is losing with White.
Levon has like a
Big
pleasant
deal.
endgame against another Armenian, by the way, I see. But okay, here's Hans's position. Large.
So the problem is that rook takes d2 is coming.
Right. So rook e4, rook d2, and lights out.
And otherwise, I mean, that's just like, I mean, what are we looking at, right? It's just an exchange and White's king is open.
Well, it's not an exchange.
Oh,
White,
no, he's not going to be,
Black's
okay, he's
down
going to be,
2 knights at the moment
I
for
thought he
his
was down
3
two knights for a
econs.
rook, and I thought it's like, it's like okay, so it's going to be piece sack.
However, it might still be true that Black is better. This
Yeah,
one's
yeah, yeah.
very hard to judge. But like if I just like let's say if it's Black's move and I get to take on f3, I'm just gonna say that looks good for Black.
Right.
Now White has all kinds of moves, maybe King G1 or something nasty. I don't know. But EF3, then no, EF3 is too powerful. Oh yeah, this is mean.
It's EF3 and yeah, you're losing H5, you're gonna lose H2, so it's like
Mm-hmm.
everything.
Yeah, white needs a hell of a move right here.
Let's say if the black queen gets into a square such as h2, black will be winning. So
Hmm.
white's going to have to keep her at bay before it gets to that point.
Dang, dude. Dang, this was an incredible game.
I
Okay.
would want to fix my king here, but then the f3 pawn will be loose to advance to f2, right? Which wouldn't be desirable either.
Actually, David, can you go back to move 9? Because we might have like a positional exclam. I mean, we might. It would
Sure.
just it's just a move he played on move 9 that maybe is going to come up in a textbook. He thought for 10 minutes and played this fascinating move b5.
Yeah.
So not a move that a chump GM would think about.
Right.
I mean, the drawback would be if white pushed A6, right? Like, why didn't white push A6?
I'm assuming well, it's an interesting move, b5. And then queen d7 on move 11. He's just like, boss. Remember we had that one battle a while back where I played with the double pawns on the e file, and you guys were like, white's better. And I was like, nope, it's not clear to me.
Mm.
Not clear to me. And those double pawns on the e file are going to turn into an Irish pawn structure in not too long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so white could have just traded on e5 straight away here after queen d7, right? Maybe looking to trade queens and simplify the position. But white developed the queen side instead.
Ooh.
And then it gets hectic when white plays d5.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, no, I mean, it feels like Hans pretty much just asked for the chaos. Like, just went head first.
Yeah, that move, what else is he supposed to do? I mean, he could play a simple trade on e7. It doesn't look... I mean, the position just doesn't look amazing for white, right? That's
I think
part of the
bishop
problem.
G3 would be safe for
Mm-hmm.
white. Um,
And what's
Safe,
really
perhaps, but
hectic
not amazing, right? Like
mhm.
he's... Like maybe he wanted more than what he has.
Yeah.
is the move on. It would be hard to judge this one. On move 16, dude plays queen f7. God damn. And then g4, d5. Welcome to the dojo. Holy pacholis. Oh, buddy.
Mhm.
Oh, damn. That's some Armenian fire right there, my friends. Ooh. All right. Hans played queen c2, taught for 10 minutes.
Okay, I
And
had a question about queen c2, guys.
Oh,
And so now it's coming up. So my question is, what about rook d2 anyway? Queen d2, queen f3, king g1, rook f4. This is like a very straightforward question.
there's that question. And also, just the other question is if I just play ef3, why aren't you just lost?
Okay, but that's like a slightly harder to answer question.
Is it though? Because you can't play queen g6 because your knight's hanging. You can't play knight f3. I'm about to take on h5.
okay, okay. David's move is met with rook E2. That's what.
I figured my question you could answer it very quickly,
Rook
right?
Okay.
E2.
So rook
Rook E2.
e2,
Yeah.
and then if e3, you go back to c2.
Yeah. Hmm.
Okay, and then I'm still close. Even here, I'm close. Right. Basically, I'll play e4 now.
Oh, boy.
Still working with the three pawns. So
Okay, but now it's gotten challenging. Now it's like,
yeah, now it's getting a little long. But here was my thinking, Kostya. I want to go rook g4, rook
uh-huh.
g2, e2, right?
Right. Uh-huh.
Oh, but that also says what the answer is to e4. It's just to play the other rook to e1 to keep
Yeah.
control of the three pawns. Basically, in that position, the king comes to f2, right? And I needed queen back to f3.
So yeah, basically EF3 then maybe is just stronger because Rook D2 doesn't seem to like win so clearly. Queen H5 also a move, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so probably rook d2 didn't work. So then our moves are e takes f3,
EF3 boss is just the end. Oh
queen
my God.
f4 might be playable as well.
Yeah.
Queen f4 threatening rook takes knight. That's
Okay, you got that too, buddy.
yeah, I mean queen f4,
Queen F4. Pretty
not obvious for
pretty
white what
nasty.
to do next.
Rachel, if you're out there in Uzbekistan, find Sargsyan and ask him
Yeah,
why he's so good.
yeah. Or find Hans and ask him, what did the chess say today?
Oh no, I would not find Hans today.
Dude, EF3 is just like then your king can't move because my pawn will. I mean, I'll just play F2 anytime your king moves. I'm about to
Anytime.
play Queen H5. Goodbye.
Yeah. Queen
Well, he's spending time.
G6. There's a rook takes D2.
No, he's toast, dude. And Sargsyan, if he has any problems, it's that he has too many good moves.
Too many good moves, right? Because EF3, Queen F4, and Queen H5 might all be winning, but he
But I'm a
played
GM
move.
today.
He
I'm a
played
GM
move.
today. He just played EF3. Yep.
Just took.
Yeah.
That's so simple.
Well,
You don't have-
Sargsyan's a
Queen
GM
F4
today.
coming.
Wow, what he did today, right? B5, Queen F7, D5.
That was amazing, dude. That was dang.
Yeah.
A lot of people give me so much smack when I said Hans had like basically zero chance of becoming champion, and they're gonna be sad today. They're gonna be sad today. Chances just went down.
Chances went down. Yeah. we gotta update the pod.
For the chances to have gone down, you'd have to believe that he had more than a 0% chance, Jesse. For you,
You guys gave him like I don't know 1 or 2% chance or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, Vidit won this tournament after losing the first round.
Yeah.
Rook G1 was played. By the way, our Sensei eval pertains to the Gukesh game,
The
which we'll
Gukesh
return
game,
to
yeah.
briefly. But I guess we're watching just Le Fini here.
Yeah. So,
Queen
F4.
H5, Queen F4 is even.
right.
Oh, okay, he wants maybe Hans wants to try to survive with Knight F1. So on Queen H5 or Queen F4, he's going to play Knight F1.
Knight F1, E4, turning E3.
You're preaching to the choir, Kostya. I'm just telling you what I'm
Rook
looking
to
at.
E1 goes to.
Rook E1.
Should I put the queen on F4 or H5?
They both look pretty good.
When Vidit won the tournament, it was apparently already 11 rounds past pawn, yeah. We'll go Queen F4, Knight F1, E4, Rook E1. Kind of an I'm not dead yet moment. I think Rook F5 to H5 to H2.
So many nice moves. Also just Rook D3.
Also Queen H4, it would have to be Rook G3, huh? So let's just keep our eyes on that.
I mean, and it's important to say black isn't down material. Those pawns are at least as better than the knight. And his king is hosed. Yeah, I know that's crispy critters. Yeah. Let's okay. The sit on his hands approach with Queen E2 was played. And Gukesh took a very calculation-based decision after that, after Queen E2. He says, I'm going to take on A1, I'm going to play Rook A8, and I'm going to claim that my Rook is golden and you're still dying. And Etienne played Rook E1 back over
E1 before the A file gets any worse, right?
Yeah. And now black has many good moves.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting with the rook A1 move because if unless I saw something concrete with that as black, I really would be a little hesitant just because um oh maybe I wouldn't be hesitant. I mean, because like just as a default move, you have knight C5, bishop B5, rook A2,
Hmm.
and that's just nasty. All right, I'm going to -0.1.
Or pretty similar would be knight c6, bishop b5, rook a2, right? I mean, we're going to get something like this. -1. Well, your eval is very exciting, Jesse. It moves quickly. It's reactive.
Well, on the other hand, what I've just been observing is White's been drifting, and it's been a bummer for him. Um, and that's how it goes, right? You just slowly start sinking.
Yeah, he wouldn't be spending so much time if he was happy with the position.
I mean, Gukesh is probably happy, and he's spending a similar amount of time. He had a bigger time
Gukesh
win before.
always spends the time.
No, but
He
Gukesh has
always spends
managed
time.
he's kind of managed to stay ahead, and he did this like rook a5 thing pretty quickly.
Hello, Chess Gaines.
Hey,
Chess gains.
how's it going,
Actually,
Chess?
question
Not
for
much.
Chess Gaines. Are you going to be at the U.S. Masters in November, Bobs? Kostya, I saw, is signed up. I looked at the sheet.
I am signed up. I saw Jesse signed up.
Yeah, I'm going. I had to get those 40 games a year.
Ah, like not good. True.
David, did you know about the joke about the 40 games a year?
It's the dojo requirement, and it's also the FIDE requirement for the rating spot, coincidentally.
That could be a joke, but the joke is this: is that so I had lunch with Beneficial years ago, and he was like, "Oh yeah, so I had Donaldson on the pod, and Donaldson told me that you have to play at least 40 games a year in order to improve." And I was like, dang, okay. And I kind of sat on that statement and I was
Uh,
like, okay, that sounds pretty good. And then I eventually convinced you guys to put that as part of the training program. Then I'm on the pod with Beneficial and I told him about that. And he was like, oh, yeah, I misquoted Donaldson. It was actually 50 games a year.
mm.
Yeah. We should up it to 50.
I still like 40. 40 for especially our average dojoers feels a little aggressive. So I think as a minimum 40, maybe
Uh,
you should be playing 50, but 40 as a minimum is still pretty good.
yeah.
Right.
Well, what if 50 is a misquote too, and we switch it to 50, and then it's still wrong?
No, 50 is the magic number. That was Fishbine's number. I feel like that was like Botvinnik's number, or maybe Botvinnik was like 100 games a year. You say 60.
Yeah.
So I just want to say knight c5 if I was playing blitz chess, that's the move I would go to. Um, there's obviously moves like knight c6 and knight f5 black will still be better.
Wait, Jake is not joking. He says he thinks it was 60.
I would
Well, that
believe Jake.
beneficial lied to me twice, dude.
No, I think they're just saying he said 60 on the pod.
Well, but what I'm trying to say that beneficial told me on when I did his pod that it was actually 50. So, you know.
Jake says he listened to the pod on Monday. Your episode.
No, I'm pretty sure it's 50. All right. Gukesh is doing some deep calculation. Besides knight c5, David, do you see other tempting? I mean, I guess knight c.
Yeah, I think knight c6 is similar. It's just another basic move, just keeping white tied up, right? And to untie themselves, they kind of have to go bishop b5 and trade off their light squared bishop at some point, which is another kind of pleasure for black.
I guess he's also just calculating like knight c5, bishop b5, rook a2, and then how does white survive? It looks bad. That looks, to me, that looks Condé Nast.
How about we try c4 for some breathing room? Bishop d3.
Bishop d3 or knight d3, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, knight c5. Taking on c5 is not an option, so we go bishop b5. You go rook a2. I mean, it's pretty forcing, this line of Jesse's, and it's not very long, Kostya. Short variation, correct variation.
I'm a GM today, but because he played knight c5.
Yeah, you played it much faster too.
8 minutes. 8 minutes.
Yeah, rook a2. Trying to think.
Ay. Oh, it's getting quite bad for white.
Maybe
if
knight
Jesse were
f1
here,
there?
if Jesse were here, he would say the milk's gone bad.
Milk's gone bad, yeah. I mean, it's so bad that you might even want a positional capitulation with bishop takes c5.
Yeah, I went past 0.5 now. I just realized there's full initiativo for black.
Kostya's still at negative 0.3.
So after rook a2, what about knight f1?
Yeah, so rook a2, knight f1. This was my original intention, Kostya, but then Jesse showed me this theme of playing bishop e4 in response, and I hate it.
Bishop e4.
The idea is then he goes knight g6, and suddenly I can't deal with f4 or e5. Bishop's gotten out of the way of that knight, and it's like so much better than knight c6 actually.
Yeah. Okay, how about rook a1 in the current position? Oh, then queen a7.
I mean, the rook on e1 goes back to a1 here?
Yeah.
Bad sign. What about bishop d3 there?
Yeah, bishop d3. Welcome to the dojo.
It's bishop d3, yeah. Yeah. No. I think, yeah, it's looking good. It's looking good. Okay.
This is huge for Gukesh's confidence, dude. I feel like this guy's been under the ringer recently. If he can put in a good performance at this tournament, he could really turn it around.
Yeah, everyone's been attacking Gukesh. Kasparov, Magnus, Noterbeck. Everyone's been going after him.
What did they say?
Well, dude, when you drop to number 6 in the world and you're the champion, it's not a good look.
What did they say about him, Kostya?
Well, let's see. So recently Noterbeck was like, I don't think Gukesh is going to hold this title in the next match.
Whoa.
And then
fighting words for somebody who couldn't hold his top 10 spot.
Yeah, actually, that was Gukesh's response. He's like, well, look, Noterbeck and I are playing this event, and then if Noterbeck wins this event, then he's only in the candidates, which he hasn't qualified for before. So Gukesh was... But I don't think Noterbeck meant it as shade. I mean, they asked him for a hot chess take, and he said the first thing comes. It was like one of those street interviews where someone says something that maybe they later regret because everyone clips it for time and eternity.
Yeah. Did you get anybody to say something they regret in Portugal?
I don't think so, sadly.
Like, first of all, we're never going to publish this as a short on social media. Second of all, what's the meanest thing you can say about a top 10 player?
Yeah. And then Gary was like, well, I mean, I don't know. I don't think Gary was so unreasonable, but he was basically just saying that, Gukesh isn't like, all he said was like, he's not exactly the same world champion that Magnus was, or that he was, or that Fischer or Karpov,
Well, yeah, he's younger than you guys. You guys took forever to win the world championships.
Yeah, true.
Ages.
Well, and also if you think about like Petrosian, and Petrosian got all that smack, I don't think he was lower than number 5 in the world when he was drawing all those games. I don't know. I don't even know if they had the yeah, I don't even know what the status of the rating system was at that point, but um they gave him loads of smack.
Mm-hmm.
And here, yeah, Gukesh needs to. I mean, the nice thing is Gukesh is still learning. He's still a kid. He's going to improve.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I don't think Gukesh really has any reason to like be sad about his career right now. I mean, I feel like he won the title and it's like okay,
Sad about his career, you know.
no, it's like people criticize him because like he beat like Ding Liren, right, who wasn't in the best form, but like to me that doesn't matter. He won the title
Yeah.
and like it's up to someone to take it from him, you know?
Sure. Yeah.
And like he can just like he's not Magnus, he knows that, but that like none of this is his problem basically. Like
All
he hasn't
right.
done anything wrong.
No, I mean also he's just a kid. He's just a
Yeah,
kid. He's
just a
just
kid.
playing chess. And he
Yeah.
enjoys playing. And look at this. Magnus is at home, like, wondering if he wants to play chess or not, and the kid's like playing chess.
Okay, David, we first of all, we got to say we're all geniuses. We predicted what happened. So Bishop B5, Rook A2, and then this sad Knight F1 move was played. So
Oof.
I played Bishop B4. Wouldn't surprise me if there's other moves too here.
No, but that was a nice plan you showed. Bishop B4, Knight G6. I
But
mean,
what would be surprising is if there's something good for white. At this point, that would be surprising.
I feel like Queen A7 could be a nice move.
Goodness.
Yeah, and the bummer for white is it's not like maybe if it was your move, you could play Knight 1 H2 and Knight G4. Bishop E4 played. I'm a GM today, my friends.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
buddy.
nice.
Taste me. Knight G6 is coming strong, dude. Okay, yeah, white needs to find something amazing here, or this thing's about to collapse.
Yeah.
All of black's pieces are better.
Yeah. A couple of people in chat pointing out that the longest time control we've seen in a long time is going to favor Gukesh at this
Probably.
Yeah,
time.
this is the three time control
The
one, right?
3 time control one. Like, they could plausibly play 7-hour games. I mean, Bakro would be thrilled to drag
No,
this
it's
one
good.
out
I
that
mean,
long, but
this is FIDE buttering the players up, for another successful candidate. Let's make the qualification as long as possible, and then for
right.
the
Then
candidates, they're gonna
remove
go
the
back
increment.
to no increment chess, flag fest, and then be like, oh, so exciting.
Mezher on Sty says Neiman has turned the game around and is now better
Oh
against the
boy.
Armenian genius Sargsyan.
Oh no.
Uh,
Gabi, what happened?
I don't believe it.
let's see.
I don't think so.
Uh,
Doesn't look that way to
don't.
me, buddy.
I'm sure it's sarcastic, but let's see. Queen F4, Knight F1, E4, Rook E1. I predicted all those moves. Rook D3. Sad
called
move trying to
one.
play E3. Queen C1.
Mhm.
Reclaiming some squares, and he gets queens off the board. And E3 checks. Sargsyan sacks another pawn in this endgame just for the F pawn's lust to expand.
Okay, we are dealing with some time pressure. And okay, I just want to I'll admit that it's at least kind of complicated after say King G3.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, I would take the Hans fan. I would take their word for it, If there's one thing they're not going to get wrong, it's the eval.
Yeah.
So I would buy it. I mean, optically, it does look like if our king gets to go to G3, then I mean, knight starts jumping around. I don't
Yeah.
even know what computer says. I just think actually from a practical sense, I think I would take white though, for real.
Uh,
And
White looks
and
very alive.
black tanked on Queen F4. It's funny, we saw kind of that to Rook D3 thing, and then on Queen C1, he spent 3 minutes and played Queen C1, which really, to me, is a kind of capitulation. Queen C1,
Mm-hmm.
Queen G3.
Yeah.
Oh,
If
they
the
repeated once.
if the queen had gone some other direction, there might have been queen takes H6, right? So
Ah, they're repeating. Guys, it's a
There we
draw.
go. It's the draw.
Wow.
Well, good. Okay, well, for Hans Niemann fans, I'd say props. He survived that thing.
Yeah.
My guess is if we turned on the computer, it'd be like, it's over.
I think queen takes h5. That felt just like take the pawn, right?
Just yeah, just collect some pawns.
No, must have been winning.
Yeah.
Still on Queen H5, the idea would be similar. We're going to put a knight on F1, a rook on E1, and say, I have the dark squares.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay. Mez
Now
Hair
it's
does not want to be known as a Neiman fan, but
Oh, my bad.
they confirm they did have the eval bar
Well, okay, I
guiding
mean
their
much
comments.
that
So
much
you
was
were able.
obvious. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But
Yeah.
okay, I guess I was confused by the all caps. My bad. Yeah, yeah, my bad. I misread that.
Misread the all caps. Tone is really complicated on the internet, Kostya.
Yeah, yeah,
Really
you never know.
complicated.
Excuse me.
I mean, sometimes somebody puts a period and Kostya's like, "Oh man, that guy wants to fight me." Kostya's like, "Hold me back, David. Hold me back."
Look, if you
2700 chess, by the way, is updating this stuff. Neiman loses a point and a half.
Mhm. World
nice, but
Championship
chances just
dreams
went back
shattered.
up. Chances just went back. No, that's a good save. I think that's good for confidence. You know, he went for it and managed to survive difficult position.
Yeah, I would have already been assuming I was dead against Sargisian when he, you know, took on F2. I would have really thought I was done. Would have been counting the game against myself already. What do you guys think of the current Xiong Prague position? They've made it to move 28, so Prague, didn't totally flag.
Yeah, my feeling was that Zhang had better than what he got here, and the
Uh-huh.
black position is looking kind of hard to crack at the moment.
Wow, amazing how they hold these positions. I would have thought Black's ending game is just like wretched.
Uh-huh. Yeah, right now White's advantage is probably only like point two or three over there, huh?
Really?
Black's still alive.
Dang.
And the
Nepo
bummer is just like,
drew.
well, what do you do? What do you do? I mean, you've already put your knight on C6,
Mm-hmm.
so now
Right.
what?
We're thinking about knight c6 for White in this position, folks. But look, been there, done that, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, he goes back to C6.
Goes back to c6.
He
Mm-hmm.
might do a little David's pleasure here.
There's no glory in a draw, Jeffrey, just so you know. Like, no big deal getting a draw. Lots of people are getting draws today. You got to put him down if you want everyone to talk
Um,
about you.
okay, in the live position, why not rook c e3?
Mm-hmm. Right? With a little threat of Niento. Um, okay.
So rook D6, very quick, kind of a implicit draw offer.
All right.
And
Bishop d7.
yeah, Jeffrey had a very nice position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. You know how in the 19th century they said that people's defense wasn't so good, and so you could
Hmm.
play like pretty speculative stuff and break through, and they just say, "Oh, the level of defense wasn't there."
Okay.
Nowadays, I feel like the level of defense is almost better than the level of offense. Like you see, you see a lot of people getting good positions and not being able to break through with it.
Hmm. Well, Gukesh is breaking through.
Whoa, guys, can we go to the game Darda against Yu Yang Yi?
We can.
Because there's a move on the board that has just touched me. It's moved me.
Okay. Yu Yang Yi is here. Rook d5.
Oh, Chess Games is also on it. Yeah, we both just saw the same. Like, what is that?
Bishop f6. What?
What a shot.
Is it good, Kostya?
I You'd have to ask one of the fans.
We'd have to ask a fan of Neiman or a not fan of Neiman.
But he can't take it. He can't take it, so that's a good thing.
Wait, but what's the
Tell us
idea?
why, Jesse.
So if ED, Queen, let's go to C7,
Yeah.
Rook G1, King H8, Queen C3 resigns.
Ah, so there's no E5.
Queen
That's his point.
And there's also no Queen takes E4.
Right.
And if King H8, then White at a minimum has Queen C3. There might be something better than that, but Queen C3 already looks like a pain.
In this position, if Black played King H8.
Yeah.
But on Rook G1, there was no Bishop G4, right? It was because Queen G4 take and mate. And 10 minutes for Yu Yang Yi to make 15 moves. I mean, this is
Yeah. And
This
he
is
was
bad.
not expecting this one. It's like sometimes they play something and you have something ready. Sometimes you don't.
he was ready for it, like with Knight C3, Knight D5.
Mm-hmm.
A Rook D5. Whew. Dang.
What
Okay, he
about
takes.
E5? What about
He did
E5?
take. He did take. What? Maybe, oh, I don't know what his idea is, honestly. That looks losing. So ED, and then how do you live? Oh, wait a second. He could maybe play. Black
Oh,
can't take the queen yet.
right. So ED he goes like King H8.
That's fascinating.
But then
Okay.
there's still Queen C3, so maybe E takes D5, F5? Try to
What
get
about
the
how
other
about
pawn?
Kosi? How about Rook FE8?
Rook FE8. No, but white has queen check. And then take the queen.
And then Rook G8. So you go Queen G3. We go King H8 now.
Oh my God. But then that means material's going to equalize, right? With black getting
Mm-hmm.
queen back for the rook.
Yeah.
It,
Which
it
means
might be
Black's
equal,
okay.
but my bishop is a god.
Yeah. Which means Black's pretty okay.
Wow.
Welcome to the dojo,
Oh.
Mez Hair on Sty.
Ooh, he just takes it, Yu Yang. You don't care nothing. I can imagine what I can imagine missing is I would be like ED, he's got to move the queen. That my head could have said that, you know. And then it's like, oh, wait a second. Maybe I don't have to move the queen. Bows.
Mm-hmm.
You know? That's cruel.
Yeah.
So rook d5, e takes d5. Dardo's okay. He took a victory lap. Now he's come back to the board.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
what's this?
Ay, ay, ay.
Oh boy. Come on, Daniel. Is Daniel on my team? I feel like I
I
drafted
think
him.
he might be.
Come on, Daniel. You got this.
Etienne's down to 5 minutes. I'm gonna change my eval to I don't know, -2.
Can I ask a basic question? What if Darda doesn't take on d5 and goes check, king h8, queen h4?
Check on the board, by the way.
What do you mean?
Queen g3 check on the board.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
So
So
good
it is.
timing.
Yeah.
That looks like the end, huh?
Queen h4, rook fe8.
Uh-huh. So now on rook g1, you played rook e6, right?
Yeah. Okay, queen h4 played.
But what if I play pawn takes pawn since your plan is rook e6?
So rook fe8, ed5.
Yeah, I mean even
Yeah.
cd5. What do I care? But yeah, sure. I'll go cd5.
cd5.
I'm gonna be up a queen.
Then queen c2.
Queen c2. Okay, I see.
Bishop g4 found. Yeah, as soon as I spoiled that there was a move, I found bishop g4 too. It's like, oh, there's a move. Bishop g4 then it must be. Found.
Wow.
Etienne's playing a last-ditch attempt
Complicated.
that might be kind of interesting. No, I don't think it's it. I don't know if it's interesting. It's a last-ditch attempt.
Oh, guys, the right move was bishop f5, not bishop g4, maybe.
Oh, bishop f5.
Threatening to block on g6. But the position looks pretty playable for white after bishop f5. If you take on f5 with the queen, not the pawn, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay, so, but, I mean, in the game, they're playing bishop g4, queen check, king g8. Now white has rook to g1, perhaps?
Yeah, now rook g1 coming. By the way, guys, we actually don't want any engine spoilers. Yeah, and I think most of our chat doesn't. So just for anyone new.
Yeah.
Like no hints, no like, oh, there is a like nothing actually would be preferred. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, you can imagine if we wanted to know, we would turn on an engine ourselves.
And I will later, off stream.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry.
Right.
On all actually people know after every show I go through all the games with the engine and then I send David and Jesse all the things that we missed.
That would be a long message. The Prague game has ended, by the way, folks. Jeffrey and Prague just, back and forth with the Knightovich.
Mm-hmm.
Game over.
Jeffrey, yeah.
Garel and Vincent are still playing. Yeah, still don't know. Still don't know. Our Dogmas is up a pawn.
Krishna, thank you for subscribing.
Ooh.
Mariachkina sacked this pawn. And then undoubled the pawns. And Yagiz just kept playing h4 and g5 and stuff. Crazy. Huh. Okay, well, he's up a pawn. Looks pretty decent. Bacro. Knight to g3 was played, challenging the bishop on e4.
Yeah.
Gukesh plays knight h5 anyway. White could take on c5. White could take on e4. But white plays knight h5 to keep the bishop out, to keep the knight out of f4.
Mm-hmm.
Black preserves the bishop to h8.
And then here's the real spicy move that I was yelling about 3 minutes ago, and that's knight d2.
Knight d2.
I don't think it works at all, but I think the intention is to sack the queen with rook b2, knight e4.
Right.
I just want to stress
right as if he saw this coming. What?
No. Just I'm seeing the position. Like, yeah, what else is he gonna do?
But I don't. When the knight lands on f6, I don't know why it's special. Like we don't even have to take the knight. We just play king f8.
Mm-hmm.
I would say don't even take it. The knights are reduplicated, David. Don't take the knight on
Okay.
F.
Just leave one on h5.
Yeah. That looks completely lost to me. I don't see another idea though behind knight d2. I mean, if you're gonna play knight d2, I mean, rook b2 is like a hell of a drug. No, I think that's just done.
He was probably losing, but I mean,
Well, what do you do next?
what
for
else?
this
Yeah, was
position?
he gonna do there?
No, but how does black play that position, Jesse, after the queen sack?
What do you mean? We don't even have to do anything. We don't do anything. White's got no threats.
The threat is rook a2, rook to a8, and then rook to e8 or g8.
I mean, you could start with knight f4. Looks good. You got other moves too. Knight e4 maybe. You got all kinds of things.
Knight f4. I'm not sure what that does. Rook a2.
All right, knight h5.
What? Rook a8?
King g7.
I told you what I was going to do, right? Rook g8.
You did tell me what you were going to do. Okay. I'll try
Yeah,
that.
but white has no threats, David. That's what you don't get. White has no threats.
So it may not be threatening, but the computer won't let me play any more moves for Jesse.
Okay, just to be obvious about it, like if you really were scared of rook a2, a very basic move could be queen a7, and there's nothing happening.
Why not start with queen a7? Remove counterplay.
Yeah. Maybe he gets fancy and plays c4 on us. Who knows? No, no.
Sure, c4 looks good to me.
Anyways, we are assuming this is what Gukesh is calculating. It looks crispy critters.
But does he have to?
By the way, black is up not only up a queen versus the minor and the rook, but he's also up a pawn.
That was messy to my taste.
Can black also take on e5 in the live position, like bishop takes e5?
Yeah, let's ask a
probably
cleaner question. Bishop e5. What is white's intention then? There's knight f6 check.
Wouldn't his intention be bishop takes c5?
c5.
And then knight takes e4. I don't know. At least if I was black, that would be my concern.
Knight e4. But knight e4, d e4.
I mean, it's nasty. That's also, yeah. So Gukesh has many moves here which look good after this knight d2.
Yeah. Okay, he took on b2.
Took on b2. Yeah.
5 minutes for Bakro.
And if it's, I don't understand what the idea of knight d2 would be unless it's knight e4. I don't know.
Yeah. What else could there be? Bishop c5, bc5 doesn't look very helpful.
I'm a GM today.
You sure are, Jesse. You sure are. Did you get your kids to school?
Oh, dude. Oh, I got to give my kids props. I want to give them a shout out. So, I was supposed to just be with David for the first hour, but then I was enjoying talking, looking at the games. And then I looked at the clock and it was like 7:37 and I was like, and I just saw red and I was like, no. But my kids were cool, man. They were like, all right, we're moving. And like, I gave them a quick snack on the road. They got their stuff on. We moved out the door. Dude, we made it. We made it to school.
Dang. Had they been doing movement towards getting themselves dressed or stuff like that?
Nah, they were in bed.
They were in bed. Okay.
In bed.
Okay.
Okay, we missed it. He plays just rook A1 directly. I don't know why we didn't think about that.
Oh, fair enough.
We weren't GMs today.
We weren't GM today.
Maybe because this move doesn't seem to do as much. It probably threatens knight e4, something heavy.
Well, let's stress if we're afraid, we could play either queen b7 or queen b8.
Yeah.
I don't know if we need to be afraid though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Gukesh is not a very scaredy cat-y guy. So what if he just took on e5 now? Just clearing some more room, keeping the knight out of f6. Bishop e5.
So bishop e5, let's say rook a8 check,
Yep.
king h7, knight f6,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
take
I
take.
feel obligated to take. And now, at the end of all that, you're threatening nothing, right? I just want to corroborate.
I mean,
Queen f4?
That's what I want to do as long as white's not threatening anything.
yeah, queen f4 looks pretty good. Yeah.
Potzer sees a file. Potzer takes a file.
And from a strategic point of view, I think just the bishop on b5 is not working. It's not hurting black in any way.
It's true. I mean, it's a key piece in that if white had traded it off, d3 would have been a nightmare square for white. But it's not attacking anybody or defending anybody.
Jake talks about bishop e5, rook a7, king h7, knight e4.
Oh.
But there, I don't get it really, because we'll just play knight, or I mean, we'll play rook e2.
I was going to play rook b1 in this case.
Oh, there you go. Even simpler. Very good.
And
Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah, rook e2 I think was there was mate. The same mate.
So, but if we're gonna do Jake's thing, how about instead of rook a8 on move 32, how about knight e4? I guess that forces rook e2.
Okay, knight e4. Rook's dangling.
And then rook a8.
Rook.
That's a little scary, at least.
Yeah. So there's still knight f8, but yeah.
Now there's like true checkmating potential, huh?
So just to be clear, everybody, bishop e5 is definitely not forced by black. Queen b8, queen b7 both make sense.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably got other moves here too.
So let's say now black plays queen b8 after rook a8 check. I'm down a piece, but the knight on e4 is hanging, so white can take the queen.
But then he gets his knight out of dodge.
And I'm down a whole piece, right?
That wasn't nuts.
So rook a1. And Gukesh has to give this situation some respect.
I like this queen b8.
Right now, queen b8?
Yeah, because like what's white's next move, right? Or maybe queen b7.
I want to say that bishop f5 looks pretty good. Just like saying, if you play d4, I'll play knight h4, threatening rook d2.
Yeah, maybe queen b8, bishop c6. Might be annoying. I think I would go queen b7.
These are all sad moves. Queen b7, queen c8.
Can I just try bishop f5? Let me just do bishop f5. What do you want to do?
Well, presumably rook a8 to begin with.
Yes.
All right. King h7.
King h7.
Then knight e4.
Knight e4.
Well, now I have the famous rook b1 that we talked about before.
Right. Good.
Yeah, that works.
But I guess true to your form, you could say knight e4 first.
On bishop f5. Dang, that's disgusting.
I don't believe it, but let's look at it for a second.
But the problem is, if you don't start with rook a8, then black always has knight f8 as a response.
Right. And also,
wait, but does knight f8 even help? So knight e4, rook e2, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Now rook a8 check. Knight
Yeah,
f8.
still, oh my god.
Knight ef6 check. You're still boxed in. Takes. Knight takes.
Dang, and knight e8,
Right.
yeah. It's
And there's
cooked.
knight e8. And
oh, bummer. Knight e4, huh?
yeah.
I think you got to stop this. I think you got to stop this rook from coming in. You got to go queen b7.
Okay, let's take another tack. After knight e4, we play bishop takes e4. So
we're losing the exchange.
I know.
We can do better than that, though.
Then I get e5.
Queen c8 played.
Queen c8.
So this prevents the queen bishop c6 thing that Kostya was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Also gets out of the weird knight e8 stuff. I guess that's no longer a thing.
Mm-hmm.
That should be winning. White's got 4 minutes left. He's covered himself in magic, we got to say. That was some magical stuff he's pulling.
Yeah.
It does look like it's over now, though. He can do magic.
Okay, so black's already got one pawn in the bank.
Yeah.
Okay, let me try a move here on queen c8. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Knight takes e4.
Okay.
Yeah,
Rook takes
we were ready
e2.
for that.
Rook e2, knight f6.
King f8.
King f8, and then let's take the rook. I mean, isn't that really annoying for black to
Why,
win?
though? Like, you don't have a threat, right?
But it's just hard to get your queen off the back rank.
Yeah.
Okay, but I got a coconut.
All the white pieces are on good squares.
If I didn't have a coconut, I might feel differently about this, but I got a coconut.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, to me, it looks like that's what white has to do, kind of to just get some chances, but I don't know.
Fine. That looks fine.
You might be a GM today, yeah.
That looks fine for white. Like
fine?
Very, very competitive, yeah. I mean, I've got him at -1, but
I would
it's
say
hard to play. Shanky won his game, folks.
Holy moly, congratulations, Shanky.
Let's go.
So he definitely seemed to have a good opening.
Yes, he beat Dennis Wagner.
He brought the bishop back from b2 to trade off the knight on f4. Man, it's slow going in this opening.
Wow. Yeah, you'd never think like, oh yeah, white wins it. Dang. Oh, it looks like he played very nice positional game.
e5 looks pretty powerful. Wow, h5. Why does black play f5?
Desperation.
What was Shanky doing to him otherwise?
We got the c file. We got knight c5 coming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. pretty grim. But yeah, F5 is obviously capitulation. Oh, Shanklin. Now maybe he could use this tournament to, if he has a great tournament, maybe back up over 2,700. Who knows? Or
Yeah.
close.
Absolutely. Gelfand won against Jobava. 23 moves. Dang. Borja, let's go.
Whew.
You know darn well when you cast your spell.
C4. C4 from Etienne. He did not give the positional queen.
Wow.
Because he knew it was lost. Okay, C4 is trying to make it spicy. Rook takes D2. Blam. I've had enough.
We don't even know
Knight-
why. Is it to go
Knight
knight
B3,
B3?
Knight B3
Knight B3,
next.
yeah.
Right to D3 next. Goodbye. Resigns.
Just trade it off.
Trading down.
Oh, it's painful.
And he's just taking on C4. That's 2 pawns. Well, yeah. Yeah, E5 hangs.
Yeah.
Okay,
Looks
queen
like there's a
E3.
second pawn.
Wait,
Available
can he
here.
take on D4 here too?
Oh my god. D4,
Bishop E5?
E5?
Oh, that's even crueler, man. Yeah.
That's,
Knight of 6 check though. Knight of
that's evil.
6.
Then you just move the king to like G7 or something.
Just king somewhere. Oh, and that's even worse. Oh no. King H8, yeah. Always look for 2 candidate moves, guys. Anyone knight D4.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, in addition to bishop E5, black can play knight E5 if we want more candidate moves.
Mm-hmm. And how?
Okay, so he's mopping this one up now. This is -2. This is -2.
Oh, Hark,
yeah.
what did I have like 10 minutes ago?
We were evaluating the positional queens.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. Etienne didn't believe in that queen stuff either.
I guess not. He
He's
should
got
have.
himself-
Look what he's got now.
Yeah, I mean,
Arjun's got himself in an interesting position. He's up 2 pawns, but the bishop on F3 is a god.
yeah, I was not a fan of what Arjun was doing.
One thing I feel like I know about this position with Arjun is mistakes will definitely be made, and this guy's only got 2.5 minutes left for 10 moves.
This looks like a Catalan. Sometimes in the Catalan, white wants to win a pawn on C6 or B7 or something. They give up their light squared bishop, and then this. He had an amazing tactic against Fabi in a position like this.
Oh, Norway chess?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if I was
Gukesh
white, I
took
would be
D4.
nervous, man. I'd be very nervous here as white.
Mm-hmm.
Like if rook F4, if nothing else, just like rook D7, and we're talking to a lot of. Maybe then you sack the queen. Maybe then you sack the queen. I don't know. You do have 2 pawns. You get 2 pawns.
Yeah. There's a limited number of scenarios where the second A pawn really counts. Yeah, tricky position for Arjun. 10 minutes to go. Those guys are going to do some blitzing there. A little bit of blitzing.
Ooh, knight D4 played by Gukesh. Goodbye. Dang. Gukesh don't play.
Knight D4. Queen D4, bishop E5. Queen retreats. So now, if bishop A1, queen A1, we would have some explaining to do. I think he might just play down an exchange here.
Yeah, just DC right
What
now.
does the crew think? DC and push the D pawn?
Also, David, on queen d4, we have knight takes e5.
I know, but he took with the bishop.
He did, yeah.
Oh, he did take with the bishop already. Okay. Yeah, DC looks very strong.
If Gukesh takes first or
D
second
takes
position,
d4. Ooh.
ever ask the question, if Gukesh takes first or second, does the third player get a candidate spot? And actually, as I was going to bed last night, what I was wondering is, might Gukesh insist on playing in the candidates tournament? He's like, I won a spot. I don't care. Like, the person who gets second in the candidates can play the world championship match with me, but like, I won't be denied another fun tournament. Could he insist on playing in the candidates tournament?
Wait, clarification. It's just one spot from this event, right?
Two.
Two.
Yeah.
I thought it was two. Let's ask.
There's one rating spot. There's two circuit spots, or year total spots, whatever they call it, FIDE circuit, I think, maybe, I don't know. And then there's three at the knockout.
Oh,
and
yeah, that's it.
I'm hearing there's two here, and that's the whole list of spots.
So two
I'm
spots.
asking AI.
Yeah.
Yes, Gukesh can play in the candidates tournament. So, but if he wins the candidates tournament,
Why did no one else ever think of this? You could defend your title in advance, preemptively. It's like pre-moving, Jesse.
I think if Gukesh wins the candidates again, yeah, no match. They don't deserve one.
He's like, goodbye, buddies. He'd probably play a match anyway. He'd be like, sure, I'll play a match.
I mean, he gives 7 other players a chance to beat him in a tournament. If no one can beat him, yeah, what's the point of the match, guys? Come on.
I
But
love Gukesh's position here.
my question is there, can we get like a rules expert? Is there anything, like what is in the rules explicitly that says he can't qualify for his own candidates?
AI is pretty clear. I believe the AI here, but
Ever suggest you ask the AI what date it thinks it is today? Show me the speed. If you had listened to us, you wouldn't have needed to look at the engine. We also
that's
said
right, buddy.
that bishop a1, queen a1 didn't look good.
Yeah.
And also just D takes c4, it's game over. Those bishops are way stronger than anything White's ever dreamed of ever doing. Bishop on b5 is sidelined. The knight on h5 is sidelined. We're marching the babies home.
Especially this bishop on e5 is like the piece. That's why it doesn't get traded for the rook partly. I mean, that guy is just whew.
Beast mode.
So Etienne attacks the pawn on c4, and if it advances, then maybe he has the move rook takes e4, right?
Yeah, which is not clear because c3, rook e4, c2, maybe bishop b2 or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, Black could just calmly play bishop. Oh, maybe he can't play bishop d5 because bishop d5, maybe White could get away with bishop c4.
Bishop d5 should be the simple move, and you're saying bishop c4?
No. I take it all back. It's all bullshit. So bishop d5 is the simple move. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There might be other fancy ways to play.
Yeah, queen c5 is a follow-up. Yeah, bishop d5 played.
Oh, that's bishops of God right there. Those are God's bishops.
He's got 4 long diagonals. 4 long diagonals.
Wow.
Woo!
And 3 pawns. Yeah.
And tres peones.
What is Nakaka? He's got 2 wooden shields, basically. Is that right?
I have no idea.
I think that's 2 wooden. I think each of those is a wooden shield.
He's been developing his vocabulary. I listened to one of his recaps of the Louisiana match, and he's got all kinds of fancy things he says.
Okay. Oh, defending. He can't get out. He can't get out of it. At this point, I don't even think he knows what's a bit and what isn't.
Yeah, so after queen e2, El Natural would be c3. I'm sure there's other moves.
Yeah. There's also queen c5, just saying, more more central diagonals.
Right, so queen c5, bishop c4, b5, right? Oh
Yeah.
my God.
But then just bishop b5, is there actually
Oh, I'm my bad. Yeah, you're right. Bishop b5.
Queen f1, huh?
but no, c3 looks pretty
Okay.
fine.
White, I guess, could say on c3, I'm hoping for like bishop d3 to hurt you somehow.
Yeah.
Over towards that side.
d3 played because Mama said.
Because Mama said. So if bishop d3, is white doing much? What's the idea? It's to take on g6 and then e5.
Yeah.
So, like, if I played queen c6, that doesn't really stop what white is about, which is queen e5. Okay. So bishop d3, we're going to need something, and bishop d3 has been played.
Okay, we got 10 minutes here with Gukesh. We can figure this out.
Okay, a basic move would be queen c7.
I agree.
He's probably got other things, but that's just the basic one.
Yeah, that looks nice.
f5 is also suggested by Icy.
Yeah, that's the ambitious move right there, f5.
Yeah. The problem with this bishop b3 suggestion is that it's the dark squares that are potentially vulnerable. So white just goes bishop g6, forgets about the rook, tries to play queen e5, and it gets very messy there.
One thing I'm surprised at, I'm looking at just the left-hand side of the Twitch. There's not that many channels covering this at all.
Oh, yeah?
So we're kind
Let's
of
see.
like
Eric Rosen is covering duck chess. For a moment, I thought it was the Dutch championships. I was like, without a niche. No, it's the duck
He's
championships.
doing the duck championships, bros.
Yeah.
Oh, Duck Chess Championship. Okay, well, I mean, it's World Championship, guys,
Queen C7, I'm a GM today.
Blitzstream is covering this in French.
Yeah, I see Crest Book is on. That's
Press book in
probably.
Russian.
Then we got Chess24. But
Chess24.
Chess24 only 2,000 followers. Yanistan TV. He's, I think, watching in German.
But check this out, Kostya. FIDE Chess. Chess. FIDE Grand Swiss 2025. Live. 1 viewer.
That's weird.
That's
I mean, I'm sure
crazy.
they have more on YouTube, but
Wait, Chess24 India. 1 viewer. What? That's weird.
that just seems incorrect.
Yeah, it doesn't seem possible.
One lock, maybe.
Queen c7 was played. And the blockading bishop c2.
Yes, Hans got out. He drew. Oh, FIDE broadcast broke down. Uh-oh.
Rough.
We got some very nice comments on Twitter when I announced that we were going to be doing the commentary again. People were like, yes. People are very excited. Oh, did we announce in Discord? I think we ever did. All right, let me add everyone real quick.
I'm wondering if Gukesh can play b5 here. The idea of queen b5, bishop c6, but also after b5, white might play a move like rook b4, and then I don't know what I've achieved.
Well, if you can play b5, you should, boss. I mean, b5, rook b4, I mean, minimum, there's bishop c4. But what's your idea? b5, queen b5? Oh, I see. Just bishop c6 and our bishop on e5 is such a beast that it holds down the c7 square, right?
Yeah.
Fair. B5 looks very strong. The bad news for white is even if it was white's move, there's not really anything he could do. He's just hoping for a cheap shot here. Also, they're going to get more time now after move 40.
That's right. So Etienne just made his 40th move, so he's already got time. He was low for a couple moves there. That's good, OMG Rachel. Those are exactly the kind of comments we want. Maybe we should pop over there for a second, see how Firouzja's doing. Bishop h6, Kostya. I didn't tell you this, but that was the move I thought of for Amin.
Bishop h6.
In the position we looked at with queen g4.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, that's the move I'd had in mind. I'd wondered about, knight f6, knight f7, but then I was going to take on f2. Basically, the whole point of bishop h6 was I wanted to try to take on f2 at some point. So in the game,
Firouzja in trouble, yeah?
It was threatened for a while, and eventually black just traded off the knight on g5, keeping the e-pawn. Wow, knight b2 works out nicely. b5. Wow, knight b4 check, king b3. The knights are not used to the fork turning on them, are they? So Firouzja's threatening knight b5.
Hanging on.
Rook to f3 might stop it, but instead we get the retreat.
Knight b6. Well, rook f3, maybe there wasn't a follow-up to rook takes h7.
Mm-hmm. All right, Firouzja plucks the pawn.
Knight on a6 hasn't moved since move 6. Yeah, I mean, it's well placed. Doesn't need to. I was just checking out the women's section, and yeah, some big results already. Both Muzachuks lost. Both. It's unbelievable.
Wow.
Um,
They must not have been paired with each other today.
They were not paired. But actually, they lost to some very exciting players. We have, I don't know if you guys know these girl, Zoka Gal from Hungary. She's very talented. And Zhenya Balabayeva from Kazakhstan, also very young and very strong. They're both like, I think, approaching 2,400 or under 20.
I don't know what Amin's plan was here, sacking that b5 pawn.
He's got 0 time left too. That buddy better move.
Yeah, he's got 3 moves to make. A few seconds on the clock.
He made that with 7 seconds, dude. That's the younger generation. They don't care.
Jeez.
I like his. It looks like he's well. Okay, so the question is knight c3. Does he have anything against knight c3?
The h pawn's hanging now. I analyzed the line: knight a4, king a4, rook c3, rook h7, rook c4, bishop d2. There's also king b5 for white in that line.
Oh wait, Anna Muzichuk probably didn't lose. Yeah, because she's not losing in the final position. So I don't know what happened there. Thank you for pointing that out, Jess Gaines. Oh, but my friend Miley Jade from Canada, she's beating Valentina Gunina. Dang. Wow. That's huge. Go Miley.
This rook h3 from Amin, that's his intention. He's holding it together at least. I think. Maybe not. Maybe it's not so easy.
But he might be equal instead of better now.
Well, he might be still worse. Like if you imagine rook h3, king h3, bishop e3, intending knight b5, and bishop takes b6. It might be a little bit of, well, it's hard for me to evaluate, but it could be a little unpleasant. Yeah, that could be unpleasant.
You guys think this game's turning?
It might. I mean, first of all, these next two moves are critical, and they both have zero time.
Hmm.
And Rook H3, King H3, Bishop E3 poses some very direct questions to Black.
Mm. Perugia effect. So 97?
And then I'm worried about King C4.
Uh-huh.
Now it's still like maybe you just sit on it. Like if I go King B5, maybe you can get away with like A B8 like a sad stir. I don't know. All right, so Rook takes King takes happened. I don't see another idea besides Bishop E3.
Bishop E3, knight moves or king moves?
Well, I think Bishop takes B6 followed by Knight B5 is a pretty serious threat.
Mm-hmm. Bishop E3, knight D7, king C4, king G4.
Bishop B3 played. I'm a GM today. King G4 played fairly quickly. And I was thinking about that actually right after we said it. So the point would be that if Knight B5 now, then that takes away the square from the king. And if you take, yes, you can win the D pawn, but my H pawn will be fast.
Mm-hmm.
So King G4 may be an exclam move.
Guys, can I give you the analysis board for a moment
Okay.
and go see to my kid's breakfast briefly? Does that
Okay,
work
but
for us?
yeah, let me.
What
Maybe
game
just
would I
leave it
put you
on
on?
a live position.
Okay.
Yeah, like Gukesh or whoever.
But if I put on the analysis board, Jesse can update the live moves from Gukesh and he can
But
mix it
Gukesh,
up.
I don't think is the most interesting thing, dude. I think this is crispy critters.
Too crispy. Okay. Darda and Yu Yang Yi drew the crazy Rook D5 game. So what happened? He played Rook to G1, Knight C3. Holy moly!
Wait, David, your kids are hungry. Yeah, just leave us on a live board.
Yeah, but you just have to pick a board.
Okay. I
Let's
mean,
stay. Let's stay with the Ali Reza game.
yeah, we could do Persia. Yeah, we'll just stay with that one.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll be back in a little bit.
Beautiful. Thank you.
So it's kind of clever that Ali Reza got all this extra time because it's just like an endgame puzzle now.
And so intuitively, Jesse, who do you like here?
Oh, I don't know. It's a hard one. I think it's too concrete for me to do intuitively. If I was white, I'd be scared shitless though, because if I lose the G pawn, that H pawn is, bad news.
Yeah. Interesting.
So yeah, white has to find something pronto, as they say in Italian.
And I asked David, but who are you rooting in this event?
Who am I rooting for?
Yeah.
I'm rooting for Gukesh, dude.
You want Gukesh to win?
I think, yeah, I want the kid to prove himself here, and I think it would be hilarious if he wins this thing and then gets into the candidates.
this year?
Yeah, I think that would be amazing. Um, who else am I rooting for? Good question. I think Arjun is probably going to qualify in a variety of different ways. I want the top people to qualify, basically. I don't want a rando to win, and it's definitely possible for a rando to win this event.
Hmm.
So,
But
after
we were talking about the circuit. So if Prague wins the tournament, then Arando will get in from the circuit.
probably won't be a rando. I mean, it's still like, the number two spot there is still going to be somebody pretty good.
Well, number two is like Geary. And then
Okay.
you have Blue Bomb, who's like number 4.
Wow.
So it is a bit. Yeah.
Um, I have loads of people who I don't think are going to win that I'm rooting for. I'm rooting for Shankland. I'm rooting for Zhang, a wonder, who drew, by the way, with black. The Hammer's playing, dude. I'm rooting for the Hammer. He's playing Sevilla now.
Nice. So the Americans.
How about you, bud? You rooting for who do you got rooting for?
I'm rooting for 2 players. I mentioned Levon, because I
Okay.
think this is like maybe his last shot, and Chucky. I want Chucky to do well.
Oh, I'm rooting for Andy Woodward too, man.
And Andy Woodward, yes. Andy Woodward, who just plays some very exciting chess. But the Ardor also super good.
Mhm.
Geary definitely not a rando, but he's also not top 10 either right now. So I'm just.
He's been talking smack as if he was in there, though. It's like, oh, the younger generation, they're not actually that good, and I'm actually back in the top 10, and he's not.
I believe in him. I think he can do it.
Oh, I saw you're gonna that inspired you to do a 2800 quest.
Well, yeah, I mean, no, we did the podcast.
But I just finished it. That's why you said chose 2800 or what?
Um, well, yeah, I mean, I've been to 27,
Uh-huh.
so 28, yeah.
Okay, 28.
And I know actually think it's good timing. You finished yours, so yeah, a good time
Okay.
for me to start mine. I've been doing pretty good actually. So first day I lost 30 points. I went down to 2560, and
Oh
then
my
day
God.
2 was yesterday. I went up to 2650.
Okay.
And I've been getting some coaching from Sam, this guy I met in my open.
Uh-huh.
It's a bullet specialist. Not even bullet specialist, bullet specialist.
Yeah.
And he thinks I can get to 28. He believes in me.
So let me ask you something. If it's like 10 seconds versus 10 seconds,
Hmm.
how good are you at that stuff?
I'm definitely not great. I would say that's not my strong suit.
Mm.
Um, I think I'm not bad, but I'm mainly trying to end games before it gets to that point, or enter that point with a time advantage.
Well, let me just say, boss, there's going to be a lot of games that are 10 seconds to 10 seconds, and then it's unavoidable. I would say that was what was amazing to me about I didn't think I could make it, honestly. I was kind of doing it for fun. I was like, I can't make it because I lose basically all the time.
Hmm.
And one of the games I won, dude, I created a YouTube short about it, though it's not published yet, where I faced Short. Now, one of the funny things was Short published like the day before on Facebook or something. He was talking about how he didn't grow up with Blitz and, it's a totally different thing. And I was like, yes, Short, that's exactly true. I don't have that. People don't understand why I don't have these skills. They're like, Kraai, you can learn to pre-move. And I'm like, no, actually, I can't. And then so I'm playing Short, dude, and I went on time. And I'm like, oh, right. All right, this is the one guy. This is the one guy I can beat in the 10 seconds versus 10 seconds scenario.
Right. Honest girl. Yeah.
And it was like when it happened too, I was like, oh, right, I'm generally just losing these every single time. Or if I have a winning position, they'll do like a stalemate trick on me. They'll always do some nasty little thing when it's 10 seconds versus 10 seconds. It's a dark skill. It's a
Yeah.
very dark skill. Yeah.
I think I'm improving. I'm getting a little better at that. Like the other day, I was losing, and I won my opponent's queen with like by hanging my own queen, and it was like totally intentional too. I was very proud of that. I still got flagged, but like that's the kind of stuff, yeah, you got to do to hang in there.
Also, definitely part of me getting there was I farmed this one dude for 3 games,
Right.
and my intuition was that he was playing so bad that his rating was up there because he was normally a cheater, but he wasn't
Mm.
cheating when he was playing me, or he was on full tilt, maybe
Hmm.
a combination of both. So you're gonna need some kind of gift like that too.
Yeah. Um, yeah, definitely. You gotta find the right person to farm. I don't mind playing the cheater so much because I feel like I'll get refunded at some point.
No, I wasn't. I was just because when you play somebody who's like 2780 and they have zero understanding, you're like,
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, you wonder how they got there. Yeah, yeah, for sure.
and there's so many untitled players who are 2700 plus. It's like I'm sure many of them are legit, but on the other hand,
Yeah.
yeah.
I faced someone in a puzzle battle yesterday, which is like a 3-minute puzzle rush, and
Hmm.
and my score was like in the 30s, and their score was like 68.
Uh-huh.
Just like untitled player. They're just cranking them out. But yeah, it's fun. So yesterday was day two. I think today after we finish, I'll nap or something, and then I'll fire up another stream this evening. Geary won. Let's go. Anish. He won pure opposite color bishop endgame. His opponent just resigned, didn't even play it out. And apparently Anna Muzichuk lost on time, which is heartbreaking.
It's not heartbreaking. Come on.
I think she was like winning. Like just simple endgame. It's bummer. But yeah, it's just round one.
Hmm.
But I don't know, on the women's side, who am I rooting for here? Carissa for sure. Guess the Muzichuks. Irina Crush is playing. Miley Jade. Yeah, not a great day. Miley Jade though. Miley Jade. I have faith. Actually, probably she'll get. Yeah, I'm sure she'll get it. I am Norm from this. Okay, let's see. Oh, Vidit won. Vidit 1-0. So who's leading so far? We have Geary, Vidit, Shanklin, Demchenko. It's gonna be a very small group of leaders after round one. Oh yeah, most games are drawn already. Wow. Gelfand.
Hmm.
It's a little bit quiet here.
Oh, I was actually just about to ask a question to Jesse, but I think both you guys would be good at answering this. So one thing I've noticed for myself personally, I have a really hard time like going deep on move 41, like Faruja is doing here, which I think is correct because they just got this end game. He doesn't know what's going on, and so he's tanking to try and figure it out. But I'm really, really bad at like tanking on move 41,
Mm-hmm.
especially after like a time scramble. Like it's just hard for me to get deep, and then I don't want to get into time trouble again. So I'm like, okay, you can't tank right away. But sometimes it's critical. Sometimes, you reach a new situation, you just have to think and calculate. sometimes you enter a position that's like lost, and then you're really just like, oh no, you really have to think.
Well, I think it starts knight b5, king f3. You've probably gone deeper than that.
But also, David, knight b5, if I just play like knight d7, the knight's in the way of the king coming to b5. So I think white really has big questions here.
But he's only got so many choices, right? I mean,
Well, there might one of the questions is could he sit? So like could he just move the bishop back and well he can't see it's weird. He might be kind of even in Zugzwang where like yeah, he might be running into Zugzwang pretty quick. It's so
well,
yeah, Kostya asked me before, I was like, what was my intuitive assessment? And I was like, I got to look at it.
yeah.
And I've been looking at it for a while now, and I'm like, I don't actually see a way for white to be equal.
Okay. So, I mean, there's no way to bring the king into the center because b4 is hanging, right? And if you play b5, presumably black plays knight c5 check.
Yeah, that's a good presumption.
And if white takes on c5, then they're sort of weirdly frozen and the g-pawn's hanging.
Well, right. And once we lose the G pawn, that's the big bummer, which happens in all these variations. Then that H pawn is really hard to stop.
Oh, but there is a way forward for white in that position. It's knight a4.
But even there, like King G5 followed by knight pawn H5, dude, it's like, what are we doing?
I guess d6, right?
Probably C takes D.
C takes d, knight b6,
H5.
h5.
Ah,
I know, knight d5,
H4.
h4. Oh, sorry, I mouse slipped h6 for you. That was a very bad mouse slip. Hang on, h4.
No, it's done. I could even
b6.
play. No, I didn't. I take your pawn. Oh, if I didn't take your pawn, that's no good. I guess I should look at the same board you're
Okay,
looking at.
sorry. My variation was after trading on c5, I played knight a4 for white. King takes g5 for black, and then d6.
Okay, wait. I just want to say about b5, what doesn't make sense to me is worst case scenario for black. I just play knight b8, I go knight d7, and black has all of the trumps because your king, you can't enter the position anymore.
Okay, so knight b8. I'll go knight a4 again. And then you'll just play knight d7.
I guess, yeah.
But if I trade knights on b6 and just sit, oh, then you can bring the king to f3, huh?
I mean, maybe, maybe this is what you want to think about.
Yeah, okay, interesting. Okay, so knight b8. I had assumed knight c5.
All right, so Ferrugia came up with knight a4. This is his tricky way of trying to deal with the problemitos.
Okay. Wow,
Okay.
did not see that coming.
Now, I think I might understand the idea. The idea might be like, no, I don't understand the idea. Let's say I go knight a4, king a4, king f3. Oh, maybe I do understand the idea. I don't know. King f3.
Uh-huh.
And the problem is if king b... Okay, no, maybe... So you have to evaluate king b5. It looks lost for white, but maybe you could do it.
It looks like the only move, though, right? What
But
else is
king
white
b5, I just take your bishop, you take my knight, I take on e4, and I'm faster.
right?
And it's a disaster.
And there might even be knight takes b4, right? Which might also be evil.
Maybe,
Simpler,
yeah.
yeah.
It's not going to be happy.
Here, here, here.
Wait, okay, knight a4, king a4, king f3.
Maybe bishop a7?
Bishop a7.
Okay, so
But
trying
black
to trap
never
that
loses
knight.
that. King takes e4, you win all the pawns, basically.
Okay, wait. King e4, b5.
b5 with the pawn or the king?
Pawn.
Pawn.
Oh, pawn. Oh, okay. That's the trick.
Okay,
Yeah.
nice. So now the knight can't move because knight c5, bishop c5.
Take. King f3, bishop a7.
Bishop a7. Ay, 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 where to go?
Oh, that's pretty evil, man.
All right, I got one idea for black here.
Okay.
It's not to get an advantage. It's to maybe hold on down the bishop, right? So after b5, I'll play knight c5 check. Bishop takes c5. King takes d5.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, you can go to b8 on purpose here.
Now, I think I have, if black wants a draw, by the way,
Yeah.
I think the easy way is knight a4, king a4, king f3, bishop a7, and then the plump. Oh, maybe no. I was gonna say plump knight b4, but it's not actually any good. Sorry about that. No,
So maybe in live position, black should just avoid the trade. Just knight d7.
Maybe knight d7, but that's gonna at least give us the b5 opportunity.
My inclination in the live position would be to play king f3 with b6 hanging and take the e-pawn.
Right. Yeah, it's sharp.
Yeah, okay, good. Also very important.
King f3, knight takes b6, king takes e3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm trying to make them trade their bishop, not their knight here.
And here's a fun variation. If bishop b6, c takes b6.
Mm-hmm.
If knight c3, I think knight c7 is winning. So you gotta. So that looks bad for white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought white would play knight takes b6 and I would play king takes e4.
But what I don't understand about that one. Okay, maybe king c4 now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, maybe king c4. Wow. If knight c7, b5 looks like a zugzwang. Oh
It's
yeah.
maybe even a mutual zugzwang, Jesse, because if white had to move,
Right, yeah.
black would get d5. Huh?
Okay, so king c4 on move 44.
Yeah. What if now I play knight takes b4, Jesse?
Totally thought. You could also start with king f5
Mm-hmm.
and just say, hey, my h-pawn will be a beast.
You want to start with king f5 and believe in your h-pawn. I don't believe in your h-pawn. I play knight c8.
King g5.
King g5, knight d6.
h5.
B. Why keep mouse flipping h6? I suppose I want to play b5. You could have b8.
e8. You know darn well when you cast your spell, I hypnotize with your eyes.
Okay, king d3. I just bring my king towards your h-pawn. You can't
King
play chess here.
King f4.
King f4, fighting back. Yeah, that's annoying. He knows about the shoulder too, him guy.
Like maybe you can draw it. I don't know, but it doesn't look pleasant for a
Yeah,
peasant.
you're still fine. Crazy.
Woo!
I didn't believe
Quad
it.
XE asked if there's a grad show. No, I finished all the graduates yesterday. In general, I've been finishing them on Monday, but
On Wednesday.
on Wednesday. But sometimes I have to do an overflow show on Thursdays.
Yeah, me and thinking a long time on this one too, which makes sense. You can kind of almost see the game to the end here if you're as good as these fellows are. Let me just check this other line real quick. CB6, knight b6, king e4, king c4, knight takes b4.
But I have to wrap it up for myself.
Okay.
It's been a beautiful show. I'll be back tomorrow morning.
Okay. They want to know if you're going to play Blitz today at some point.
I hit 2,800 bows. I hit 2,800.
No more Blitz.
What do you want from me? I already, are you not entertained?
No more Blitzky.
Are you not entertained?
I think they were entertained. Then they asked for more.
Can they have enough? Okay. Yeah. Beautiful stuff. You know what else? I just want to end with a final thought. These top players have been afraid of playing in tournaments because they're rating, but here with the goal of qualifying, they're all playing. So it's like the first time that the ratings have a real readjustment, like a real readjustment. 11 rounds of this thing, our top 10 is gonna get totally shaken up here. Totally shaken.
We might see some 2700s lose their status and some under 2700s go over 2700.
Somebody is gonna have an amazing tournament. There's no doubt. Yep. Cool. Okay, my friends, I'm out of here.
All right. Ciao, Jesse.
Bye.
Knight a4. Okay. So, yeah, no move here. To my mind, this position looks equal. So I'm going to just pop around a little bit to a few boards. All right, so Salah won his first round against the lowest rated player. Our Dogmas' king is still in jeopardy and is still pushing that G pawn. Dang. Currently up 2 pawns against Goryachkina. But it's just getting more and more intense here. G6. I mean, first of all, he did not go rook c7, which tells us that, which would pretty much win that knight, I think, which tells us that he was afraid of something like, queen here, you take, and a perpetual, right? So, hey, Cross Online. So this g6 is trying to do something really fast here. Sensei eval for Gukesh, Dr. Kankenstein, is we stopped watching. He was winning by so much that Jesse didn't want to even watch anymore. Bishop c2, we got check here, just a repetitiats, king f8, queen d3, knight h4. I mean, to me, they're still playing chess. Yeah, it still looks like I could lose from either side, actually. But, yeah, we said it's probably +2 for black. And, maybe I'll keep watching now that Jesse's gone. Darda versus Yu Yang Yi was crazy. Let me just have a quick look at our dogmas here to just try and understand this g6 situation. Hi, Jack. Welcome to the dojo. Okay, maybe our Dogmas against pawn takes g6 would be planning the move queen takes g6 with mate. That looks like a pretty solid prediction. So that's one detail of the position. Now, if black goes in for queen d3, queen f1, something like that, which black does, then we have to ask ourselves, what's the intention here? Yeah, I hear that, Rachel. It means that it's still worth watching, huh? From your perspective, maybe from mine. So what would Yagiz have planned against queen to d3? Hang on, the move queen c5 defends the e-pawn. What does he need to have planned? The queen didn't go all the way to f1 where she's got more checks. Is this like a real thing? Like now she opens the rook and there isn't the checkmate? Wow. But if that's the case, then if he takes here, then she's going to check before recapturing. Whew. Okay, it's pretty hectic actually. Although it should be calculatable in 10 minutes of effort. And it should be a forced win for white.
All right, what's happening?
I'm having a look at Yagiz or Dogmas against Alexandra Goryachkina. It looks like basically like a puzzle you'd get in a chess book. Or that you should get in a chess book. Because if you sat and calculated for 10 minutes, I feel like you should be able to find a forced win for white. But in a game, you don't know for sure. Right? Like maybe not. Maybe
You've
not.
got intuition. But it's white to play here on queen d3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, I'm trying to cook something up.
Okay, let's think. What's going on? We're up 2 pawns. King is weak.
All right.
I don't know. To me, this doesn't look so clear.
Right. I think I may have answered the puzzle, though. I'm feeling pretty good about a possible answer here.
Yeah, what would you do?
All I have to do is maybe do a little more double checking before I play it. So I don't know if I should give you my answer without finishing the double check, because that's kind of an important piece of any puzzle. But here's what I'm thinking. I think I've sort of double checked it. Queen c5.
Mm-hmm.
And I assumed the only real move there for black was fg6. So that's the only thing I've really looked at. Then I'm going to play queen to d4. Threatening mate on g7. And in most scenarios, a queen trade's completely winning for me.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
So I go queen d4. Black goes rook f3 check. And then I play king to h4. And I think black's kind of out of stuff to do.
It's running out. Okay, I'll just try g5.
I take.
And g5. His queen d4 is a nice one. So queen c5. I found one. If so queen c5. If queen f1.
Yeah.
There's queen takes f8.
Yeah.
Lights out. So queen c5, fg, queen d4. Mate is a big threat. And there's no checks with the queen. So what does
Oh,
black?
wait. There's this line that I was still double checking, and now I'm not feeling great about it. It is Rook F3, King H4, Rook H3, King H3, Queen F1, with a presumed
Ooh.
perpetual there.
Really?
Yeah. And King G4, GH5, trying to force you to take it.
That is a perp. Can you put that on the board? It's like Queen F5 and Queen F3 there at the end, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Just for chat. It's not for my benefit. Although I did want to see it because it's kind of nice. Oh, yeah, Rook H3. Sorry, can you pause there?
Yeah.
Rook H3. King G4.
Uh-huh.
And just run up the board. Yeah.
And then run out. And that wins, right?
That that should win. Yeah, it should feels like the D pawn should always be enough for white.
We've got another suggestion on the very first move of this. Pawn takes F7. So if the rook takes, it's Rook A8 check, Queen G6 mate.
Ah, yes.
Right? So King H7 there. Right? And now, I mean, some choices, right? Maybe Queen C5, Queen F1, Knight E4. A little bit hard to believe.
Yeah.
Because white's just...
The black.
No, he's not here. We're missing a kid. Yeah, white's just got pieces all over the board there, huh?
Yeah.
Do we see anything wrong then? I'm going to set up the starting position. We won't move pieces for a second. We'll look at pawn takes H7 here for a moment. Or pawn takes F7 in our heads. See if there's anything we're missing. Like pawn takes F7, King H8, Queen F8 with check.
And Kid's been thinking for a while here. You would think he can just kind of
Yeah.
go through it.
But maybe he's double checking it carefully, right?
Yeah. So I didn't see the problem with GF7, but I guess. Well, your line looked good. I mean, as long as you're confident about escaping the perpetual.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a third option?
You know, I think the reason she played Queen D3 and not Queen F1 immediately was because of your Queen F8. Just a simplifying maneuver.
Right.
So I think that's why she didn't go for Queen F1. And we thought that FG6 would lose to Queen G6. Very simple, blunt force trauma to G7. So maybe he's just winning, and then he's also still being careful about it.
Yeah. Very precise, using his time.
Yeah. Kankenstein, if black goes King H8, I think Queen F8 with check is really overwhelming. White goes Queen G8, Queen H8, Queen takes G7, all with check. And it's very clean. So to me, after GF7, black's best, so to speak, is King H7. And there's probably a number of things white can do at that point since black's not threatening much. Like the very safe Queen F4 is probably fine, but just looking to see if we could end the game, I looked at Queen C5, Queen F1, Knight E4, and it seemed like black was just done, just out of stuff to do.
Lukasz won. I just was checking his game. Nice. Let's go, Gukesh,
This was the
world
last position
champion.
we saw, knight h4. Threatening g2. White played f3. For that, weakened some dark squares. And he checked and moved the knight. Whew!
Yeah, he connected 4 on the 5th rank, and that was it.
That is
White had
beautiful.
enough. Today was the day Gukesh became world champion.
Beautiful. That is just beautiful. The Fruja game we were watching, Amin played knight to d7 after deep thought. He said, no Tradovich, no simplification, way out. And then brought his king to f3. So, I think he might be playing for more, so to speak, Kostya.
Who is? Amin?
Amin. He might be
Well,
trying
maybe.
for
I
an
mean, I,
advantage
I,
here.
I don't think we found a draw in the knight a4 line, so one way or the other.
Right.
He had to go knight d7.
But I think when you stepped away, Jesse and I looked at knight a4, king f3, and the lines looked like they were drawn.
Wait, you found an answer to bishop a7?
Well, I didn't trade on a4. I played king f3 without trading on a4.
Oh, gotcha.
So
Yeah.
I didn't let the bishop get to a7. In this position, if white goes like knight b6, I have king e3. So we had mainly looked at bishop b6, cb6, knight b6, king e4, and the knight ending appeared to be drawn. We analyzed it for a little bit. And honestly found more than one draw, so I felt like it was really within the margin. So to me, knight d7 says he wants to play for more. King c4, he comes king f3, and he's saying if white's king goes to b5, maybe he even plays knight b8, shuts everything out, and collects e4 for free. Maybe he's also calculated king e3, king a6, king e4, something like that.
What's white playing here?
And white can't stabilize with king d3 because of knight b4 check, right? So white needs...
So he has to play b5 here?
White needs some hell of a drug. b5. I would expect knight b8 there, and then king d3 could be played, right?
Seems like that's what he's got to do.
He's just played b5.
Yeah. Yeah, what else? Process of elimination.
Yeah.
And knight b8, king d3. Feels like white's okay.
That feels quite okay, because black's pieces can't really move much. But I like this idea here from SB McManus. I was looking... Oh, sorry, from Not Joel. I was looking for something just like this. A way to trade the piece but not give white an A pawn. Knight to b4.
SB McManus, we are doing well. We are energized by the start of a beautiful new classical event.
Yeah.
With all the strongest and most ambitious players.
Gorgeous tournament. Looking to see Gukesh qualify for the candidates 2 years in a row.
Yeah, we'll try to see Gukesh qualify.
Knight b4. Knight b4. I could see why that black might want to play for an advantage with that move. He's played knight b8 though.
Let's
So
see him.
now I'm not so sure for him.
Why he didn't like that?
Does he
maybe
think
knight
he has all the
b4.
time in the world to play knight f8? And
Yeah, I don't know. King D3, knight F8, B6.
Yeah, and then white's clearly doing things.
Should be, yeah.
Huh. What do you think of knight b4? Is there a flaw in that move?
So knight b4, I was just thinking maybe white goes bishop a7.
Yeah, I was thinking the same square actually. Bishop a7. So now I go knight c2 maybe.
I don't know. King D3 looks like black has a draw at least. At least.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Look, I mean, to me, it looks, unless he's like just very clearly playing for a win. Maybe he is like, I don't know, chess. I mean, his king is active. This e pawn is weak.
Yeah. But I'm playing for a win in this version here. I'm just saying my knight's better than on b8, right?
Yeah. But on
White
king
thinks
D3, what
not.
does white play? Or black play? I guess just
Knight,
check and
knight e1.
just knight e1.
King d2, knight g2. I'm not losing time because you're just playing king d3, king d2 every time because the e-pawn's always hanging, right?
Yeah, and
And then
knight
king
f4 is
d3,
coming.
knight f4, and that's
Yeah.
it. Mop up. Someone says knight before maybe there was b6 anyway.
Yeah, maybe that's what something needs.
Because like king e3, pawn takes c7.
Or bishop d2, bishop a5, like I see. Yeah. Could be idea. That's what I'm saying, Oscar. So, you know what? We all have a lot of work to do. That's why it's good this event starts early, because then it's like, okay, the round is done, and then we still have the whole day to work on our own chess.
Mm-hmm. To study.
Isn't that right, everyone?
What's been brought up. Okay, I'm going to
And it's
close
not
this
hard to
Xiong
work on your
Prague
chess,
game.
guys. Just pick a book. Just pick a book and make progress with it. Analyze some games.
D's, Corella, Vincent, Gamer draw. Wow, it's a ton of draws here today, Kostya. You really called that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, we've seen almost nobody win a game yet. Divya and Abhimanyu still locked in Mortal Kombat, though, for sure. Whew.
Oh, boy. What a position.
That would be a bit uncomfortable here with either side.
Thanks, Oscar. Thanks. Yeah, what is happening?
I mean, black really broke white's dark squares, that's for sure, which was one of their main goals. But, you know, white's found squares for their pieces too.
Can we go to the Noterbeck game?
Mm-hmm.
Because I thought he was gonna win it, and now I'm not sure at all.
Oh, he's got a tough first round opponent, Ivic.
Yeah, I know. Ivic is another killer. So
So
my question is, why did White put the king on h3?
mm-hmm.
Because I thought he was gonna walk towards the queen side.
Well, does bishop d7 set up a checkmate here?
Ah, wow.
The idea is bishop e6, queen f8. There's also an idea of bishop e6, queen f7, which might leave no way out. So rook g3 check. I just play king h2.
Man, there's no perp. Rook g4, king h1.
Yeah, just keep going.
So my question is, why hasn't he won that? Sorry. Okay, so Notterbeck, big chances.
Yeah, I think McManus is absolutely right that the whole thing that's good about chess is that we don't know. We don't know exactly how to play. We don't know exactly what's good. Um, None of us play tic-tac-toe. That's not fun. You need a game with a complexity level where you can figure something out, but not everything.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have like some idea. If like we didn't know that E4 was better than G4, we'd be a little bit too lost at sea.
That's where we're at in 960.
Yeah. What 8 names would we like to see in the candidates?
Yes.
I'm gonna go Caruana,
Agree.
Prague,
Yes.
Aragaisi,
Yeah.
Noterbeck, Anish. How many
Ooh,
do I
okay,
have
that's
left, Kostya?
controversial.
How many do I have left?
3 more.
3 more. Um, Yagiz Connor Dogmas, right here.
Okay, well now we're just
I'm just putting my team in so we can gain rating points. Oh look, the game ended just like that with the night coming around.
Oh, he took nice.
Yeah, maybe Neiman and Sindarov.
Okay.
There you go. Wow, my picks were all over the place, Kostya. Just crazy picks.
Yeah, very biased. I
Crazy
just want the
confidence.
players that deserve it the most to get in.
Well, why didn't the players I picked deserve it?
Um, Geary because he hasn't performed well enough,
Jeez,
and the others because they're the same, but also they're low rated.
man. Well,
Uh,
Gary's had a pretty good year. He's gained 20 rating points. You know, he's
no, no, fantastic. I'm very happy for him. I'm not saying I wouldn't want to see him. Actually, I am rooting for him.
I was
I was just thinking like, the candidates. Ideally, the candidates is like the top 8 players, right?
I just picked the players that would like make it very exciting for me personally, I guess. Yeah, that's how I interpreted the question.
Fair enough.
And I thought that it would be fun to have a mix of some like young up and coming players and some older players who's like still have 1 or 2 shots left. So that's how I picked.
I guess for me, I would just, yeah, go with the guys um, at the top that are fighting for it. So I would say Fabi. So Fabi, Prague, Arjun, Noterbeck.
So far, we've got 4 out of 4 overlap.
It's hard to argue with those. Like Noterbeck went down a bit, but like he deserves to be there.
Yeah.
I would give Naka a spot.
Okay. I would have until last week
I understand.
as well. Yeah. I mean,
What?
you've asked this question of me previous weeks, so
Yeah.
so you know that I previously had him in that list.
I could imagine. So for me, Naka, I'm sure we'll pod about it, but like for me, um he still deserves to be there.
Yeah.
Um, and then okay, so then next by rating
Yeah.
would be Wesley So, Faruja, Wei.
Yeah.
I think Faruja I want to see in there
Yeah.
because he's very young.
Yeah. Wesley So and Wei Yi, they didn't turn up to this tournament, Kostya. So, like, I
Right.
interpreted that as they don't even want to play in the candidates. And one of my rules about tournaments is that the players who don't even want to be there should not.
Yeah, no, fair.
It's also why I didn't put Magnus on my list, right? Like, I'm sure some people would be like, oh, it'd be amazing if Magnus played. From a certain perspective, yes, but he'd have to like really want to play, not just like I magicked him into the tournament and he's like, shoot, I'm here.
Yeah, yeah. No, no, I agree. I mean, Magnus, yeah, we don't want to force Magnus to be there. It is weird the way he's not playing the event. Like, why isn't Wei? Uzbekistan is not that far
Yeah.
for him. That's a bit of a bummer. Um, so Farouj will be number 6. And then I
Mm-hmm.
guess actually, you know what? Geary's next for me. So Geary's my 7th pick.
Haha.
Yeah.
Now your list is basically the same as mine after all, Kostya.
And and then I'll go with Levant as my 8th. I want
Levon, yeah.
Levant
I
there.
hesitated between him, but now you have a little bit too much of like the old guys. You should have brought in one more person, like Hans Niemann or Yagiz Khan or Dogmas. Somebody who like they might not win it now, but they're getting experience for 2 years from now. And it's interesting to see them play.
No, it is interesting. It's just I'm more like the reason I'm putting the old guys in there, it's because they're running out of time.
I know, I know.
So it won't be interesting in in 2 years.
Yeah, yeah, I'm sensitive to that factor too.
Um, and also I very much I don't know how I'd describe it, but basically like I do kind of believe that whoever wins like the Grand Swiss, for example, deserves to be in the candidates in a way.
Oh
So
yeah.
if
Look who's
some
at
lower
this
rated
tournament. If
player,
you win it, like nobody can argue like, well, it was just like a dark horse, lucky, blah blah blah.
yeah. No, but I mean like maybe it was lucky, but still, you still deserve it. Like,
No, I mean
you,
like whoever wins it will have had a bit of luck, right? Like
yeah,
even if it were Prague,
yeah,
right? The highest rated player, best performance this year. Like if it were Prague, it would still be with some little bit of luck, right? But it's also going to be with a lot of deserving it. Like nobody's going to win this tournament just off of luck, right?
right.
Like they'll definitely have deserved it.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I guess what I'm also saying is that like if someone like Erdogmas manages to qualify for the candidates, then he must have done something amazing. So yeah,
Yeah.
probably deserves to be there. Um, it was similar to how when we were talking about like the candidates leading up to the match with Ding, we basically said anyone who wins the candidates is going to be a favorite because they managed to win that candidates.
Yeah. Okay, so
Even if it was Nijat Abasa, who was like, huge underdog. But if he managed to win, all of a sudden, he must be so strong.
right, yes, I agree. And I do think that you can get like maybe a bad member of the candidates from that World Cup event. I think
Right.
we've all agreed that the World Cup should not have 3 spots. Um, but yeah, once you win that candidates, but just as controversial as this conversation, where we actually agreed on six or so spots out of 8, um, this Fallujah Amin game has gotten more controversial because
Hmm.
Fallujah has abandoned the E pawn and Amin has abandoned the C pawn, and it's a little bit hard to say who's about to win or lose.
My gut feeling is that it should peter out as both sides start taking stuff here.
Mm-hmm.
But
So
let's
knight
see, does
f4
Black
is
have an option other than Knight
knight
F4?
f4 is a pretty obvious first move. King c4, king e4, bishop c7, hitting the knight.
Yeah,
I am also
Knight
kind of walking
D7.
into knight c3 check from white, right? Knight d7, knight c3 check.
Mm-hmm.
King gets shunted away. White could take on d6, or they could play b6 and just say they're trying to instantly win.
Starting to look good. Starting to look good for Firo. So it's Bishop D2. This is a very, very nice maneuver.
You'd expect with knight f4 that your whole center would collapse and black would just have too many pawns, and worst case scenario, they trade a knight for your b pawn, you've got nothing left. But somehow I wasn't able to win white's d5 pawn, and that's like a
This
major
Knight C3 just holds everything.
problem for black. So let me look at this again. King c4, is there any weakness to that move? Any way to stop knight c3? Hmm. I don't think it would be best, Steph Kitch, if the candidates automatically included 4 players from the last candidates. I think there's so many good players and the chess world changes fast enough that top 4 from the previous candidates is too much. And it's like fun and interesting to make people fight for the candidate spots, right? Versus have them all set in advance. Honestly, I think it would be fair for the world champion to have to participate in the whole candidates process. If every year you started over instead of having to beat whoever was the previous champion. So my biases are definitely in the direction of everybody competing on a level playing field again every 2 years.
Mm. But then we lose the tradition.
Yeah, I mean, replace it with a better tradition. Okay, so we've gone as far as bishop takes c7, knight d7. In this position, we played knight c3 for white, which looks really good. And then I don't know if white needs to play b6 or bishop d6, but...
Let's just work it out all the way till the end, yeah? So knight c3.
Okay.
King f5. Let's go b6.
Mm-hmm.
Because bishop, oh, whatever, maybe it's fine too, but let's go b6.
Yeah, so that's what we did last time. And then after b6, I don't know if you want me moving pieces or not, Kostya, but after b6...
I think we should for the chat.
We should move pieces? Okay.
Yeah.
It's always a trade-off chat between training and accessibility. After b6, I had sort of thought black would take on g5 because I didn't see anything else super productive to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then white could go b7.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, am I playing h5 or...
Let's try it.
So now it's like white who's got 3 different choices for how they want to try to win this position.
Yeah.
They could go knight e4 and make the king pick a tricky square because there's things like king g4, knight f6, right? Like tactics that could go badly for black. And there's ideas of, taking the pawn on d6 with check with the knight, which might help with some things. So we could go knight e4. We could also just play, b8, take the piece, and then try to come back from there. We could play bishop d6. Or we could go king b5, king c6, trying to get an extra queen instead of messing around with collecting material.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Paulie. Nephew Jesse was on for a few hours, and we're kind of tag teaming on and off as we try to also take care of our lives and our sleep and so forth here. Tournament's at a slightly inconvenient time of day for the 3 of us living in the U.S. right now. And on top of it, it's got a fantastic time control that means the games can go like 7-ish hours. So it's a long stretch. We'll continue to trade off back and forth throughout the event. But we're going to pretty much be able to probably cover every single...
Yeah, I think we'll cover every round.
Yeah, we'll cover every round. I'm just wondering, like, might there be like one round where we miss an hour at some point? Possibly, but we're pretty much gonna have the whole thing.
Yeah.
I feel like White's got to be winning, maybe with all three of those methods, Kostya.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what to do. I think King B5 might be the most straightforward.
Okay. So against King B5, I see no way to stop what White's up to, really.
Knight D3 maybe.
Anchoring on C5.
Yeah. But then I think at some point White will just switch to one of the other ideas. So
Yeah, and Bishop C5 or Knight E4 check.
yeah, that should be game.
Looks like it should do it. Knight E4 check's a little fancy. Oh, and then there's Knight takes here, so that's not good because Black can take this. So that would be a mistake. But Bishop takes D6 seemed well timed here as far as just picking Black apart.
Yeah.
So King B5, I'm going to go straight forward. H4, King C6, H3, King takes Knight, H2, White Queen's first, Black Queen's next. White's got an extra piece on the board.
Oh, and the tempo.
And the tempo. First check. Knight E4. Uh-oh. King's got to be very careful where he steps. Or it just doesn't matter where he steps.
That's beautiful and over.
Over. Yeah, we got mind squares on F5 and G4 and King G6, Queen G8 doesn't look better. So King B5 looks really killer there, and it feels like White's just winning this endgame.
Wait, sorry, wasn't Knight E4 hanging?
Oh, is that why it was in touch with every square? Queen takes knight. Hanging. Horribly. Horrible. Ghastly.
But still, we have Queen G8.
Mm-hmm. King F5, and then maybe just Bishop D6. I mean,
yeah.
White's up a piece. Black has no checks.
Yeah, should win. And okay, we have Knight D7 on the board.
Yeah.
Now we're expecting Knight C3 check.
Yeah, they've been in this position
D6.
for a while, though. I mean, Firouzja's been thinking at least 10 minutes on this. We'd already calculated Knight C3, King F5, B6, King G5, B7, H5, etc. I don't know what else he's on about here. Yeah, I don't know what else he'd be doing. That move looks so good. All that clicking a moment ago, folks. Sorry about that audio thing. It was coming from Divya's board. And like a ton of moves played over here. Or there was a relay error and they went back and fixed something.
Mm-hmm.
Because it clicked so much. Looks like she repeated positions once or twice around here. But now she's not repeating. Now she's smashing her pawns into Black's control of the dark squares. Clearing space Queen e5. Feels
Wow,
like she's
that's
given
sick.
a lot of pawns now.
Well, still 2 pawns. Oh, we have a move from Firouzja. He took on d6 without any checks. Maybe an easier approach.
What's
Wait,
the plan?
there's a hanging pawn?
Uh-huh.
Why he did that? Hold on. uh,
Okay, here's a possible reason, Kostya. Knight c5 check.
Take.
Takes and king takes.
So you worked that out to a win. Knight c3 though?
Knight c3. Push.
Push, knight a4.
Check. King b5.
Take.
Take.
King
take,
f5.
King f5. Bishop e7. e4.
King g6.
Looks like an easy draw.
It's a draw.
So that's not why.
Firouzja, what are you doing? This is weird.
So we're thinking maybe knight d5 for black. b6, knight takes b6. What other move is he planning? What was that? That's so weird. So weird.
Maybe knight c3, he wants bishop f8?
You mean after knight c5?
Yeah.
No, this is so far from working at this point. Bishop f8, you're saying? King d3 or f5, either one. Yeah, king f5 is clean.
Doesn't work.
I mean, king f5, we just always sack the knight for the b pawn, blind push our e pawn.
Well, in king f5, I was thinking king c4. Oh, no, but yeah, pawn's not. Yeah,
The
pawn's
pawn's
not
not defended yet, so
Yeah.
bishop h6, e4.
Confusing. Can someone explain?
Yeah. Oof.
Because he had knight c3. I mean, unless it's like a DGT thing.
Right. You know the move is inexplicable when we start wondering if it's the DGT.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's when they start playing a move like, knight f6, allowing pawn takes knight. And you're like, that doesn't seem right. Man, I'm just going to scan results for a second again over here, okay? I had Noterbeck's board open, so let's see. Noterbeck won. So after king g8, he did not play bishop d7. He simply played king g2. Rook a4, there's queen e8. Brought his king back and then played bishop d7. Almost the exact same position that I would have had. And bishop e6, king h8, queen f7.
That was it.
Yeah, that's it. Just a simple checkmate.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, bravo.
So that follows kind of what that position looked like. And notably, that's, one of the first wins up here among the favorites.
Yeah.
Anish is another player who won. So that's another decisive result I hadn't seen. He played a Knight Orf today. Yeah. Rook f8, bossy. Ooh, he got to play a fun rook move. Rook c3. Normally you'd run away from that, but then maybe he's got rook e3.
Yeah, I think Gary won a very nice game today. And yeah, someone was saying he's like, oh, he avoided theory, he didn't play for a draw. I mean, he played Knight or Sicilian, yeah. It's a very big opening.
Here, if he takes the bishop on h1, there's a perpetual at queen c7. That's weird. Is there really? Oh yeah, queen c7, king e8, queen c6. So he brought the bishop out so the king could run that way if he needs to. Queen b4. Wow, defending all the pawns. And lock the white king. And that's a beautiful concept. That was a beautiful concept. Yeah, it's not easy to win a pure bishop opposite color endgame.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, very nice game from Anish. Masterful. Amin Bassem thinking about knight takes d5. That game's quite mysterious. Draws for Nepo and Mamedyarov. Neiman and Sargsyan. MVL still playing. Let's see what's going on real quick. Maxime has black. White potentially queening the A pawn. Wow, this was like a desperation. Rook takes G2. Let's see. Rook takes, king takes, king F3 there. Queens with check. What? Is
Isn't
Sugarov
Black saving this or no?
Is Sugarov maybe just winning here?
Oh wait, you can just trade.
I've got a very basic calculation. It goes rook g2, king g2, king b8, or b6. Yeah, let's go b6. King b6, f3, a7, f2, a8 equals queen check. Should be winning.
Is that winning?
I thought it'd be winning with the f pawns. Maybe not. I guess black could still go like king g1. You approach. At some point, you go like queen g4. King h1, queen f3, king g1. Okay, it's not guaranteed. I mean, one thing white can do is take the pawn on h4, right? And let black queen. And then play queen and a pawn.
Mm-hmm.
But surely that's not
so
clear.
Game goes on.
Yeah. Okay. I think it's got to be the queen ending. You put your queen on e4, covering some squares. You push h4. And who knows? Normally in practice, the queen and pawn win that endgame. But this is a much slower time control than we normally get. So Maxime will have a lot more time to defend than people normally do. Still, he's got to defend.
Still confused about this Firouzja game.
Yeah.
Like, what's the intention?
Vidit won. Fedoseev lost to David Anton. Hari lost with white. That's rough. And so many draws. Wow. Jan Ludwig's still playing a rook endgame. Let's check out how it's going. Seven's got the A pawn.
Oh boy.
In good position. H pawn's pretty good too, though.
Yeah, we could see two queens.
Yeah, we could go back to a heavy piece ending here. I don't really see how either of them stops the pawns.
Right.
I mean, particularly white has no choice if black goes h3. I mean, rook d6, h2, rook d1. They have a choice. Okay.
Wait, but isn't h3 there's rook d6?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so that's still going. Maxudlu's still going. But he's looking really good. And then draw.
Okay, I figured it out.
Beautiful.
It was a DGT error.
Oh, you win, Kostya.
Right? Because why would he go king f5?
Yeah, on the other hand, if white had played knight c3 check, he couldn't have thought for 11 minutes on king f5, could he? So the whole thing is off the rails, unfortunately, I think, this game.
Yeah. But I'm guessing knight c3, king f5, bishop takes d6 was played. That would be my best guess.
Even that, we thought b6 looked more obvious than bishop takes
b6 felt like
right?
it was winning. Yeah, but this also felt like it should be good.
This is okay, but maybe black can play king
Wrong.
g5 because you don't have control of b6 as white.
Maybe we're just wrong. I'm not sure.
Maybe a few other moves were wrong on the DGT board. Like maybe it was knight c3, king f5, b6, and then something in b7, and then bishop d6. Like, because of the time used, it would make sense if they'd played a couple moves potentially.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, David, I think it's approaching breakfast time for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. For sure.
Are you gonna stay on?
Yeah, I'll probably hang out till the end of the round. Why not?
Okay,
I'm here
cool.
and I'm used to missing breakfast and other things like it.
Maybe I'll just
I
I'll
guess
just
meals
pause
is
the
what
cam
people
and
call them.
maybe I'll join back.
Okay.
But if not, I'll see everyone tomorrow or maybe later today for some blitz.
Right. Are you on a
Yeah.
blitz quest? Jesse made his.
I'm on a quest. I'm on day 3.
Okay.
Today's day 3 of the new quest, 2800.
20 what?
2800.
20 what? You're
800.
you're gonna do 2800 too, Kostya?
I mean, I already did 27. What am I supposed to do?
I don't know, 2700 again?
I've been to 27. That's not exciting.
Okay.
That's a stepping stone.
2800, jeez.
But I got a couple of months now, so I feel like I can push for 28.
Okay. Well, I feel like encouraged. Seeing Jesse make 2800 has
Yeah.
made me think that probably the ratings have just inflated, so it might be
Mm-hmm.
possible for me to make 2600. Like maybe the reason I'm 2500 finally is not that I got any better or did anything different, but just rating inflation.
I think there could just be some inflation. I mean, there's so many games and new
Yeah.
players. Why not?
Yeah.
And
And
then like
also,
people join, they cheat, they refund those points.
mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah. Also, like, Magnus and Hikaru, they used to be like going like to 3300 while other players were 3200 or something.
Yeah.
And then the last time we checked the list, Hikaru was 3400 instead of 3300, right? It's just like,
Yeah.
you know, just
So it's blooming. It's blooming at the top.
yeah. So now I think maybe I could make 2,600, but it might not actually mean that I did anything better.
Yeah, maybe. Still number go up.
Still number go up. So we'll see. I'll push towards it. I don't think it's completely impossible because I do think I should be able to stay within a couple hundred points of you guys. Yeah, well, have a nice breakfast, and
Thanks.
we'll see if they ever sort out this board here. But meanwhile, we're gonna switch to a different board, folks. So we're gonna go over here. I'm gonna switch this view. We got Abhimanyu against Divya, and let's try to guess an evaluation here. 2 knights against that bishop. I'm gonna guess that I'm just gonna start with 0, just because that's gonna be more accurate than +3. Now, let's think about a moment about what do I really think of this evaluation. It's white's move. As white, I really want to collect that pawn on b2. Will we get a King's Gambit in this tournament? Probably not, unfortunately. But, you know, keep your eyes peeled. If you see one, let me know. King b2, bishop e3, knight e3, rook d2, king b3, rook c3 check. Uh-oh, wait, hang on. Careful, David. Okay. So we try to get rid of a pawn. We get traded here, checked. Now the king can't go up because of rook c3. So the king must go back. Now, what if I play this sneaky move? Trying to play rook e1 checkmate. And if the knight moves somewhere to c2 or g2 or something, then I want to take the bishop. No rook a3, no rook e5. I mean, no simple move to stop rook takes knight, right? That wins for black. I think that's a knockout. So white can't take this. Oh, right. Good comment, Ivan. I'd thought of king c1 and then forgot it. Against king c1, I had planned this move for black. I had seen that earlier and then, yeah. Got confused. I definitely have a headache, but you know, claims were made that this would be good coverage, so we're going to ignore the headache. Rook f2 still, I thought, seemed to win. So after bishop c5, Divya needs something else to do. Definitely some serious danger here. If she played a random move, this is not obviously something she would do, but just to show you that there could be danger. Maybe like this. Threatening rook c1. And white has to block the c file. And it looks really tough. Knight c4. Rook d1. Bishop c4. Rook e8 again. Knight c2. Maybe it's not a complete threat, this bishop e3. Maybe it doesn't fully hurt. Maybe bishop e3, knight e3, rook c3. Let me see. h4. Takes. You're going to a tournament. Beautiful. Rook here. So here we just directly attack the knight, trying to land rook d1 to f1. Rook e5 is maybe a move. What if I even trade the last rook? There's knight c2. Rook f3. Some hopes remain. Some hopes remain here. But black is better. I assume Divya's down to 3 minutes in the second time control, which means she's got 13 moves to make till she gets another infusion of about 15 minutes. And other than that, it's a 30-second increment here. So she's under some pressure. She doesn't want to move the knight. Of course, that would allow rook d1, but black's thinking of like trading and breaking through these central files here. We can't clean up this pawn. What do we do? Wow. That's exciting, yellow. That's pretty huge. I would say that whether or not you've made the thing work, you probably know enough to play it in a tournament game against somebody else who hasn't done 10 pages of handwritten analysis. Yeah, I did rook f2 in that line, and I already had the other rook was on e8, so there was no rook e5 in the rook e8 lines. Oof. I think Divya might be lost. I'm going to go minus here. I'm going to say basically just lost at -3. Brutal, but I don't see a way to hold the position together. Time ticking low. Have they fixed Firouzja's game? Bishop back to c7, knight g2, d6. Absolute nonsense every single move. Makes no sense. Oh, could this be the way to go? Interesting idea, Cameron. Takes, and then try to hold it together. We've got d2 covered, d1 covered, d3 covered. That makes a lot of sense, Clark, yeah. Divya was in IM recently. She just became a grandmaster in 2025. She's just played a move. I think she'll probably do this. No, she played king b2. Shoot. This move, I think, just loses straightforwardly to bishop e3, rook d2. She went down to 15 seconds. I mean, she used all the time she had there. But rook takes c5. That was a great idea. Then king b2. Now everybody can defend everybody else. They're all working together. Rook h5, which I thought of. You play h3. No passed pawn yet for counterplay for black. Rook d4 doesn't threaten much. The knight's defended a bunch. But in any case, I mean, this is our plan to come up here and defend with the king. That seems like a huge chance. Huge chance. Big difference. I'm not sure that black wins in this line. But now he's played bishop e3 in a minute. Now I don't even see moves for white. He gives rook d2 check. He's playing it quickly enough that we can safely assume he calculated the whole thing while she was thinking about king b2 or whatever else she considered there, and he's got this one. Very good start for a tournament to win with black. Tournament of this level. Very good start for Abhimanyu. Yes, yellow. H3 from white in that more complicated position does weaken the dark square, so the black king could eventually get in. But compared to white's plan of king b3, king b4, and marching the a pawn, the black king eventually getting into some square on the king side is very, very far away as a plan. So here I think rook e8 is the end of the world. Now he's doing some double checking. Farouge's game makes no sense. Let me refresh the page, see if it gives us different moves. Absolute nonsense. No, it makes no sense. I'm so confused. I'm going to turn on the computer for a second, breaking our, no engines rule, but I just want to confirm that there's like a computer error here. This position from like 5 moves ago, I think it just doesn't make any sense. It says bishop c7 was as good as knight c3, so that move was possible. And now no knight takes d5. So we had just lost our minds or something? Knight d5. Knight takes, takes. Why on earth? Wow, so it's just completely outside of Kostya and my minds what was going on there. With so few pieces. I cannot understand at all the level on which these guys are playing it. I was really convinced by Kostya that it was just DGT error at this point. But the computer at least lists their moves as possible moves. What on earth? So this is really happening, so I should try to understand it then. On this board, the eval, though, is like the opposite of on this other board here. Rook e8's been played. Rook d5. Oops, I didn't see that. I guess it's a choice between rook d5, rook e1, and rook e3, rook e1. We're going to be better off if the opponent has a knight than a rook, so it's got to be here. Maybe there's another move here, rook f2, but then you allow rook d3, so you'd have to calculate f5, f4 pretty thoroughly. I guess there's also rook h2. Not a terrible idea to collect all that material. Okay, yeah, there's a legit choice here between rook d5, rook f2, rook h2. Legitimate choice. Tomorrow I gotta have some kind of like snack or breakfast at my fingertips. I'll be able to do a little bit better, although I still feel like nothing could have prepared me for this. Kostya couldn't see it. I couldn't see it. Okay, right, so here are the options. You could go here, here, check, takes. Now, essentially what's going on there is white is... Maybe they're going to slow play it like this, so black doesn't get a passer as fast. Yeah, do something like so. And you can see the like potential for white to save this game, right? Because I think I've maybe saved it for white in this particular line. The black king's going to take a while to get here. The white king's getting here pretty fast. So that's the flavor of rook takes d5. Right? It's this potential that white takes this pawn, runs the a pawn, and even though you've got rook against knight, it's not guaranteed that you win this endgame. Now, maybe black can win it long term if they just bring the king over to deal with this, and then have the rook hunt down the h pawn eventually. But that's the option, right? So now let's look at the second option. The second option is we go here. Well, which is what he did. And then she just resigned, or basically ran out of time / resigned. Yeah, so here you keep the threat of rook takes knight, and if the knight moves, you get this. And against rook here, take here. Wow, it's amazing this was even more effective than rook takes d5, which is basically winning the full bishop for free, right? But that one was a little bit messy. So here, keeping 2 rooks on the board, there's the back rank mates. There's more pieces to deal with white's a pawn. And you're trying to pick up your piece and have all these pawns hanging at the end. Rook d3, rook f3 would have been the end. So Abhimanyu Puranik does clean that one up. And now we're going to go back to trying to understand the simple looking endgame where all the moves look like relay errors. So let's go from here. Bishop takes c7, knight here. Up to here, it makes sense. Knight c3 check looks beautiful. But he takes here, allowing knight d5, which is not played. So this endgame here, Kostya and I thought was a draw. We thought white trades the knight for the pawn. Then this bishop has to go defend that pawn while the e-pawn runs. Apparently not correct. The king backs off like this. Bishop c7. So why is this move not being played? Well, because... No, you can't sack both pieces because then the bishop and knight can checkmate you. Huh. Wasn't black in Zugzwang there? I have no idea, Fisher sub. No idea. King f5, going after the g pawn potentially. Bishop c7. Another highfalutin move. Why not take here? Okay, d6, finally a move I can understand. I keep wondering why this pawn isn't pushing. Here we can see knight e3. Would get, actually, even there. Then there's this, right? Oh, Fisher said you're saying this bishop takes c5 could be Zugzwang for black because they can't go king f5, king takes knight. They don't have knight c3 like Kostya and I had in our king c5 line. If black could pass, then b6, you could play knight b6, which is a draw. But you have to make some kind of move. If you go knight e3, white takes and wins the king and pawn ending because you're losing one more tempo there. And if the knight goes somewhere else, then the pawn just starts advancing. Wow. That's pretty crazy. But okay, it makes some sense. So we get here, here, here. d6, Chekaruski, king d3, knight d5. Another absolutely bonkers move, knight c5. What the? The whole thing just looks like input errors. I guess the idea is this? Trading a piece in the weirdest way? Yeah, Kostya and Jesse have left at the moment. We're going to be taking turns here throughout the tournament, Sam. Coming and going through the broadcast. All right, and look at that. We just hit the 6-hour mark. So these are real classical games. These games are going long. I mean, White's king just came back from c4, right? And then knight c5. And then the knights will be too tangled up. The white king will actually be able to get through. Black could say that you need time to take both knights, so it's the time to rush this pawn. But maybe if I take this knight first, e3, I get a queen here. I could even be the only person with a queen. Or bishop g3, yeah, bishop g3 or bishop a5. Okay, but Fischer Sub says black could take here because of knight e6 check. Yeah. That's a blunder. But here's a really boring solution. We take the second knight, and now that I've noticed this weird square off on the side that was out of my vision before, we can win this in like the most boring fashion. So we've got to move. Knight c5's been taken, king c4, knight d7, saving that piece. King takes knight forced, and now e4 comes. Okay. So now b6, e3, b7, e2, bishop a5 is the first thought that occurs to me. Let's have a look at the first thought to occur to me. So black can either take the g-pawn or mark time with knight b8, right? I come back here, giving black even less things to do. Now it's really clear the king can't move, because now it can't even take the pawn, and if it just retreats, the white king comes here. So now there's nothing to do but move the knight, and then the white king's going to come this way. I don't think it makes a big difference which square I go to for black. I think either way we're going to do this. This will happen. This will happen. And king c8. Out of range of the knight, and then we just walk it through. That's very easy to me. Seems pretty easy. Other option was we take a pawn while we've got the chance. Get kicked. Check, and doing great. Right? So it's got to be this again. Only thing to really do. Knight's got to move. Now there's a real choice. Let's say we go here and white goes here. Is there any way to stop this? Anything reasonable? C4. Knight c4 doesn't do it. The queen even comes back. So there's just nothing there. So the knight's got to come here. Here. Check. And here again. So white's winning. It's like super, super over. He's down to 1 minute. Oh, he's played bishop a5. e3. And now thinking. Now b6. So e2, b7 would transpose to what we've calculated. Gelfon Jabava. They say it was a terrible game, so I'm having a look. Uh-oh. Big threats. Oh, God. Oh, God. I don't think these were relay errors. I think he just... I think he just played a bad opening today. You know, he's experimented with such stuff in the past, and today it got him. Yeah, that was a mess. Rough. All right. But what we seek is Zemlyansky. And now I have found him. Rook G5. Electrifying. That's the last move. Nice time for us to get here. Materials equal. He's got a very tough opponent, Alexander Injic of Serbia, I think. 2650. Okay, there was a way out for black. Checks him. Oh, look, he can't play rook g6 here because of queen g6, right? So rook g5. Check. So now the question is there anything in queen g2? Or are we simply playing king g1? Queen g2 or king g1? King g1, maybe rook c7 with some counterplay on the horizon. Queen g2, then you can't combine play against the black king. You have to win pretty straightforwardly off of your threats to d5 and g6. But maybe you're winning a pawn right there. So let's assume the simplest move, honestly. If they avoid a queen trade, rook g6 check will be a strong attack. There's a part of me that feels we need to double check rook f4 before we go into this. So I'm going to do that. I don't know why. My sensors were just kind of going off. That might actually be hard for white to get out of. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not totally sure that white can win this one. Queen g2 was played by Ivan. It is move 57. So he's got 3 more moves to make, and then he'll get 15 minutes added. But he had 3 seconds left as he played this one. So this is maybe not the most critical line, but the line I looked at, king h7 got played in the game. Not avoiding the trade. Thinking rook e3 here. Yep. That looks pretty good. Okay, so in the game, queen g2, king h7. So I guess the idea is against rook g6, maybe to have rook f4. Against rook d5, hoping to have the same, but I don't think it works. I think rook takes d5 should win the game because rook d7 is with check. We've got to move. Rook takes d5 played. Okay. So black can play rook f4, Or they can play queen g2, king g2, rook f4. But I think everything's refuted by the fact that rook takes rook is with check. And now this queen's hanging. Maybe black's going to play rook e7. White could trade queens and maybe even take this pawn with check before coming back to defend. Yeah. Or rook b6 even. So, like here, I'm thinking maybe even after check, right? If they go to the back rank, you can play knight takes g6 check maybe. If they go here, I want to do this. Not even defending this, right? But the idea is that I actually have a checkmate over there. So maybe black would have to put something on f6, right? Like the knight or the rook, and then I'd go here. This looks dead lost, and rook f6 looks similarly lost to me after rook to e5. Right? Just kind of breaking down those defenses. White's up 2 pawns. Everything's starting to defend itself. So I know Zemlyansky's playing his moves with 3 or 4 seconds left on the clock. But it looks like he might pull this off. Yeah! Sick move. What opening was this? Was this a d4 opening? Today, was it a Queen's Gambit? Yeah, exchange Queen's Gambit. They've been doing it forever and ever, and they're still doing it. Knight d1. Wow, very mature positional game. Black achieves this c5, c4, trading light-scored bishops. It looks like black's alive. a4, mysterious. Rook b1, mysterious. Good lord, what a game. I can't understand anything, so it's kind of on a Fallujah level. Here, black seems comfortable. He's like pushing white. White's avoiding knight g3 check or something. Repeating moves. Finally, b3 break, which he was looking at way long ago when he put his rooks on a1 and b1, like 20 moves before. Dang. Black breaks up white's king. Clamps with the knight on e5. This position, white's good and could kind of sit on black, but he plays something very dynamic here with f5. Got a Tradovich. Rook to the g file, knight comes around. And this is where we checked in. Rook g5, beautiful move. I see Ivan's time ticking down again, down in the 20-second range. Rook d5 played, queen g2 played, king g2, rook c7. And again, very low on time. Knight e6, there's rook c2 check, connecting the black rooks. So he goes knight e6 though, check here. Ay, ay, ay. So he's going to win the b7 pawn with check. He's just allowing counterplay by choosing knight e6. His rook g5 move a few moves ago. The point was if queen takes, he can go check here with the knight. And then wherever the king goes, he can take the f8 rook with check, or maybe the queen with check, depending where he goes, right? So like king here, he can take the rook with check, and then take the queen next move with the knight. King here, he could take the queen with check. King to the back rank, he can take the rook with check, then collect the queen. So he wins everything, everything. I was calculating, Brady. I didn't see any rook takes f4 working, right? I saw white winning every move against rook f4. Because, like, for example, here, Braden, rook f4, rook takes d7 is check. So, Yeah, so in this position, okay, you could play like a safe move, rook c5, rook b2, even maybe like an intermediate aggressive move like rook b6 going after this, but allowing rook c2. But he goes for the forcing move, knight e6, with seconds on the clock, forcing black into this activity here. Black can't save the b pawn because rook f7, there's knight g5. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Oh, their pass move 60. We didn't need to be that afraid. All right. So now he's won a second pawn. Black's maybe got some perpetual hopes with rook g2, although, frankly, the king has a good chance to run through here. I think a big question is knight f4, right? Covering some squares around the king and starting to counterattack g6. That could be what he really wants here. Howdy, Scotty. The bigger threat from black would be knight f6 now, and then like knight e4. Right. So let's have a quick look at knight f4, knight f6. Just see how devastating is this. Well, we don't even have to calculate checkmate because I hung the rook, right? Okay. Well, that didn't feel very good. How about knight g5? Then against knight f6, I still can't do much, huh? Well, I can do something. If the king goes back, there's back rank mate. And if the king goes here, I can trade knights. This rook ending has some serious promise for white, even with all the rooks here. Yeah, I saw knight g5, rook g2. We're going to calculate that next. I was first just making sure that this even deals with knight f6, which was not obvious. So now rook g2 check here. King here, defending the knight. Right? Now again, there's knight f6 or rook h. There's not rook h2. There's again knight f6. Let's consider this move first, and then knight f6, maybe. Here, the idea from black is to go rook g4 check and take this piece. Rook takes g5 was simpler. Let's see. I'm being told this was simpler. I don't know why. You think I blundered rook f2, maybe? Okay, so let's go back to rook g2. Second rook over. Knight f3. Knight f6. Any move for white here, or is that the end? Oh la la, look at this. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Whew. Hoo-wee. Yvonne's done something. Probably something better than that. That was evil, that knight f6, right? I see Fisher said you're saying g5 wins on the spot. Maybe so. We only need one win per side, and then we look for improvements for the other side. This move seemed to win for black as well, right? Hopefully your calculation was correct as well. So king h6, rook d8 is what white played. So that does kind of stop knight f6. We'll say that at least for the move rook d8, right? So rook d8 is gonna stop knight f6. Black's going to try and rampage white. The king wants to come out. And via e5, not e4 if possible, to keep this knight out of the game. So we'd expect king f4. And he did play that reasonably quickly. And now it's on black here. So it feels like Zemlyansky's king is going to be totally safe on e5, right? And then he's just like, he's trapping this knight on e8. He's mating black on h8. It looks like he's perhaps found like a stone cold win. You notice his approach to this endgame, dramatic, like how he didn't try, how he gave black counterplay and looked for just an immediate forced win. To me, that was really dramatic, like compared to how I normally see people prosecute these positions. There is rook f5 if the king tries to go to e5. Okay, so game's still on. Let's have a look. But it's very, very notable, right? He gave black the open file. He didn't block it off, even though he was up a pawn. A lot of us, once we're up a pawn, we start trying to hold on to what we have, right? But he didn't try and defend anything he had. He just not only let black have the open file, he then invited the second rook in to double on the second rank against him, right? Not at all most people's instincts for playing an endgame. But I think that's also partly because we play so much blitz and rapid now, or bullet even, right? Like it's high percentage play in blitz not to allow this kind of stuff. But, you know, maybe in the days of 6-hour first time controls followed by adjournments and stuff, people tried to just, you know, calculate a forced win. So let's see where we're at. Let's see if we've got a way out for this king. So first of all, king e5, rook f5, right? Okay, backs the king up. Now knight f6 is possible, maybe other moves too, but let's look at knight f6, king here. Now if I hadn't played king e5, the rooks would be doubled, right? So imagine I played king here, knight check, and then I went here. There'd be check, here, check, and I don't for sure see where this king gets away, right? In fact, I might have lost if I can't get away because I might be, you know, mated again. And if I go this way, I lose a whole rook. So it might be pretty bad, but there could be, again, a two-step of king e4, knight check, king here, and then if rook f5, maybe you get away like so, you know, dancing, dancing, dancing. Feels a little bit messy, but quite likely to win. But let's go with this move again. So against this move, there's no knight f6. Process of elimination. Process of elimination. Rook f5. We're on an only move. King e4. Knight f6, king here. Black can more or less resign. I think we're up 2 pawns threatening rook h8. Looks very powerful. I just don't see defending this position in the cards for black. So that does still feel like winning. Injich thought for a few minutes on this move, but now he gives the checkerino. King e5, there's no rook g5, there's no useful move other than rook f5 to save the knight. He does go to e5 indeed. Direct calculation, check. King e4, do I think rook g4, king d3 changes anything? No. So knight f6, king d3. Some, myself included, would find this incredibly risky to be in a situation where your king like 5 times in a row has one legal move. But, you know, he calculated it directly in advance. Fisher Seb points out that g5 is no kind of defense for... Where's the move? I don't know what's going on. It's not showing me it properly. But okay. Fisher Seb points out this beautiful little checkmate here from the knight. So on king d3, this is the move that I thought of as avoiding mate. White could play knight f4, rook takes, pawn takes, rook takes. There's rook h8. So maybe black can't take this pawn. Some might say that this is a little bit messy to play out this endgame. There's always some hope still with the knight, but the a pawn should be strong enough to win this endgame. I'd be pretty convinced that white can win it. But I was also thinking that in this position, after, let's say, king d3, king h5, I was thinking that if we're worried about knight f4 and breaking up the pawn structure and there being some complications there, I was thinking maybe we could just go after this pawn here. So I'd thought of like rook check, king here, rook here maybe. And I hadn't fully fleshed this out yet. But the idea is to sort of keep attacking the black king, keep going after this pawn. I guess this is possible. And then maybe h4 is logical if we're trying to reduce complexity, if we're trying to play a very, very safe approach here. That's a nice idea, Fisher said. That might be the cleanest. I want to see that move in a second. Let me just look at this for one moment since I got this far. h4. Yeah, basically I'm just going to dramatically simplify, right? This is like the blitz chess approach to these kind of positions. There's just nothing that can go wrong anymore. Right? We just do this. And this is, yeah, I feel like very hard to miscalculate that. Now, that said, we've got a beautiful suggestion from Fisher Seb. This would be my favorite, right? To just take all the squares and just still play for mate. What's black supposed to do about this one? Right? Well, looks like they may have stopped the clocks. Like there may have been a resignation, game over already here if I refresh it. But you guys see this h3 idea? Very, very nice to just cut the king off. Sam finds a way out. King h4. Okay, that's not exactly what I wanted. I guess I can't checkmate the king now that it can get here. So we get back to something like this, right? Etc. Not necessarily better than anything else. I agree, Fisher said. Damn, that should have been good. It was so pretty. All right, I'm gonna refresh the board because I think he's resigned. Zemlyansky won. After knight f6 check, maybe his opponent resigned as he played king d3 or something. But huge win for the 14-year-old. I think. Has he turned 15, Zemlyansky? He's turned 15 recently, right? Yeah. Turned 15. But big result. Big result for him. He's been as high as $25.99 1 or 2 months ago, but has not yet officially crossed 2,600. He was over 2,600 mid-tournament in one tournament, I think, for a second, and then went back under. But 15-year-old, one of the top talents of the next crop. The players a few years younger than Prague and Gukesh. So he gets a big win here in the first round. Bravo to him. Let's see what else is still going on. Firouzja's game. Could check in on. B6. Firouzja won. So, oh, and with like this exact position that we saw, right? The bishop on D2 move. Bishop E1. Bishop F2. Oh, he repositioned the bishop because of that idea. To be ready for this. If your bishop's on D2, black can play this move in the lines we had looked at before. And then when you go B8, play check, sack, take. Right? So we had looked at something like this. Here. That That was pretty nice. Oh, but that's only when we took the pawn was king c6, so winning because there's not king e6. So here, let's look at knight b8. Knight b8, we played bishop d2. Then we moved the king away. No, we needed to play knight d7 here, and then we didn't play this move for black. This is the defense that we didn't catch this detail. Hey, Graham, we're towards the end of the first round of this huge tournament, the FIDE Grand Swiss, which is a qualifier for the candidates. We've got basically the top 100 players in the world here, minus about 5 of them. And the top 2 players in this tournament will get into the candidates tournament, which is 8 players to determine a challenger for the world championship title. You won 100 points. Nice, Graham. The tournament worked out. You won a couple games. That was your first tournament, right? Won 2 games in your first tournament. So much better than some of the other first tournament stories that we were talking about that night. Okay, so this would be tough for white to break through here, right? The idea is queens. He's going to take and take. So, very good. This is a very high-level game by Firouzja and Amin. I mean, they were just looking at on such a high level. He 2 steps to here, covering this square here. Then he goes forward and breaks the defenses. Black is basically in a kind of Zugzwang here. If the king moves, the knight goes. If the knight moves, in general, the pawn will queen. If the pawn goes, he can take it and then still get back to winning. So knight c5 is the try with if you queen knight a6. And otherwise he wants to take and take. Firouzja takes, queens, queens. And the king is sufficiently blocked in by these extra pieces. Black resigned here, but against check, queen b6 would cover the last angle, and then white's won the game. So, so this was very good. Could he also have won a piece here by making a knight and then won that endgame there? Folks are asking. Maybe. I guess we still have to answer like knight e4. Trying to take this pawn, push, takes, and queen. And you have this. So yeah, I mean, yeah, this isn't wrong. If you go bishop e1, I mean, things get a little complicated again because you got this out of position knight and not a lot of pawns left to win the game with. This is very likely to be a draw when the knight comes back here. But okay, we have d7. Okay, so maybe promoting to a knight could win, but I think what Firouzja did is good. d7, huh? And here's a winning move for white. This is not like so easy. Not so easy. The Firouzja game was one of the more humbling experiences I've had recently. We're doing all the games, Graham. You don't have to go back to the main broadcast ever again. Yeah, Kostya, Jesse, and I we're tag teaming it. We're gonna go through the whole thing. Yeah, again, we could make another knight, but white will eventually win with the queen at this point. Okay, yeah, incredible game by Firouzja. So favorites who won in the first round Gukesh, Firouzja, Noterbeck, and Anish. Those are the top favorites who won in the first round. That's basically it. Maybe for some people, Vidit, who won this tournament the last time 2 years ago, but I think most people would think that was a great result, and he's not like a favorite. So of the top favorites, we've got wins for Gukesh, Firouzja, Noterbeck, and Giri, and of course the two players who won with black, Gukesh and Giri. Particularly happy to get those wins. I see one game still going, Maksudlu's game. And what are these empty boards? Oh, they're the pieces. Oh, we still got all kinds of games going. Maxime Rudstein. That's not what it said when I was mousing over it. It's not what it originally said. Let's check in on Maksudlu. I thought he'd won this game long ago. Well, I guess it's not so easy. This one here, we're going to go. We're going to start with like a ridiculous evaluation of -1. I mean, either black is, getting king f3, g3, g2 and winning, or it's just a draw. I'm going to back up a few moves because I thought black was kind of conveniently going to be winning this endgame at this point. Yeah, around here I thought it'd be clean. But he trades. Oh, I don't like that. What? Doesn't defend his pawn. And he's won the game. Okay. So here. I don't know. I don't think king e5 was the last move. They put kings on e5 and d4 when a game is won. I mean, after Firouzja, I'm afraid to say anything's DGT. But it looked like first we saw this move, and then it flashed to he'd won. So presumably, they calculated something like here, check, here, something like that. Or maybe king h3 even. Yeah. Why even check? King here, king f3, h3. I'm so used to you always want the prime territory, right? You're always fighting for good space for your king. But sometimes you just go. If king f1 or king f3, rook f6, check wins the rook. And otherwise the rook is trapped by king e2. So he goes here. King's just heading in. And that was the GG. So he probably was winning the whole time. He just chose a very, very concrete approach here, right? Of sacking his second to last pawn. Jeez, what a move. Rook takes, king d4, and the pawn queens. Rook takes, king e2, g2, and the pawn queens. Craziness. So the rook moved away. Then he just keeps the diagonal. Threatening rook e3 check, winning that poor bishop. You'd think bishop c1 would be your hope, but for some reason it's this. He threatens g2, and he brought the king to g4. The last move was definitely king g4. I want to say winning the game. We saw it on the board for a moment, and it looks completely winning. We've got someone praying that it was a classical Sicilian. Sorry, it was the old Najdorf again. Chalk up another big win for the Dorf. Anything else still going? Jan Ludwig held that rook endgame against Sam Sevian. It looked pretty complicated, the endgame, but he did it. And then what do we have? Tons of draws. Boris Gelfand had an easy game. Zemlyansky won. Yegis Connor Dogmas won. And then we're down on the bottom boards already. So that's a wrap on round one. Nobody made it to hour 7 today on this first round. So we'll have to wait for tomorrow.